Please welcome to the field Please welcome to the field your co-masters of ceremonies, Ryan Bounds Camphouse.
What up, Tremont? It is wonderful to see you all here today. Welcome to the 2024 Roboteer Rumble. Before we meet our teams in match number 1, I just want to say Ben thanked a lot of great people who helped make this event possible, but he forgot to mention someone who this event would not have been possible without, and that's himself. Could we hear it for Ben and the hard work he's been doing? All right, with that, let's meet some teams for match number 1, getting started with 5125.
From Chicago, Illinois, it's Hawks on the horizon.
And we've got royalty in the house. It's 5442.
Out of Washington, Illinois, Mechanical Monarchy.
And finally, never say no to this team. It's 9082.
From Pleasant Valley, Iowa, No Limit.
And here we have on our Blue Alliance one of our first double teams of the day. It's 9991.
From Troy, Missouri, Midas B.
And getting ready to compete, so let's say hi to them in the stands. It's 112.
From Arlington Heights, Illinois, +1.
And finally, another one of our doubles. Give it up for 9997.
From Cedarburg, Wisconsin, Hextra Hounds.
To clue you all in, we've got 5 of our teams on the field. We are going to wait a moment for 112 to join us. I appreciate that you're getting a head start. You're bringing the energy. Hopefully everyone gets to that level soon. Can we hear it? Midas is Mayhem bringing the energy early this morning. And we've got the all clear to get underway. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
2024 Roboteer Rumble now underway. Lots of shots quickly coming up from the Blue Alliance, most recently coming from Hextra Hounds. Red Alliance appears to have stopped motion, but +1 for the Blue Alliance, still moving around the field as time expires in Autonomous. Our score at the moment, 16-2, advantage Blue. We quickly see Hawks on the horizon turn to try and grab a note, looking to possibly, so that's Mechanical Monarchy, grab a note. Hawks on the horizon over scoring in the red amp. We have 9991 -2 getting a note from the source zone. As over towards the Blue Alliance speaker, we have +1 lining up to possibly score in the amp. With that second note, we have our first full amp of the game. As a reminder, that allows the Alliance to use the amplification feature to boost the score of their speaker. A note flying out of the field. Thankfully, everyone is okay. We still have that full speaker, that full amp for the Blue Alliance to use. We have Hextra Hounds lined up, going up and amplified for the Blue Alliance. As that reminder there, those amplified notes for the next 10 seconds are worth 5 points rather than the usual 2. We see Mechanical Monarchy lining up to work to score in the red amp. Not quite successful at the moment. They are still making a big effort. Hawks on the horizon lining up to shoot into the Red Alliance speaker, which they do successfully. 65 seconds to go. Score is 37-11, advantage Blue Alliance. Another note going up into the air, almost striking a different speaker. We have Hextra Hounds lined up to try and score in the blue amplifier, but not quite making it. Blue does have a full amplifier once again and can amplify when they feel the time is right. Blue Alliance source zone, and we see -2 load up successfully, going to shuttle that note down towards their Blue Alliance zone to go and score in the amp or speaker. We are now approaching endgame, 30 seconds to go. Soon drive teams can focus on climbing onto the stage. We see an active red amplification at the moment. Don't know how much longer that bonus will last as it expires. With that guitar riff, we are now in the end game. One last amplification for Blue. One note up so far, possibly another going up, but not actually. We see teams lining up in the Blue Alliance stage zone. We see Hextra Hounds going up with their hooks to look to climb. We may see -2 going for the harmony, but everyone is still on the ground as time expires. Your final score is coming up in just a moment. We have a final score for that match. This one going to the Blue Alliance with a score of 46-22.
Can't see through your skin. I'm not your guardian. I can't see through your skin.
Well, we knew it was bound to happen, but here we've got it. We've got an alliance all of double robots with some fun names and interesting designs for us to take a peek at. Let's meet this red alliance getting things started with 9988.
From Oswego, Illinois, gear it backward.
All right, keep those numbers straight in your head because next up, it's 9998.
From Whitewater, Wisconsin, Farrah Burmis.
And finally, we got quite the number here. It's 9999.
From Davenport, Iowa, Innovation Disruptive.
Uh-oh. A house divided on our blue alliance is 6574.
Also from Whitewater, Wisconsin, it's Farrah Durmis.
They're joined by, oh my gosh, another house divided. It's 6317.
Also from Davenport, Iowa, Disruptive Innovation.
All right, but here we go. They don't have to worry about fighting their co-teammates on the other alliance. It's 4096.
From Champaign, Illinois, Control Z.
With the all-clear match underway in 3, 2, 1, go! There we go.
Match now moving, 3 notes quickly up from the main team alliance. Red alliance of all double teams has stopped moving for the moment. Control Z lining up on blue for another last speaker shot, but not quite going in. As Autonomous ends your score 14-7. Red Alliance quickly moving out to the midfield as Garrett Backward lines up to try and collect a note, which they will successfully do. We also see Farrah Burmis looking to do the same for the Red Alliance. Innovation Disruptive lining up to score in the speaker for Red as they end up just barely short. Garrett Backward looking to change that though and drop off a note into that speaker. We see work on the Blue Alliance, a note out from Control Z, but it ends up hitting the driver's station instead. They have retrieved it and are lining up to shoot again. We also see Farrah Durmis lining up at the Blue Alliance amp. They are now have 2 notes in that amplifier, ready to amplify any scored notes, which they do, activating amplification for the first time this match. With 2 quick notes, now 3 from Disruptive Innovation, and a 4th from Farrah Durmis. Though the Farrah Durmis does not quite make it up in time, those 3 notes will be collectively worth 15 points rather than the usual 6. A quick note going up from Control Z, but out of the field and off to the side, ending up not being scored. Over by the Red Alliance speaker, we see Innovation Disruptive go up with another note as they score 2 points for their alliance. We have 2 quick collections by the Blue Alliance coming from Farrah Durmis and Control Z out of the blue source zone. Control Z with a bit of defense from Farrah Burmis, but they get past them with a bit of help from their alliance partner, Disruptive Innovation. We have Garrett Backward, 9988, lined up at the Red Alliance speaker. They take a shot, but they don't quite get it. We see another Red Alliance team, that's Innovation Disruptive, 9999, going up to score 2 points of their own. Blue Alliance working on more collection. Control Z has a note in their possession as they take it over to their home speaker to go and score it. Lining up to shoot, not quite making it though. We have just 20 seconds to go. We are in the end game, 47-17 at the moment. Teams can now begin to think about whether they want to use the stage for an end game climb. We see another quick note coming out of Innovation Disruptive for the Red Alliance as teams line up to at least get park points. Disruptive Innovation on the chain, but not quite off the ground. Control Z trying to catch on, but not quite able to do it before time expires. Your score at the end of the match, 47-19. Your final score is coming up in just a moment.
Off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time
We have your final score coming up, this one going to the Blue Alliance with a score of 49 to 22.
To eternity, I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my vote, to see you. And I'll go. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my vote, to see you. And I'll go.
We're going to keep on moving here at the Roboteer Rumble. Qualification match number 3 almost ready on the field. Let's meet our competitors, getting things started with 99.95.
From Peoria, Illinois, it's Argos B.
And right next door, it's 44.23.
From Metamora, Illinois, Bravo Bots.
And last but certainly not least on our Red Alliance, let's hear it for 71.17.
From DeSoto, Missouri, Robotic Dragons.
Moving over to blue, let's hear it for 76.57.
From Evansville, Indiana, Thunderbots.
And you know them, you love them, it's the legendary 1706.
From Wentzville, Missouri, it's the Ratchet Rockers.
And right next door, let's hear it for 41.43.
Also from Metamora, Illinois, Mars Wars.
Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. Wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul.
Wait one moment, just about ready to get started. And we've got the all clear, match number 3.
Match is now moving. Blue Alliance has scored 2 notes already. We see Thunderbots possibly lining up for a third, but moving away. Mars Wars and Ratchet Rockers both going up with notes. Ratchet Rockers has 1 more for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance appears to have come to a stop. At the end of Autonomous, it is incredibly close. Only 2 points separate our alliances, 16 to 14. We see a note quickly going up from Robotic Dragons, 71-17 over on the Red Alliance. They're making already their second score in the speaker, 4 points total. Argos appears to line up for the amp, but sends it up into the air instead. Ratchet Rockers grabs a note and appears to be doing some shuttle work for their alliance, sending a note over so their partner Mars Wars can score it. Mars Wars lined up with the amplifier, going up to score and in for the Blue Alliance. With that loaded amp of 2 notes, the Alliance can now go and score amplified notes in the speaker. Blue Alliance choosing to do that, amplifying a note for 5 points. 5 points more for each note scored in the successive time period. Red Alliance working, we have a note loaded in Bravo Bots out of Metamora, possibly going to try and score that, but not at the moment. We see Robotic Dragons coming in to line up a shot, which they can score. We also saw Argos B drop off a note for 7117 Robotic Dragons to pick up and score themselves. More work coming out of the Blue Alliance. Ratchet Rocker still working some shuttle duty as a bit of trouble for 4143 Mars Wars on the Blue Alliance. They appear to have a note stuck in their robot. As a reminder, in the rules of this game, teams are only allowed to control one note, even if in a way they were not intending for. Ratchet Rocker's going up with a note into their speaker, lining up for another, as 4 total points to the Blue Alliance are awarded. 40 seconds to go, your score is 42-25. Robots still moving around, possibly some communications issues for Bravo bots as they see some possible defense on them from the Blue Alliance. We just saw Thunderbots go into the source zone to collect a note, now returning to their side of the field to work on other tasks. With that guitar riff, we are now in the end game. Teams can begin to think about their work with the stage to score some final round points. We see a note go into the Thunderbots mechanism and our first high notes up of the game. Both alliances making their attempts. None up for the Blue Alliance and none up for the Red Alliance. We have Ratchet Rockers in the air as time expires, possibly our first climb of the event. Your tentative scored 49-31. Your final score coming up in just a moment. We have your final score. This one is going to the Blue Alliance with a score of 54-34.
Well, Robot fans, match number 4 is here. All of these teams still performing in their first qualification match of the day. Let's meet our Red Alliance competitors, getting it started with 4213.
From Bloomington, Illinois, Metal Cow Robotics.
You saw some of them last match, but here's the rest of them. It's 1756.
From Peoria, Illinois, it's Argos.
And finally, your gracious hosts is 2481.
From the right here in Tremont, Illinois, Roboteers.
Move into our Blue Alliance. Get those bow ties ready. It's 3197.
From Cedarburg, Wisconsin, Hex Hounds.
And let out a roar for our next team. It's 3397.
From St. Louis, Missouri, Robo Lions.
And finally, give it up for 2338.
From Oswego, Illinois, Gear It Forward.
We've got the all clear drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
We see flurries of notes going up for both alliances, both red and blue working hard. 2338 Garrett Forward going up with many, as does 1756 Argos for the Red Alliance. Some contact there in the midfield, but Garrett Forward getting away with that contested in note. Coming out of Autonomous, your score 31-24. Quickly, we see Gear It Forward already in the Blue Alliance amp going to drop off a note to build up towards a possible amplification. However, they are opting to use the co-op button. If the Red Alliance does the same, that lowers the threshold for the melody ranking point based on total notes scored. Roboteer's looking to do the same and drop off a note in their amplifier, but the note possibly not quite going up high enough. Gear It Forward swooping into the Red Alliance speaker to quickly pick up a note and swipe it from the Red Alliance to go and score it for their own purposes. We do see Metal Cow Robotics having some communications difficulties in the midfield. We will see if they can get those resolved as our staff works to help them out. Argo's still working to go and score, lining up a shot in the speaker and making it. Roboteer still working on Red Alliance to drop off that speaker in the amp, but their arm just isn't quite getting it in. Finally does it, and the Red Alliance is ready to amplify when they see fit. Gear It Forward going again to line up into their amplifier, dropping off one note. Hexhounds 3197 lining up to score in the top. 3397 Robo Lions working hard to slow down the Red Alliance, playing some strong defense on Roboteers and Argos of the Red Alliance to prevent some scoring. Metal Cow back to life after a bit of some communications difficulties, working their own defensive role against the Hexhounds. However, the Hexhounds slip by and score an amplified note for 5 points. Hexhounds Gear Forward lining up to score 2 more, 3 total points in this amplification period for Blue. 46-45, just 1 point between these alliances. It truly is anybody's game at this point. We also see both alliances very close to the melody bonus. Red Alliance just needs 1 more note, Blue Alliance just needs 1 more note, and they will have it for the melody ranking point, the first occurrence of the day. Red Alliance does it as endgame strikes. They will get that ranking point. Robo Alliance possibly having an issue. Their robot signal light is completely solid, possibly indicating a power issue, but they are able to move once again. Gear It Forward reaching for the trap. Argos doing the same. Could we have first traps of the day? We have one from Argos and Gear It Forward. 2 traps in this match. 3 robots in the air. Your tentative score 53-48. Your final score coming up in just a moment. We have a final score for this match, just 3 points separating the alliances, but it goes to blue, 72 to 69. Both alliances achieved all the available ranking points. Blue Alliance going home with 4, Red Alliance still with 2 ranking points. An incredibly strong showing for both alliances.
Well, I tell you what, I know that it's going to be the first of many close matches today. Always a high caliber offseason here at Roboteer Rumble. Let's see if this next match is going to be another close one, starting by meeting our Red Alliance, where we begin with Team 2040.
From Dunlap, Illinois, Dirt, Dunlap Eagles Robotics Team.
Hey, I think I've seen these ones before. It's 9996.
From Wentzville, Missouri, Ratchet Rockers B.
And rounding it out, ooh, that is one spooky totem. It's 9401.
From Troy, Missouri, Midas Mayhem.
Over on our Blue Alliance, they are strong as iron. It's 5847.
From Bradley, Illinois, Ironclad.
And in the middle station, give it up for 111.
From Arlington Heights, Illinois, it's Wild Stang.
And finally, it's not rocket science. It's Team 3596.
From South Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Rocket Robotics.
Shadows, they follow you like an accomplice. Lost all of your dreams, the night is heartless. My shadows, they follow you. My shadows, they follow you in the darkness. Darkness. In the darkness, the shadows they follow you like an accomplice. Lost all of your dreams, the night is heartless. My shadows they follow you. My shadows they follow you in the darkness.
We've worked the problem. The robots are ready. Match number 5. Almost here. All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
More movement here at Roboteer Rumble. Both alliances working hard to score in their speakers. Red Alliance and all 3 robots work. We have a bit of a fight between Ironclad and Ratchet Rockers B. Ratchet Rockers B ultimately getting away with that note, however. As time expires, 29 to 24, advantage Red. Still a pretty tight match coming out of Autonomous. Ironclad quickly collecting a note from the midfield, skidding it across the floor to pass it to their partners Wildstang and Rocket Robotics. Wildstang lined up with their amp, dropping off the note to work towards amplification. A note falls into Wildstang's manipulator, but they get it out just fine and can still continue playing. We see 58-47 Ironclad for the Blue Alliance, working to collect a note and bring it over to score. Their partner Rocket Robotics 3596 also in the score zone doing the same. Over on the Red Alliance, we see 2040 Dirt going up to score. Their partners 9401 Midas Mayhem doing the same in an amplified speaker. Second note up coming from Midas Mayhem. 2040 Dirt, however, opting to go back to the amp to possibly build a bigger boost. Red Alliance over in their source zone, we see Ratchet Rockers B collect a note. They appear to be adopting shuttling duty for their alliance, sending notes over to score for their teams. Ratchet Rockers B goes up with a note into their speaker. 2040 Dirt and 9401 Midas Mayhem working in their zone. Dirt lining up with a note underneath the stage. They successfully get it and line up to score. Blue Alliance, we see 111 Wildstang lining up with their partners 3596 Rocket Robotics to possibly score. At 50 seconds to go, we have 65 to 25 as we continue on. 58-47 Ironclad lines up with their amp. dropping off a note and building towards possible amplification for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance working on the same as 9401 Midas Mayhem, drops off a note in the amplifier, possibly dropping off a second now as they build towards that amplification option. We do see that the Red Alliance has massively exceeded the melody ranking point threshold, getting 19 out of 15 needed notes. 111 Wildstang going up with notes for the Blue Alliance, scoring successfully 1 in amplification. 3596 Rocket Robotics trying their own, but not quite making it. Red Alliance has their own amplified time as our time expires. Your tentative score 89 to 46. Your final score coming up in just a moment. Have a final score for this match. It's going to the Red Alliance with a score of 93 to 51. The Red Alliance also picked up that melody bonus, allowing them an extra third ranking point in this match.
Lost control, falling over, getting pulled in by your gravity. Thought that I had figured it out, never felt it rationally, but this sense of urgency has me wondering. Thought that I had figured it out, nothing could get through to me, but this kind of chemistry has me wondering. When you're not around it, all goes black and white. How come I'm not seeing in color? Lost without you, I can't make it through the night. How come I'm not seeing in color? So far gone, I'm caught up, infatuated by symmetry.
All right, Robot fans, switching in, please welcome one of our co-master of ceremonies this weekend, Carl Lee Landstrand.
Howdy, howdy, everyone. How are you all doing today? Let's try that again. That's what we like to hear here at Roboteer Rumble. So let's start off by introducing our teams for match number 6. Starting off, they're looking to drive to win. It's 30-61.
Representing Naperville, Illinois, Husky Robotics.
Their alliance partners looking to roar into this competition. It's 27-04.
Also from Naperville, Roaring Robotics.
And finally, what time is it?
It's 9:30 from Mukwonago, Wisconsin, Mukwonago Bears.
Over on the Blue Alliance, putting a little bit of a twist into their action. It's 64-21.
They're from Muskego, Wisconsin, Warrior Bots.
Their alliance partners looking to swoop into the competition. It's 74-81.
Out of Chicago, Illinois, Lindblom Electric Eagles.
And finally, this team's a little backwards, you might say. It's 99-88.
Out of Oswego, Gear It Backward.
have a thumbs up from our FTA drivers behind the lines. Let's kick off this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
Autonomous kicks off over on the Blue Alliance. We've got preload notes going on up, but it looks like we've had 12 points scored so far by the Blue Alliance with 3 notes. Meanwhile, over on the red side of the field, we're going back for bonus notes from Husky Robotics 3061 of the Red Alliance. Drivers step forward. Teleop underway here in qualification match number 6. First action over on the blue side of the field. We've got Warrior Bots and Limbloom Electric Eagles both wearing blue this match, working on some intake up off the playing field floor, while Husky on the assist for the Red Alliance. Out of that Red Alliance source zone, launching on over to their alliance partner, we see 2704 Roaring Robotics from Naperville. They're right in front of the Red Alliance AMP. AMP is on standby, ready to go for the Red Alliance. Roaring intaking up off the ground. They're getting ready to launch. And it looks like they've spent that first note on cooperation for the Red Alliance. So has Blue. So 15 notes required in order to earn the Melody ranking point in this match. Maquanago 930 and their alliance partner Husky, both of those red robots over in the Blue Alliance source zone. A little bit of a collision between them, Gear It Backward, and Muskigo's Warrior Bots. Both alliances do have at least one note. Red Alliance chooses to amplify their speaker. First amplified note goes on in on behalf of the Red Alliance Husky Robotics. Coming down now to the final minute of qualification, match number 6. Red Alliance is in the lead, 31-23. Husky continues to do the assist for the Red Alliance. It looks like this time they are going to cross completely over into their own wing. For Blue, one note going into the amp. Warrior Bots trying to get that amplification started. Limbloom on standby with a note inside of their launcher. Gear It Backward, their alliance partner. No note in their robot, but they're strafing right between Maquanago and Husky. Blue Alliance gets a note scored on up by Limbloom, 2 points in the speaker. 30 seconds remaining in match number 6. Score is Red Alliance leads 34-25. Final 20 seconds underway now. Robots returning to their stage zones. Gear It Backward already ready for a park. Limbloom and Warrior Bots looking to climb for the Blue Alliance. Husky has extended their hook on up. We're down to the final 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and as the match ends, Maquanago 930 for the Red Alliance. They're going to be on stage, picking up 3 points. Final results of the match coming up. It is the Red Alliance 44-28 in qualification match number 6.
No fear anymore. No fear anymore.
let's introduce our teams for qualification match number 6. Starting off, they are the kings of the competition. It's 54-42.
They're from Washington, Illinois, Mechanical Monarchy.
Next up, it's not rocket science, it's 35-96.
That's Rocket Robotics from South Milwaukee.
And finally, this team, they're not just normal, they're above everything else. You might even say they're a little extra. It's 99-97.
Representing Cedarburg, Wisconsin, Hextra Hounds.
Over on the Blue Alliance, they are looking to disrupt the competition. It's 99-99.
Innovation Disruptive from Davenport.
Next up, these dogs are let out and loose. It's 99-95.
From Peoria, that's Argos B.
And rounding out our host, these Pirates are looking to plunder the competition. It's 24-81.
From here in Tremont, Illinois, the Roboteers.
It's coming at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need it. I need it. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need it. That's when we need each other. 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 That's when we need each other.
have a thumbs up from our FTA drivers behind the lines. Let's kick this thing off in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, let's start that again. Drivers behind the lines. Kick this thing off in 3, 2, 1, go.
Autonomous gets started. Red Alliance goes 2 for 3 on their preload. Over on blue, we've got Roboteer coming back to the center of the field. We see an A-stop over with Argos. Roboteer going for their 4th note of their autonomous. It looks like they are up, bounces off the top as drivers step forward. Red Alliance leads 19-7, but the Blue Alliance, they have got a ton of notes ready to go over on the Blue Alliance wing. Innovation Disruptive for the Blue Alliance, that's 99.99 notes inside of their roller launching mechanism. It just barely is a little bit off to the left as they line up on the subwoofer for Blue. They're going to try to intake under bumper one more time and get that note up into the speaker. Meanwhile, over on the red side of the field, check out 35 at 96. Taking a look at where they are, we do not see a robot signal light, but they definitely do have control of that robot. Rocket Robotics, they go up and score a quick 2 points for the Red Alliance. Their alliance partner, Hextra Hounds, they're working on the amp for Red. 2nd note in that Hextra Hounds intake. It's going to be dropped off into the amp. Amp now on standby for the Red Alliance, but Blue Alliance, they just wrapped up an amplification period over there with Roboteer's Argos B and Disruptive Innovation. Disruptive working out of the Blue Alliance source zone. They're going to intake under bumper, get that note loaded into their rolling launcher, and they'll make their way over out of the Red Alliance wing back to the Blue Alliance for scoring. Hextra Hounds get an amplified note up and scored. Mechanical Monarchy following behind them. The amplification runs down though for the Red Alliance, so Mechanical might change their focus. They still aim up at the speaker for the Red Alliance, allowing Hextra to work on the amp. Amplified note gets scored by Innovation Disruptive for Blue. Roboteers right behind them, 2 notes amplified. They are catching up with 35 seconds remaining in qualification match number 7 here at Roboteer Rumble 2024. Red Alliance leads 31-27. All 3 red robots, they are in that Red Alliance wing. They want to stretch that lead out if they can. Mechanical Monarchy takes aim. 20 seconds remaining in the match. Mechanical Monarchy's arm goes back down. We do see Hextra and Rocket, all 3 of those red robots back in the wing. First robot up is Argos B, and they have a trap mechanism on that robot. Down to the final 5 seconds of the match, and spotlit by the Roboteer's human player. Roboteers, they look like they're on stage as well for a harmony for the Blue Alliance as time expires in match number 7. Results of that match coming on up. We've got a Blue Alliance victory, 52-39 for match number 7. Attention robot fans, quick note from our event staff. We will be replaying qualification match number 6. Again, to repeat, a replay of qualification match number 6 immediately following the end of qualifications today. That will be after match number 30.
now at the part of the day where teams are starting to dial in. They've gotten their first matches underneath their belt, and we're going to start seeing some even faster robot action out on this field as teams continue to get the bugs worked out. So let's introduce our teams for match number 8, starting off with some of the thickest skin here at the competition. It's 99-98.
Out of Whitewater, Wisconsin, Farrah Burmis.
Their alliance partners, let's give a round of applause for 44-23.
That's Bravo Bots from Metamora.
And their alliance partner is coated in that lovely Ferris metal. It's 58-47.
Representing Bradley, Illinois, Ironclad.
Let's take it over to Blue Alliance. This team has no limits. It's 90-82.
From Pleasant Valley, Iowa, No Limit.
That seems I'm missing my watch. What time is it?
9:30, Maquanago Bears.
And finally, rounding out, these hounds are looking to bark up the wrong tree. It's 31-97.
That's Hex Hounds from Cedarburg, Wisconsin.
We have our thumbs up from an FTA. Drivers behind the line. Let's kick this thing off in 3, 2, 1, go.
As Auton gets started here in match number 9, we've got 2 notes going up for the Red Alliance. Let's check out the action over on Blue. We see Hex Hounds and Maquanago working on some coordinated autonomous. Maquanago with a last-second launch. They'll go up for 5 points for the Blue Alliance. Brings their score to 14-14, all tied up as drivers step forward here in Teleop. Maquanago, they immediately start cleaning up notes off that center tape line. They're going to pass it to their friends Hex Hounds and No Limit. Maquanago cleans up 4 before Ironclad's able to make their way on over on behalf of the Red Alliance. That note from the Red Alliance from Ironclad 5847 unfortunately rolls up and off the surface of the amp, but their second attempt makes their way on in. Red Alliance has chosen to spend their first note on cooperation. The Blue Alliance not yet, and time running out to make that choice. Meanwhile, checking out those Blue Alliance robots, Hex Hounds and Maquanago, they're lined up right in front of the Blue Alliance speaker, while third member of the Blue Alliance, they receive a note out of that source zone, push their way through the Red Alliance wing, and now return home, looking to take aim. First note goes up for the Blue Alliance from Maquanago. A second note from Maquanago, and now No Limit lining up with a third note scored in just a few moments for that Blue Alliance. But while unamplified, they're only able to grab onto a 1-point lead and now tied for Blue and Red at 28 points apiece with 1 minute remaining. Status of the amps at the moment, we've got 1 note loaded up for the Red Alliance. It does look like Ironclad's going to be making their way on back. Meanwhile, Bravo Bots and Farrah Burmis. Farrah Burmis, a pushing match between them and their friends from Wisconsin, Hex Hounds. Bravo Bots trying to get their way out of the Red Alliance source zone. They break free. They're hanging out inside their wing. Big collision between them and Maquanago. It does look like, though, over near that Blue Alliance source, No Limit, unfortunately motionless. Don't see a lot of lights inside of that robot at the moment. They might have lost power over on the Blue Alliance source zone. Getting as close a look as we can as we enter the final 20 seconds of this match. Maquanago receives, comes on over. Gap of 5 points only between these alliances. Maquanago tries to get into their stage zone. Ironclad, unfortunately, hanging out in there. First robot coming up off the ground with 3 seconds remaining. 44-23 for the Red Alliance Bravo Bots, while Hex Hounds attempt to do the same for the Blue Alliance.
Open your eyes.
Results of that match are in. Let's take a look at the Blue Alliance victory, 53-41 in qualification match number 8.
Okay, cool.
Let's introduce our teams for match number 9 here at Roboteer Rumble. First off, they're ironing out the kinks and looking to take home this competition. It's 65-74.
Theradermis.
Their alliance partners giving away free high fives. It's 33-97.
Robo Lions.
And rounding out this alliance, they're looking to rock their way all the way to the top. It's 99-96.
Ratchet Rockers B.
Over on the Blue Alliance side, they're blooming up. It's 17-81.
Lindblom Electric Eagles.
Their alliance partners, these dragons are soaring high and ready to roar. It's 71-17.
Robotic Dragons.
And rounding out with their mascot, Skelly, which you'll hear more about soon. It's 99-91.
Midas B.
We have a thumbs up from our FBA drivers behind the line. Let's kick this thing off in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
99.96 for the Red Alliance. That's Ratchet Rockers B. They're getting moving quickly. Their preload and then a pickup from those near notes. They go back for an additional one that frisbees off of the front surface of the speaker. Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance, we've got 3 notes scored autonomously. That'll start them out with the lead here in qualification. Match number 9, to 17 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Limblum Electric Eagles in blue working on an intake out of one of those center notes. Note gets rejected as they fall on through. Their alliance partner, Robotic Dragons, they had a note stuck on an arm on their robot. They were able to lose it though. First note in the amp goes to Limblum and the Blue Alliance spent on cooperation. Meanwhile, Ferrodermis in red, they are working on their first note through that amp. Tons of notes available over on the red wing side of the field. 9991, Midas B and Limblum in blue working on picking those on up, while Robotic Dragons hangs out midfield. Now back in the Blue Alliance wing. Minute and a half remaining in the match. Blue in the lead, but only by 1 point now. Ferrodermis gets that note into the amp. Their partner, Ratchet Rockers B, trying to get the second, while Robo Lions with the assist, piling up notes over in the Red Alliance amp corner. Those notes pretty safe for the Red Alliance. Very easy to keep them there, avoiding a collision with a Blue Alliance robot. Excellent patience on the human player on the Red Alliance amp. They get 2 notes scored amplified. That's going to push them into the lead as we enter the final minute of qualification match number 9. Amp winds down for the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, Blue is working on their next. Limblum drops 1 note into the Blue Alliance speaker, picks up a second to bring it home. Robotic Dragons, their alliance partner, right in front of their drive station, while Midas B lofts notes on over out of the Red Alliance wing. They cross into the center of the field and give them to their alliance partners in the blue wing. Taking aim for the Blue Alliance is Limblum as the amplification gets started. 5 quick points, but Red still in the lead, and we see Ratchet Rockers working on another amp cycle here. 20 seconds remaining in the match. Robots racing home to their stage zones. First robot to make contact with the chain for the Red Alliance is Ferrodermis. Limblum does it for Blue, and so does Midas. Limblum up and scored on stage in the final 3 seconds. Ferrodermis also with some parks all around. We've got 2 robots on stage for Blue, 1 for Red, and plenty of robots in that stage zone. Final results coming up shortly. Final results coming on up. The winner of the match is the Red Alliance, 81-48 in that match. We will see 4 ranking points going home with the Red Alliance. Despite those 5 points on stage, it does look like we had a G424 in that match, awarding the Red Alliance that ensemble ranking point.
10, or this is match number 10. We got 30 coming up here in total at Roboteer Rumble. Almost a third of the way done. Let's introduce our team. Starting up, looking to disrupt the competition. It's 63-17.
Disruptive innovation.
And their alliance partners looking to take a bite out of the competition. These cool cats are 27-04.
Roaring Robotics.
Rounding off with their mascot, Skelett, it's 94-01.
Midas's Mayhem.
Let's take it off to the Blue Alliance with this team looking to blast off. It's 41-43.
Mars Wars.
And next up, currently this team right now looking to take it all the way to the top. It's 51-25.
Hawks on the horizon.
And rounding out, this team says move on over. They're going to make some high scores in this event. It's 42-13.
Metal Cow Robotics.
We have a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the line. Let's kick this thing off in 3, 2, 1. Crescendo!
Qualification match number 10 underway now. Multiple notes going up for the Red Alliance. They're at 15 points so far. Blue now getting their second and third. Metal Cow goes back for bonus notes out of those preload positions right in front of them while Mars Wars cleans up the center line tape and drivers step forward. Red Alliance put away a ton of notes right there at the end of Autonomous while Roaring Robotics gets to work right away for Red. First note in the amp immediately spent on cooperation by the human player behind that amp. 2704 gets the second note now. They've got no more options for the Red Alliance in their wings, so they move out of the way. Midas swoops on in. They're going to feed that note up into their manipulator. It looks like they had some trouble coordinating it into their amp scorer, but now amplification on standby for the Red Alliance in the first few moments of teleop. Meanwhile, back over on Blue, Hawks on the horizon, Metal Cow and Mars. Mars working on the Blue Alliance amp. One note there so far. Their first note also spent on co-op, but the Red Alliance already amplified here. 63-17 disruptive innovation from Davenport. They put up a note for the Blue Alliance, and they're going to steal a note quickly from that Blue Alliance source zone before Metal Cow and Mars are able to get there and pick up from their human players behind the field wall. Roaring Robotics drops off the second note toward amplification while Blue hits their amp cycle here. Note tries to go up from Mars. It bounces off the April tags in front of the speaker. Hawks on the horizon, no note in their arm at the moment. They're going to rotate around in that wing looking for options for the Blue Alliance as we enter the final minute of qualification match number 10. Red Alliance in the lead, 66-33. 63-17, they go up and score in the speaker. They've got a note right in front of them, and it looks like Roaring will be the one to pick it up for the Red Alliance. Hawks on the horizon, they've now intaked a note into their arm. It looks like they'll take aim and launch. Mars Wars working on the amp for the Blue Alliance. And Metal Cow strafing center field. They're sticking tight to Midas's Mayhem, but Midas breaks free and gets an amplified note up into the speaker. With 20 seconds remaining in the match, big Red Alliance lead. Blue approaching the stage. Metal Cow and Mars, both of them in their stage zone. Meanwhile, Roaring, the first one to get there for Red. We might have an attempt at harmonization over on the Red Alliance. We see Roaring getting on up. Their alliance partner Disruptive making contact with the chain, but when time expires, it looks like all of our robots on the ground and parked in their stage zone. Final results coming up. The winner is the Red Alliance, 85-39 in that match. 3 ranking points going home with the Red Alliance.
Well, Robot fans, we've made it to the big 1-1 match number 11. Let's introduce ourselves to our competing teams. Getting things started with their Robot Frog. It's 64-21.
From Muskego, Wisconsin, it's Warrior Bots.
And next up, a team that always knows how to solve a problem and fix a mistake. It's 4096.
Control Z from Champaign, Illinois.
And finally, let's hear it for Team 112.
It's Arlington Heights Zone +1.
Over on our Blue Alliance, we take flight with 7657.
Out of Evansville, Indiana, Thunderbots.
Let out a howl for 1756.
From Peoria, Argos.
And finally, shovels at the ready. It's 2040.
From Dunlap, Illinois, Dirt, Dunlap Eagles Robotics Team.
Match number 11 ready to get underway. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo.
Autonomous now underway. We are more than a third of the way through the qualification matches. Flurry of notes going up for the Red Alliance coming from all 3 of their robots. Blue Alliance working on the same as Argos races out to the midline to grab a note and score it. +1 doing the same, but going just above the speaker. Your score coming out of Autonomous, just 2 points difference, 31-29. We already see Argos getting quick to work with some shuttling duty to Thunderbots. Thunderbots working on scoring into the Blue Alliance amp. Argos' notes starting to sit on the floor for the Thunderbots to work with. We see their alliance partner 2040 Dirt lining up to score a note they have, just barely missing, and it goes back to the floor. Over on the Red Alliance side of the field, we do see Warrior Bots lined up in the amp zone, possibly moving over to go and drop a note off in that amplifier if they can. 4096 Control Z moving in with their own note, possibly to score in the speaker, but they seem to be playing defense on 7657 Thunderbots. Now moving to do the same to 1756 Argos, trying to just slow the Blue Alliance down. We have 80 seconds to go, 36-32. It is still a tight match. We see more work on the Blue Alliance. Thunderbots go up with a note. Dirt possibly looking to do the same as they line up to score and do. Argos following them up in this scoring volley. +1 Wild staying with their rainbow-colored blanket, going out to score in the amp. Red Alliance is now ready to amplify when they feel the time is right. With the Warrior bots lining up, this may be the time they decide to do it if this shot goes in. Warrior bots lines up, shoots, and indeed the Red Alliance chooses to amplify the speaker. Control Z still holding their defensive role, lined up waiting to stop any incoming Blue Alliance robots, which they do with the Thunderbots, slowing down this alliance. 1756 Argos lining up one last time to score as we had 25 seconds to go and endgame approaches. We see more as we hit the endgame. Another amp score by +1, 1 point to the Red Alliance. Warrior bots lining up to score a note of their own. As we enter the final 10 seconds, no robots really looking to climb yet. First high notes going up for the Blue Alliance, joined by Red. We see Thunderbots possibly reaching up to try and score, as did Control Z, but time expires with all 6 robots on the ground. Tentative score is 43-41. Your final score is coming up in just a moment. We have your final score of this match by 1 point. The Blue Alliance takes it, 45-44.
Let's keep her moving here in match number 12, where we've got another 6 incredible teams getting ready to compete on the field. And the first of those incredible teams, it's 111.
From Arlington Heights, Illinois, Wild Stang.
In that middle station, rock on, it's 1706.
From Wentzville, Missouri, Ratchet Rockers.
And this team never runs from a fight, you might just say. They've got skin of iron. It's 65-74.
From Whitewater, Wisconsin, Farrah Dermis.
Moving to our Blue Alliance, let's hear it for 23-38.
From Oswego, Illinois, Gear It Forward.
Next up, it's all about the Hounds. We got 2 of them. We begin with 3061.
From Naperville, Husky Robotics.
And of course, the other, it's 9997.
Out of Cedarburg, Wisconsin, Hextra Hounds.
Told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I
you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, 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 hours. And it's coming down to now, and now, and now, and now, and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that
Drivers behind the lines. Match number 12 in 3, 2, 1. Crescendo!
Autonomous now underway. Already 4 notes up for the Red Alliance. 2 more going from Ratchet Rockers and Wild Stang, but Ratchet Rockers not quite making it on their first try. They do make it on this shot, though. Blue Alliance also scoring quite a few notes. Only 5 points separate these alliances, 34 to 29. Already a lot of action near the Blue Alliance source zone. Here forward grabbed a note from the midfield and dropped it off in their amplifier. Husky Robotics appears to be taking a more shuttling job as they take notes out to the midfield. A mid-air collision between notes. Don't think I've seen that one before. Here forward making quick work on the Blue Alliance amplifier, dropping off notes to build it up and allowing the Alliance to amplify as need be. Red Alliance already amplified for the first time. A note going up from 6574, that's Paradermis, followed by their Alliance partner 1706, Ratchet Rockers. Blue Alliance amplified on their own. Husky Robotics 3061 goes up with one. Gear it forward, doing the same with 2 separate notes. The one just teetering on the edge of amplified. We see the Hextra Hounds in the stage zone looking to collect a note, which they will. Possibly going to then score that note as they can. Husky Robotics still working their shuttling job as defense has not come into play in this match. We see Ratchet Rockers playing their, we see both alliances running shuttlers, Ratchet Rockers for red and Huskies for blue. A bit of a collision between Wild Stang and Husky Robotics, but they make it work. Huskies comes down to score one last amplified note in the speaker. Red Alliance make quick work of their own as we enter 45 seconds left to go. Exactly tied at 75 points. This could be anyone's game. Both alliances have the Melody ranking point at this moment. So they are both walking home with at least 1 ranking point after this match. Blue Alliance amplified, 3 total notes go up, 2 carried forward, 1 from Husky Robotics. We see Hextra Hounds in the midfield going to work on a defensive role, slowing down Red Alliance Robots 6574 Paradermis and 1706 Ratchet Rockers. Already a trap is out from Gear It Forward with 20 seconds to go. That's 5 points. We see some high notes going up, but none land on the microphone. That changes, though, as the Red Alliance gets a spotlight if any robots are in the air on that chain. In the final 2-1, your final score, 100 to 98 tentatively. Changed to 100 to 100, all tied tentatively. Your final score is in just a moment.
Hey everyone, quick reminder, the office hours with the Illinois Regional Director is in the band room at 11 a.m. So that's marked on the map. You have to walk through the volunteer room to get there. So you can walk through the volunteer room, office hours with the Illinois Regional Director at 11 a.m. Thank you.
We have your final score for that match. It was a combined score of 216 points, an incredibly strong showing from both alliances. and the final score is 114 to 102 for the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance taking home all 4 ranking points. Red Alliance not going home empty-handed. They also get a Melody bonus.
Match number 13. Next up on the docket, let's meet those teams. Starting in red as always, coming to us from Iowa, it's 63-17.
Out of Davenport, Disruptive Innovation.
And getting ready on the field, I see a battery, always a good strategy. 99-95.
From just up the road in Peoria, it's Argos B.
And finally, let's hear it for 7657.
Out of the New Tech Institute in Evansville, Indiana, Thunderbots.
Moving on over to our Blue Alliance, a team that wears blue very well. It's 40-96.
Out of Champaign, Control Z.
And now get ready to let those roars out for 2704.
From Naperville, Roaring Robotics.
And last but not least, another team very good at letting those roars out. It's 33-97.
Out of St. Louis, Robo Lion.
With the all clear, match 13 in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
We are now approaching the halfway point of our qualification matches. Notes quickly going up and a midfield battle between 4096 Control Z and 7657 Thunderbots. Control Z ultimately winning that and taking a note back to score in their speaker. Coming out of the autonomous period, Red Alliance leads 24-11. We now see all 3 Red Alliance robots in their zone near their speaker. Disruptive Innovation, however, makes their way out to the midfield to collect a note. Argos B lines up to shoot, just barely misses. Thunderbots popping a note up into the air towards the ceiling, going to recollect it. We see Robo Alliance starting to adopt a shuttling method for their alliance, throwing them down towards the speaker zone, where their alliance partner, Roaring Robotics, that's 2704, down by the Red Alliance source, is there. Control Z and Robo Alliance have both now made their way over to that Blue Alliance speaker and are lined up to shoot. Control Z goes up, but just barely misses. Robo Alliance lining up to try and make one in. We see Disruptive Innovation 6317 for the Red Alliance going up towards the amplifier, dropping off successfully. Their partner 7657 Thunderbots goes up and scores an amplified note. 5 points to the Red Alliance as Thunderbots does it again for 10 total points. Blue Alliance now amplified. We have about 5 more seconds where any note scored in the speaker will be worth 5 points instead of 2, but that expires at this time. We are 55 seconds to go, 51-19, advantage Red, as we see a lot of action down by the Red source zone. 3397 Robo Alliance working to play defense, but Argos B and the Alliance partner slip just past them. Roaring Robotics still making great work of the scoring as Control Z moves in to shoot one up into their speaker, but possibly having some issues after a hard hit with the stage, though they appear to be working again. Roaring Robotics lines up to drop a second note off in the amp. This will allow the Blue Alliance to do one last amplification if they so choose in the final 20-second endgame of the match. Our first movement towards the stage comes from Thunderbots. They're lining up and pulling up on the chain. They are airborne. As long as they can hold it, that will get them some good points. Argos B lining up to go in the climb, and they have a note. They may go for the trap. We will see soon as we enter the final moments of the match. 2 robots in the air, both for Red. Your tentative score, 56-22. Your final score coming up in just a moment. Have your final score. This one is going to the Red Alliance with a score of 63-25.
Match number 14 on the field. Let's meet some stellar competitors. Getting started with the wacky tie-dye of 111.
It's Wild Stang.
Next up, make way for the Kings. It's 9991.
From Troy, Missouri, Midas B.
And finally, we've got 6421.
It's Warrior Bots.
over to our Blue Alliance. We begin with 31-97.
Hex Hounds.
In the center station, this team, I don't know, maybe they do rust. We'll see. Well, it's 99-98.
It's Farah Burmis.
And finally, from right down the street, it's 41-43.
Mars Wars.
With the all clear, match 14 in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
Already we see quick work by both alliances. Blue sends 2 notes up, and we now have a conflict in the midfield between 41-43 Mars Wars and 111 Wildstang. Wildstang was able to get away with that note, but Mars Wars did displace a note to decrease the Red Alliance's overall scoring. 31-19 is the score now. Advantage Red Alliance as Wildstang quickly moves in to collect a note that they had moved on them in the middle of Autonomous. Mars Wars goes up for the first amp score from either alliance, dropping a note off into the Blue Alliance amplifier, as their partners Farah Burmis have a note in their manipulator and are possibly trying to go and score it. Hex Hounds appearing to have some communications difficulties. We will hopefully see them get that resolved shortly. Over on the Red Alliance side, we see Wildstang working to add a note to the amplifier. We now have 1 note in for Red there. Blue Alliance is amplified, and Mars Wars possibly looking to take advantage of that, lining up to score, but not quite getting it in time. We see Midas B adopting a shuttling strategy, collecting notes from the Red Alliance source zone and scoring them over into, and dropping them off to their partners over by the scoring areas. Midas B now switches over to go and score themselves up into the Red Alliance speaker, as Warrior Bots goes up and does the same. Red Alliance now amplified, so now those notes in the speaker are worth more than they normally would be. We see Mars Wars with a note in their manipulator heading over towards the speaker. They go up, and Blue Alliance now amplified. That note will be 5 points to the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance looking to possibly do the same. We now have 2 notes in the amplifier for them as Wildstang lines up to shoot. Doesn't quite make it though, as they go to try and score again. We are now in the final 30 seconds of the match, as we see teams possibly start to think about the end game, and high notes will soon come into play. Red Alliance amplified once again. Warrior Bots over on that side of the field lined up to possibly score, but they were not quite able to do it in time. Our first reach up comes from Mars Wars, though they may be having some alignment difficulties at this moment. We see Midas B going up with their hook to try and climb in the final 3, 2, 1. And as time expires, we have 1 robot in the air, that being Midas B of the Red Alliance. Everyone else on the ground, your final score coming up in just a moment.
I've awoken, so let me show you that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that fake talk, fear that you splattered. Push me to right here, a new chapter.
Waiting for the flag to fall here now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it here now. This is the moment.
We have a final score. This match going to the Red Alliance with a score of 97-36.
One too many times that I've been stuck patient on my downfall. Answer those secrets. thinking while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to those who try to take it. One shot to get two paid, and my three wet like lemonade. 4 times and I step back just to reload and I let it spray. This is everything that I need, everything that I wanted, everything that I bleed. This is victory and I got it, cause I'm here now,
Waiting for the flag to fall.
waiting, here now,
Cutting through the rolling
fall.
You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it. Here, now, this is the moment.
Right here, right now, right now.
Now, waiting for the curtain call. Here, now, this is the moment.
Now, before we meet our match 15 teams, I have one of the most exciting announcements of the day. And that is that pre-ordered team meals are now available for pickup. You can pick up your team meals anytime between now and 2 p.m. So, as your team gets ready to grab some grub, let's meet our match 15 competitors, getting things started on the Red Alliance with 54-42.
From Washington, Illinois, it's Mechanical Monarchy.
Next up, give me a move for 42-13.
From Bloomington, Metal Cow Robotics.
And finally, we've got Team 3061.
From Naperville, Husky Robotics.
Moving over to our Blue Alliance, we get it started with 44-23.
From Metamora, Bravo Bots.
Next up, ready to take flight, it's 51-25.
From Chicago, Hawks on the Horizon.
And finally, ready to rock, it's 99-96.
From Woodsville, Missouri, Ratchet Rockers B.
with the all clear. Match 15 getting underway in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
We see a flurry of notes going up from the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance working on the same as Ratchet Rockers B moves around to possibly try and score. Husky Robotics still whizzing around the red side of the field, grabbing notes from the midline to go and score. At the end of Autonomous, your score all tied up at 12. Husky Robotics makes the first teleop moves to the midline, grabbing a note and then going to shuttle it back to their alliance partners, landing it right near the intake of Metal Cow Robotics. That's 42-13. However, it will actually be retrieved by 54-42 Mechanical Monarchy, who go to score it in the amplifier. Blue Alliance has Hawks on the horizon going and collecting a note from the source zone, joined by Ratchet Rockers B. As over in by the Blue Alliance speaker, we just saw Bravo Bots going to collect a note, but not quite able to get it. Their alliance partners, Ratchet Rockers B, 9996, will do it instead. Blue Alliance now amplified, but that amplification ends. We are now at 85 seconds to go, 26-18, leading to the Blue Alliance. We see Hawks on the horizon lining up to score for the Blue Alliance. Line up with the speaker. They are aimed up and possibly ready to go, which they will. 2 points to the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance is amplified. Huskies goes up, as does Mechanical Monarchy. Metal Cow lined up, but didn't quite get it in time. Mechanical Monarchy now making quick work to try and get to another amplification period. We see more shuttling out of the Red Alliance. Husky Robotics down back in the Red Alliance source zone to go and collect notes and shuttle them over. We also now see Hawks on the horizon possibly facing a bit of opportunistic defense from the Red Alliance, as Husky Robotics in a brief visit worked with them. Blue Alliance still making quick work. We have Ratchet Rockers B going to collect a note, as we see Bravo Bots taking on a possibly more defensive role to try and slow some of these teams down. We do appear to have some sort of wire in the field, so some robot may be impacted by a missing wire at this time. It would appear as though that may have come off of Bravo Bots, as they have some wires hanging off the side of their robot. Endgame has now begun, 7 seconds to go. We have one high note up on a microphone for the Blue Alliance. If a robot can get in the air, it will be a boost to the score. At match end, one robot in the air, and that's Husky Robotics of Red. Your tentative score is done. Your final score is coming up in just a moment. We have a final score, this one going to the Red Alliance with a score of 50-45.
It's time for match number 16, which means we are halfway through these qualification rounds here at Roboteer Rumble. Let's introduce our coming up teams. First off, it has been finalized in the pits. The marriage between Skelly and Skelet is official. It's 9401.
Midas's Mayhem.
Just going. All right, next up, they're looking for a little bit of disruption on the field. It's 9999.
Innovation Disruptive.
And rounding out from the south side, hey, they're looking to fly away with the competition. It's 1781.
Lindblom Electric Eagles.
Over on the Blue Alliance, these dogs are looking to get a little dirty out there. It's 1756.
Argos.
Their alliance partner going to do whatever it takes, including taking a few kneecaps. It's 9082.
No Limits.
And rounding out this team is rocking the way to the top. It's 1706.
Ratchet Rockers.
We have a thumbs up from our FTA drivers behind the line. Let's kick this thing off in 3, 2, 1. Crescendo!
Autonomous begins. We see Ratchet Rockers right away for the Blue Alliance. Get their preload, go back to the center tape. Them and Argos cleaning up over on Blue. Shifting our attention to Red, we see an ace stop from Lindblom. We see 9401. Midas's Mayhem with the last second score in Autonomous for the Red Alliance. Red takes the early lead, 19-14. Argos, Ratchet, and No Limit, all three Blue Alliance robots hanging out in their wing to get started. They have a lot of notes to choose from. So does the Red Alliance. Over on Red, first note is spent on cooperation. The Blue Alliance with Ratchet does the same. First note loaded into the amp toward amplification now. The second one lands first for Argos and the Blue Alliance. Argos goes up, human player amplifies, 5 points for the Blue Alliance. Ratchet right behind them, a 10-point amp so far. We'll see if No Limit can make their way on back, but Innovation Disruptive, they're playing some defense. That robot ends up making their way toward that Blue Alliance source zone corner, while Argos and Ratchet are fighting their way on over. Midas's Mayhem for the Red Alliance. They have shifted to working out of the Red Alliance source zone. They are lofting notes up and over the Red Alliance stage. They're getting picked up by Lindblom. Lindblom trying to get them into the amp for the Red Alliance. One note scored so far into that amp. It looks like a second one going in now, so amplification on standby coming up soon for the Red Alliance. Back over on Blue, they've got amp on standby also. First robot to return to the wing will be Argos. They're going to go up, and the human player from Ratchet will amplify. 5 quick points for the Blue Alliance. 45 seconds remaining in the match. Blue in the lead, 58-41. Amp on standby for Red. This can be their chance to come back in this match. 1781, they take aim, launch. 5 points for the Red Alliance. Midas's Mayhem behind them, another amplified note. Red still trying to catch up to that lead, though, in the final 30 seconds of qualification, match number 16. Argos underneath that Red Alliance stage as the 20-second sound goes off. A last note attempt from the offense on the Red Alliance, while we see Disruptive Innovation second robot. They're hanging out underneath that stage zone. Final 10 seconds here. Lindblom is on stage. Over on the Blue Alliance, No Limit is on stage as time expires. Ratchet and Argos also attempt to get up off the playing field floor, and that will wrap up qualification match number 16. Final scores are here. Let's check them out. The winner is the Blue Alliance, 76-67.
It's time to introduce our teams for match number 17. Starting off, it ain't rocket science, it's... They tried. 35-96.
It's Rocket Robotics.
Next up on their alliance, this team right now looking to eat some ramen out of those hats. It's 99-88.
Gear it backward.
And finally, rounding out this alliance, now a little bit more forwards than their backwards alliance partners. It's 23-38.
Gear it forward.
Red Alliance is hungry today. Over on the Blue Alliance side, starting off, they ain't one, they ain't two, they're one more than that. It's 1-1-2.
+1.
Their alliance partners, powered, fueled, and coldly absorbed in Monster Energy drinks. It's 71-17.
Robotic Dragons.
And rounding it out with their robot Orpheus, it's 58-47.
Ironclad.
I don't got shit, who's asking? If it don't fit, I'm passing. If I go in, I'm blasting. Let me go home like Manson. Let me taste blood like Manson. Let me taste blood, I put it through handsome. Let me get up like laughing. Hitting the curve, no crash. I said he back, I said he dripping, no drip, no check. I swear I'm running this shit like Jack. Play with my penis, I'm putting it back. I'm putting it back, making it shit, I'm making it smack. Make it so hard that it crack, yeah. Making it kick with a clap, yeah. I bag the baddest bitch, she bad as shit, I'm bad at this. I got the benefits, I managed this, I had to hit. I'm at the father figure from above. I wish he had his figured at me when I showed him love. I'm back to winning, yeah. I'm back to quitting myself in prison, got shit to finish, yeah. I had a minute, yeah. Ain't had to live it, no. I'm back to winning, I'm back to business, I'm back to finish, yeah. I'm back to winning. All your stuff like catch me up.
We have a thumbs up from our FTA drivers behind the line. Let's kick this thing off in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
All 3 notes go up immediately on the preload for the Red Alliance. Blue launches theirs, but those robots will make their way to that center line first. +1 and their alliance partner Ironclad. They are working out of the center while their final partner Robotic Dragon stays home right in front of the subwoofer. Drivers in control here in qualification match number 17. Red Alliance with an early lead thanks to all of those notes getting scored perfectly right as the match began. Gear it forward for the Red Alliance and their partner Gear It Backward, sibling team here from Oswego. Gear it forward, focusing on the amp backward. They're approaching the speaker. Final member of that alliance is Rocket Robotics. Rocket does have a note in their possession. It looks like Gear's second robot picking up off the playing field floor. Those robots both hanging out in front of the speaker, while Gear It Forward's primary bot, they come to the center of the field, work on the assist over into the corner. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance has been at work amplified. They bring their score up to 26. They still trail 26-34 in favor of the Red Alliance with 1.5 minutes remaining in the match. Ironclad 5847 wearing blue bumpers this match. We hear a lot of noise coming out of their robot as they make their way on back to the Blue Alliance wing. They're hanging out between that Blue Alliance source zone and getting out of the red wing. Meanwhile, while amplified, Rocket goes up, scores a quick 5 points for the Red Alliance. Ironclad tries to get an assist started, but unfortunately a note bounces off the playing field floor, landing inside of the Ironclad robot. They'll have to lose that note if they want to be able to intake additional notes through the remainder of this match. With 45 seconds remaining, the Red Alliance leads 62-29. All 3 blue robots coming out of the red wing at the moment. +1 is the first to return home. They approach the amp. They've got 1 more amp cycle in them if they can get that note scored for that amp to be at the ready. Both alliances with 1 note preloaded in their amp at the moment. It looks like the attention, though, will shift to the stages here in the final 20 seconds of the match. First robot up off the ground is Gear It Forward, and they're in the trap. 8 points so far for Gear. If they get 1 more robot up off the ground, that will be the RP for this Red Alliance. And Rocket Robotics climbing on stage for Red. As time expires, we see Ironclad, their alliance partner Robotic Dragons, getting on stage as +1 gets into that stage zone in the final seconds of the match. Final results of the match are here. Give it up for the Red Alliance, 76-34 in that match.
time for qualification match number 18. And with that, we ask one very fundamental question. What time is it? 9:30.
Mukwonago Bears.
The Alliance partners looking to get a little dirty. It's 2040.
Dirt Dunlap Eagles Robotics Team.
And rounding out, taking this war off this planet all the way to Mars, it's 4143.
Mars Wars.
Let's throw it over to the Blue Alliance, where these pirates are looking to set sail. It's 2481.
Roboteers.
Their alliance partners, these royalty, looking to take it all the way to the top. It's 5442.
Mechanical Monarchy.
And rounding it out, this alliance is some of the thickest skin of the competition. Almost irony, if you'd say. It's 6574.
Theradermis.
We have a thumbs up from our FTA drivers behind the line. Let's kick this thing off in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo.
Over on red, we've got Mars Wars and Mukwonago Bears. This match playing without their alliance partner Dirt, but Mars still cleaning up those near notes while Mukwonago goes to the center line notes. Over on the blue side, Roboteers just barely beating Mars Wars to that last note on the white center tape. As drivers step forward, Red Alliance advantage 24-22. Tremont Roboteers, they are given a long shot from the center of the field. It looks like they are able to target the speaker in that center zone of the field. They launch those notes on over. Let's follow them as they break through. They'll go all the way over to their wing now, launching up into the Blue Alliance speaker. Mars Wars for the Red Alliance, 4143. We do have a blinking robot signal light, but no motion from that robot at the moment. Mukwonago Bears 930 solid robot signal light in front of the Red Alliance subwoofer. Minute and a half remaining in the match. Unfortunately, Red Alliance motionless, Blue Alliance still working here. Roboteers go out of the center zone of the field. They pass their note on over to their amp scorer, and they're going to deposit that note into the amp 1 LED light lit over on the blue amp. Second one coming in from their alliance partner, Theradermis. Now amplification on standby. Monarchy in blue, they're gonna lob a shot on over right in front of Theradermis while they're able to get a note scored while amped. Roboteers do the same. It looks like a 3-note amp cycle for the Blue Alliance. That's gonna stretch their lead here, 57-24. Over on red, unfortunately, still no motion from either of those robots, so Blue Alliance able to work out of that source zone. Monarchy picks up off the playing field floor. Roboteers swerve in right behind them. Under bumper intake on Roboteers and a very fast drivetrain. They cross their way all the way from that source zone corner over to the Blue Alliance wing. Amplification on standby once again for blue. Human players waiting it out for Roboteers to be able to score. Now Theradermis going with the second note. Monarchy coming in with the attempt at getting on stage with 20 seconds remaining in qualification match number 18. A little bit of motion now from Mars Wars in the final moments, and Mukwonago scooching on forward for a moment too. Last 10 seconds underway. Mars Wars does make their way into that stage zone. All 3 Blue Alliance robots getting to the stage zone as well, and Theradermis up on stage for 3 points for the Blue Alliance.
Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But I can feel it.
Final score is here. The winner of the match, the Blue Alliance, 78-25 in match number 18.
I know that we can make it through one night, but I can feel the fire inside, so there won't be no fear tonight.
With a competition like this, some matches end up very, very close together. And this next team I'm about to introduce just was on the field just 2 matches ago. But I have a feeling they're not going to see that as much as a negative. Am I right? It's 1-1-2.
+1.
They're musical alliance partners looking sharp. Be sharp, if you will. It's 99-96.
Ratchet Rockers B.
And rounding out this alliance, powered by pounds and pounds of gummy worms, it's 31-97.
Hex Hounds.
Over on the Blue Alliance, looking to make a little bit of disruption here. It's 9999.
Innovation Disruptive.
Didn't I just see you guys across the field? It's 1706.
Ratchet Rockers.
And rounding out this alliance, looking to roar and make some noise, it's 2704.
Roaring Robotics.
We have a thumbs up from the FTA. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this thing in 3, 2, 1. Crescendo!
As Carl said, in this match, we've got Ratchet Rockers B on red, Ratchet Rockers on blue. Let's take a look at the action from them and their alliance partners. +1 retrieves a note from the center of the field. They very luckily do not grab a second off of that white tape line, but their launch up and over the speaker for the Red Alliance. Not to worry, though, they trail by only 2 points. Coming into teleop right away, +1 is going to do a little bit of cleanup, it looks like, in the Red Alliance wing alongside alliance partner Ratchet Rockers B. Both of those robots picking up notes. It looks like +1 approaching the amp zone for the Red Alliance, while Roaring Robotics tries to fight their way out of the Blue Alliance source. Ratchet Rockers B playing tight defense against Ratchet Rockers, slowing them down as they try to assist some notes up and over into the Blue Alliance wing. Innovation Disruptive trying to pick up, taking aim here now. 1 note in the Blue Alliance amp, speaker scoring by Innovation. And Roaring Robotics now gets the second note into that amp. Amp on standby for the Blue Alliance. +1 for the Red Alliance, struggling to get their note into their amp. Ratchet Rockers B, though, they score in the speaker right alongside Hex Hounds. No trouble on the speaker for all the members of the Red Alliance. Just over 1 minute of match play remaining. Blue leading it here. Innovation Disruptive goes up for a quick 2 points, while Roaring takes the amp for Blue. Ratchet Rockers, they are assisting over into that Blue Alliance amp corner. Roaring gets the second note that they are going to need. And Roaring Robotics, with that amp leadership on the Blue Alliance, they are ready to amplify. Ratchet and Innovation Disruptive both on standby. Ratchet goes up first, human player amplifies. Second amped note, a third amped note on its way up. Unfortunately, just rolls off the surface of the Blue Alliance speaker, but that was a quick 10-point note cycle for the Blue Alliance, and they lead here in the final 30 seconds of qualification match number 19. Cedarburg's Hex Hounds, a quick 2 points on the speaker, 20 seconds remaining. Cedarburg up once again. They're going to go all the way back to that Red Alliance source, looking for another note if they can. With only 10 seconds remaining, Hexhounds unfortunately do drop that note they try to pick up instead of heading to their stage. But as time expires, we see 99-96 Ratchet B. They are keeping Ratchet Rockers from getting back to their stage zone as time runs out. Final score for that match coming on up. The winner is the Blue Alliance, 69-41 in qualification match number 19.
We are on Quals Match 20, meaning we are 2/3 of the way through the qualifying rounds here at Roboteer Rumble. Let's introduce our team. The first off, with a little bit of touch of gold, it's 99-91.
Midas B.
Their alliance partners let out of the cage. It's 17-56.
Argos.
And finally, this team looking to make a little bit of disruption out here at the Rumble. It's 63-17.
Disruptive Innovation.
Over on the Blue Alliance. This team right here, they may seem complex, but it ain't rocket science. It's 35-96.
Rocket Robotics.
Next up, their alliance partners looking to blast off. It's 44-23.
Bravo Bots.
And rounding out, these dogs are downright dirty. It's 30-61.
Husky Robotics.
We have a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the lines. Let's kick this off in 3, 2, 1. Crescendo!
As Autonomous kicks off, the first robot to the center tape will be Husky. They get that note right out from under Argos. And then the nudge from Argos does manage to let Husky still pick it up and score for the Blue Alliance. They will miss their third, though, now as drivers step forward in teleop. Blue Alliance with the slight lead. Husky scores immediately as soon as drivers get control. Over on red, Disruptive Innovation on the Amp. Argos right behind them. Amp on standby for the Red Alliance already just moments into the teleoperated portion of qualification match number 20. Bravo bots for the Blue Alliance. They are on an intake. We see that intake moving up and down toward the playing field carpet. It does look like they're going to drive that robot on over to the Blue 2 station right in front of the drive team for Bravo bots, letting them get a good look at the positioning of their intake as they try to get a note up off the carpet into the body of their robot. Meanwhile, Alliance partner Rocket is on the Blue Alliance wing, while their partner Husky plays out of the Blue Alliance source zone. Husky tries to get an opportunistic grab from Argos, but they change their focus, move into the source, and then loft a note out of the center of the field over to the Blue Alliance wing. Disruptive innovation from Davenport. They take aim while amplified for the Red Alliance. Unfortunately, that note bounces right off the surface of the subwoofer. 1 minute of match play remaining. Red Alliance leads 52-45. Note goes up from Rocket Robotics. Husky still on the assist, passing over to Rocket. 1 note in the amp for the Red Alliance, none right now for the Blue Alliance. No co-op active during this match. It does look like both alliances awfully close to the 18-note melody threshold, though, in this match. Just 1 more note required for the Red Alliance, and it looks like the work of Midas B and Disruptive Innovation will lock in the ranking point for the melody for the Red Alliance with 25 seconds remaining in the match. Blue is 2 notes away from that melody. Husky gets 1 of them, and now the Blue Alliance also securing the melody ranking point. At least 1 RP going home with all 6 of these teams to benefit them in our rankings. Husky up off the ground first. Ratchet Robotics trying to climb on stage in the final 3 seconds of the match. Argos on the trap. 8 points on stage for Argos and the Red Alliance. And it sure looks like Disruptive Innovation also gets on stage. We will check out final results shortly.
Go wandering eyes that I seem to follow. Can only stay still for some time.
Final results of the match are in. Give it up for 92 points for the Red Alliance. All 4 ranking points for those Red Alliance teams. Blue Alliance scores 63 points and gets the Melody bonus ranking point.
I just wanna get to know better lights in Tokyo. Someone hear it whispering that could be the one you're missing. I just wanna get to know better lights in Tokyo. Someone hear it whispering I could be the one you're missing. Wondering why I don't know the feeling of walking through these streets like they're mine. Trying to find a way to the beginnings, somewhere in a different life. I just wanna get to know better lights in Tokyo. Someone hear it whispering that could be the one you're missing. I just
We are down to our final third of qualification matches this morning here at Roboteer Rumble. Let's meet our competitors in match number 21. And we're getting ready to get started by introducing ourselves to 7657.
It's Thunderbots.
And next door to them, ready to sail the 7 seas, it's 2481.
That's Roboteers.
And rounding out our alliance, give it up for 111.
Wild Stang.
Moving over to our Blue Alliance, full speed ahead. It's 90-82.
Out of Iowa, No Limit.
In the center station next door in Bloomington, it's 42-13.
Metal Cow Robotics.
And finally, never looking forward, it's 99-88.
That's Gear It Backward.
With the all clear, we are ready for match 21. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
We see notes quickly going up from both alliances. Red Alliance sending many up as both Roboteers and Wildstang look to aim into the Red Alliance speaker. Over on blue, we see Metal Cow Robotics at 42-13 lined up to score, but they were actually had stopped their autonomous beforehand. Your score 34-7 coming out of the autonomous period. Metal Cow is now lining up with to shoot into the speaker. They take their shot and make it 2 points to the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance working on some amp work. Wildstang scoring up with a note into the amplifier. Roboteers looking to add a third, which they will. Wildstang has now activated the Red Alliance has activated the cooperation button as the Red Alliance scores a note into the speaker. Red Alliance is now amplified, 5 notes on that, 5 points on that note. Blue Alliance working to score on their own as we see Gear It Backward and now lose communications in the middle of the field. We have our field staff going over to help them and hopefully bring them back into this match. They come back to life, thankfully, and are ready to continue scoring some points. No Limit over in the center of the field appears to possibly have a note stuck in the top of their shooter. This could be an issue, as robots are only allowed to carry 1 note at a time. Red Alliance amplified once again. Shot comes up from the stage line by Wildstang. Roboteers tries to join them with another shot. Each note into that amplified speaker was worth 5 points. 48 seconds to go, 61-21 advantage Red. Our Red Alliance is coming very close to scoring the Melody ranking point. Just 1 more note will put the Red Alliance over that bar for the extra ranking point. Blue Alliance going up for scoring, 2 notes going up, 1 from Metal Cow Robotics, 1 from Gear It Backward. We see No Limit over in the Red Alliance zone, possibly playing some defense to slow down this Red Alliance. However, as the Thunderbots go up with a note, our endgame begins, and Thunderbots appears to be the first to engage with the chain. Roboteers going up with their pneumatic climber. This climber is unique in that it is able to climb even after the timer ends under the power of air pressure. Thunderbots are in the air, Roboteers going up to join them in a harmony. And as time expires, Roboteers continues to ascend into the air under the power of that piston. 1 robot up for blue, 2 for red. Your final score coming up in just a moment. We have your final score. This one going to the Red Alliance. with a score of 101-34. The Red Alliance also picking up both available ranking points, the Melody for scoring enough notes during the match, as well as the Ensemble for scoring in the end game.
Qualification match number 22, ready for your viewing pleasure. Let's meet our teams getting started in red, taking flight with 5125.
Out of Chicago, it's Hawks on the horizon.
And we're keeping up not only with our Chicago teams, but our aviary teams. It's 1781!
Also a flying team from Chicago, Lindblom Electric Eagles.
And finally, they may not be here, but let's still give it up for them. It's 2040!
Out of Dunlap, Illinois, Dirt Dunlap Eagles Robotics Team.
Now on our Blue Alliance, give it up for 9995.
Out of Peoria, Argos B.
They're joined by Team 2338.
From Oswego, Illinois, Gear It Forward.
And we're rounding it out, we have Team 9998.
From Whitewater, Wisconsin, Farrah Burmis.
We built these walls so we could find who could prove themselves to the waves of time.
With the all clear, match 22 underway in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
First movement in this match coming from Gear It Forward as they move to collect notes. Red Alliance sees work too as Lindblom Electric Eagles moves to collect notes and score. But two Red Alliance robots have now stopped their autonomous. Coming out of the autonomous period, your score 24-12. Gear It Forward and Lindblom Electric Eagles meet at the midline. Lindblom gets a note and sends it into the amplifier. Both alliances have now activated their co-op option, which will lowers the threshold for that melody ranking point from 18 notes scored down to 15. Gear It Forward doing some shuttling work, grabbing notes from the midfield and then sending them up over the stage to their side shooting it up, even over a defending robot. Over in the blue alliance source, we have two different robots geared forward. Also another alliance member, both looking to collect notes. We see Farrah Burmis send those notes up and over the stage to shuttle them in. We see a note up from geared forward into an amplified speaker. Argos B lining up to try and do the same, which they will. Lindblom Electric Eagles lined up with the Red Alliance amp to get that set up so they can fire up for 5 points when available, which they've not at this point. Hawks in the Horizon goes up with a note, just went up with a note. We see some conflict in the midfield between Farrah Burmis and Lindblom, though that has been cleared. Lindblom scores the speaker, and speaker is amplified. Lindblom gets a bit entangled in the stage, but they make it out unscathed. We have 45 seconds to go. Your score 46-24, advantage Blue Alliance. Two amplified notes up for the Blue Alliance last second. The Blue Alliance has now reached the melody threshold, so they will be receiving at least one ranking point at the conclusion of this match. We see Argos B go into the Blue Alliance source zone to collect a note, now shuttling it down to their Alliance source zone. Meanwhile, Farrah Burmis working to block off the Red Alliance source. With the endgame, Geared Forward is the first to reach for the chain, but matched by Lindblom. As Geared Forward goes up, possibly to try and amp, Argos B may be doing the same. Geared Forward has a trap. We see Lindblom is in the air. Argos trying to trap in the final 2, 1. 3 robots in the air at the conclusion of your match. The final score is coming up in just a moment. We have your final score. It's going to the Blue Alliance with a score of 72-31. As we approach our Alliance selection, this is a bit significant as Geared Forward is holding on to their spot as rank 1.
Well, 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 Robot fans, we've made it to match number 23. Let's meet our teams, getting started with the Hounds of 99-97.
Out of Cedarburg, Wisconsin, Extra Hounds.
Next up, we've got 64-21.
From Muskego, Wisconsin, Warrior Bots.
3 for 3. I think it's a tie. Next up, what time is it? It's Team 930.
Rounding out this all-Wisconsin alliance, it's the Mukwanago Bears.
Moving over to our Blue Alliance, let's get it started with 9401.
Opening up our all-Missouri alliance, Midas Mayhem out of Troy.
They're joined in the center station by Team 7117.
Out of DeSoto, Robotic Dragons.
And last but not least, we got Dragons, now we got Lions. It's 3397.
Out of St. Louis, Robo Lions.
Drivers behind the lines, we're ready to begin. Match 23 in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
This Wisconsin versus Missouri match underway. We already see Wisconsin over in red going up into the speaker with many notes. Blue Alliance for Missouri working to do the same as Midas Mayhem lines up for a last-second score. Blue Alliance now leads 29-16. As we see more work coming into the teleoperated period. Already we have Hextra Hounds lining up to score in the speaker, but doesn't quite work out. Warrior Bots lining up with the amplifier to drop off notes in the amp. The Blue Alliance has activated their cooperation button. If the Red Alliance does the same, the melody ranking point threshold will be lowered from 18 notes scored down to 15. Blue Alliance opens up the first amplification of the match with a score from Midas Mayhem. Midas Mayhem may be coming in for a second shot. Over in the Blue Alliance source zone, Robotic Dragons and Robo Alliance picking up notes to go and score. Robotic Dragons lining up to score and almost make it, but not quite. They can try again by collecting that note back up off the floor. Robo Alliance, however, working a defensive role, slowing down the Warrior Bots as Mukwanago Bears comes in to go and score. Mukwanago Bears are up. Warrior Bots just barely miss, and the note goes out of the field, but the Hextra Hounds join them in scoring in that amplified speaker. We see that speaker amplification expire. 60 seconds to go. 44-33 as Blue Alliance amplifies once again. Midas Mayhem traveling across the midfield, lining up to score, but just fall barely short as amplification expires. They instead go to amplify to work towards a future amplification period. Robotic Dragons all lined up, ready to go. They send a note up. It bounces around a bit, but goes right into the Blue Alliance speaker. 2 points for the Blue Alliance. We see Robo Lions back to their defensive job, slowing down Warrior Bots and slowing down Mukwanago Bears even more, but both ultimately make it through as we enter the endgame period. High notes are up in the air, none of the microphones yet, but some have been very close. We don't see anybody in the air, but Hextra Hounds looking to change that. Their partner Mukwanago Bears possibly trying to do the same, but not quite able to do so. Midas Mayhem in the air as time expires. have your final score. This one going to the Blue Alliance with a score of 67-47. As we approach the Alliance selection, we see Robo Alliance holding their spot as the rank 6. Midas Mayhem moving up to rank 7. Both of those are potential captain level ranks.
We've made it to qualification match number 24 of 30 today in our morning. Keep in mind, though, that after match 30, we'll be playing a replay of qualification match number 6. Let's go ahead and meet our match 24 competitors. As always, we're getting started on our Red Alliance. Let's say hello to Team 5847!
Out of Bradley, Illinois, it's Ironclad.
And playing with a little bit of home court advantage, it's 2481!
From right here in Tremont High School, it's Roboteers.
And rounding it out, a very quick turnaround here. Welcome back. It's 5125!
Out of Chicago, Hawks on the horizon.
Over on our Blue Alliance, it's 4096.
From Champaign, Control Z.
Another quick turnaround here. It's 1781.
Now flipping sides of the field away from Hoff, it's Lindblom Electric Eagles.
And rounding out, you are cleared for takeoff. It's 7657.
From Evansville, Indiana, Thunderbots.
We have got the all clear for match number 24. We'll get underway in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
We are now starting to approach the end of our event. Notes flying up from both alliances. Control Z reaching the midline to go for a note, but that note had already been snatched away by 2481 Roboteers. Roboteers doing the same as their swift robot snatches 3 notes off the midline and scores all of them for the Red Alliance. Coming out of auto, your score 19-9. We see all 3 Red Alliance robots down in their side of the field. Hawks on the horizon maybe with a bit of trouble as a note appears to be stuck in their robot in between a piece of framing and their manipulator. That's not slowing down the rest of their alliance though, as Ironclad and Roboteers both work to make quick work of the scoring. Red Alliance now amplified for the first amplification of this match. Roboteers going up with a second note in that amplification, 5 points for it. Control Z aiming up towards the Blue Alliance speaker, but just barely missing. Their alliance partners, Lindblom Electric Eagles, lining up to score in the amp, as their other partners, Thunderbots, 7657, go to score in the speaker for 2 points. Roboteers lines up and shoots up into the Red Alliance speaker. Red Alliance now amplified and goes for 5 points, as Ironclad 5847 goes and plays some defense. Hawks on the horizon, given their issues with a note stuck in their robot, has opted to play defense and slow down the Blue Alliance as they go to collect from their source. 45-33 advantage Red Alliance now. All 3 Blue Alliance robots in the Red Alliance side, but that changes as 7657 Thunderbots goes up to score in the Blue Alliance speaker for 2 points. 40 seconds to go, and we are starting to see the approach of endgame. Some possible breakage within the Hawks on the Horizon robot as one of their arms appears to have broken out of its main spot. Red Alliance is amplified. Roboteers going up to score in that amplified speaker. Ironclad still busy on defense, slowing down the Blue Alliance. Thunderbots already reaching up to the chain as the guitar riff plays. They are the first in the air for the endgame. Control Z 4096 looking to join them, as may be their partners, Lindblom Electric Eagles. Roboteer's pneumatic spike is up. If they can get that latch down and pull it down, they will be in the air, which they have done. At the end of the match, 2 blue robots up, 1 red robot appears to be up. Your final score coming up in just a moment. have your final score for that match. It's going to it is a tie, 62 to 62. The Melody, both alliances walk away with 2 ranking points, 1 ranking point to each for the tie, 1 to Red for the Melody bonus for enough notes, 1 to the Blue Alliance for getting a good endgame performance.
Qualification match number 25 about ready to get underway. 6 scheduled matches remaining in our afternoon and 1 replay. Total of 7 matches for your viewing pleasure before Alliance selection. Let's meet our competitors, getting it started with 2338.
Out of Oswego, Illinois, gear it forward.
And ready to put the pedal to the metal, it's 9082.
No limit.
And founding out our Red Alliance. Ooh, I like these angry eyebrows. It's 6317.
Out of Davenport, Iowa, Disruptive Innovation.
Ready to rock and roll on blue, it's 9996.
Out of Wentzville, Missouri, Ratchet Rockers B.
I think this team might need to figure things out with Midas's Mayhem. A little too much royalty in the house. It's 5442.
Out of Washington, just up the road, it's Mechanical Monarchy.
All right, everybody, give it up for 6421.
From Muskego, Wisconsin, Warrior Bots.
All right, we've got the all clear drivers behind the lines. Match 25 in 3, 2, 1, go!
A flurry of notes on the Red Alliance, but the Blue Alliance not to be slowed down. Warrior Bots with their glittery bumpers go up to score a note in the autonomous period. Disruptive Innovation lines up to do the same, but they do not actually have a note in their robot at this time. Coming out of autonomous, your score 24-14, advantage Red. Already we see in the Blue Alliance, Ratchet Rockers B going to work as a shuttler, but now moving over into the amp, popping a note up and in for the Blue Alliance. Already they can now begin working towards a possible amplification. If a second note goes in, they will be able to do that as they see fit. Here at Forward trying to do that for the Red Alliance, but they don't quite get it on this pass. They will try to do it. They look like they may be trying to do it again. They go for it, and Disruptive Innovation takes a shot, but just barely short. As some conflict between No Limit playing defense and Mechanical Monarchy with a note. Mechanical Monarchy gets another note, but has to face off with No Limit's defense, 9082 once again. They may end up shuttling, as that is a strategy they have been sticking to, and it has worked for them. They indeed shuttle that note as Warrior Bots on the Blue Alliance, 6421, move into the zone to go and score a note in the speaker, but it ends up landing just short. Possibly some issues for Ratchet Rockers B, as they may be stalled in the Red Alliance stage zone. Mechanical Monarchy, however, still making work to get around No Limits defense and go score. Disruptive Innovation in the midfield, now moving towards their subwoofer. They line up to shoot. If they make this shot, it would be worth 5 points, but it does not appear as though it has worked out for them. They can still go and score in the amp or any other means as they see fit. 35 seconds to go, 49-29, advantage red. Disruptive Innovation still over in the Red Alliance zone with a note in their possession. Gear it forward, lining up to shoot in the speaker, which they will. As we see in the final end game, no one on the stages yet, but No Limit extending their hooks to possibly pursue such a goal. They've lined up with the chain and they may pull down to be in the air and get some points, which they will. First in the air goes to No Limit. Disruptive Innovation making a last-second shot as Gear It Forward lines up to climb, but runs out of time. Your final score coming up in just a moment. Your final score coming here, it's 63-33, advantage red. One notable thing here, Gear It Forward has held onto their rank 1 spot, at least for now. Disruptive Innovation holding onto their rank 2 spot for this competition.
It's time for match 26, meaning we have only 5 matches left in official qualification play. Teams right now looking to make some last-second impressions for those playoffs. Let's introduce our teams. Starting off, blowing it up in the face of their competition, it's 65-74.
Theradermis.
Next up, this team gets a little bit chilly sometimes, but it's just because they're that cool. It's 30-61.
Husky Robotics.
And rounding it out, this team known for some of their amazing pancake parties they put on for their community. It's 31-97.
Hex Hounds.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, their team mascot, Skelly, just got a job. That's right, he is now in the FBI. It's 9401.
Midas's Mayhem.
Their alliance partners pounding away at the competition. It's 9995.
Argos B.
And a very important one. It wouldn't be an amazing, positive day without them. It's 112.
+1.
We have a thumbs up from our FTA drivers behind those lines. Let's kick this off in 3, 2, 1. Crescendo.
All 3 red robots take aim with their preload. We've got 2 of them so far. We do see an A-stop immediately, though, by Ferrodermis over on the red side of the field. Hexhounds, they go over to the center line tape. We see +1 and their alliance partner, Argos B. They fill that same role over on the blue alliance. And we have advantage blue coming out of autonomous. 6 notes scored so far. Hexhounds on the Red Alliance, they focus on the speaker while Ferrodermis focuses on the amp. Husky Robotics has not moved since the beginning of the match. We do see their drive team taking a look at their computer, trying to get that robot back in action here. Plenty of time remaining in qualification match number 26. +1 on the Blue Alliance. They've got 1 note headed on into the amp. Their alliance partner Midas's Mayhem. No lights from what I can see on that blue bumpered robot 9401. Argos B, they scoot their way on over underneath the Blue Alliance stage. +1, their partner swerves around them and gently makes their way into the Blue Alliance source zone. They're going to be defended by a member of the Red Alliance. That's Hexhounds. Hexhounds being very careful not to contact +1, while +1's bumpers still remain inside that source zone. +1 breaks free. Narrow drivetrain giving them an advantage to get around that defense and make their way back to the Blue Alliance amp. Argos B in blue. It looks like a little bit of trouble with part of their drivetrain. Could be some trouble with a module that's getting them moving around. A little bit slower action, a little bit of stuttering, but they are back in terms of smoothness driving across the field. 2 notes loaded up in the amp for the Red Alliance. Ferrodermis approaches Husky, who's still hanging out on the subwoofer. Ferrodermis now pointed up toward the speaker. They release their note. Human player hits the amplify, and 5 points get added to the Red Alliance score. They still trail, though, by 11. It is 42-31 in favor of the Red Alliance. Argos B, they are trying to navigate the defense from Hexhounds as we enter the final 20 seconds of the match. Argos B might be able to score in the trap here if they act quickly, and that could seal the deal for the Blue Alliance. We do have a possible spotlight on blue as well, but as we enter the final 5 seconds of the match, we've got Ferrodermis and Hexhounds on stage. 6 points for the Red Alliance. Well, we've got our scores from that match. The winner is the Blue Alliance, 44-37 in qualification match number 26.
We have a quick announcement. Again, a quick announcement. Teams picking for playoffs rounds will begin 5 minutes after the last match. Match 30 is the last official match, however, we do have one replay. So after that replay, picking will begin in 5 minutes. You are in charge of meeting with your alliance rep underneath the large screen that is on that side of the gymnasium. You are allowed up to 3 representatives, one of which can be a mentor. And we will be doing auto accepts immediately after the first round of picking. Please be prepared for that 5 minutes after the very last match of the day. With that, let's introduce our teams for round 27. This team right here, they may look complicated, they might look complex, but it ain't rocket science. It's 3596.
Rocket Robotics.
Their alliance partners looking for the competition to move on over. It's 4213.
Metal Cow Robotics.
And rounding out, these rockers are looking to get a little bit rancid. It's 1706.
Ratchet Rockers.
Let's take it over to the blue side. This team having came off fresh from a competition at Worlds where they went all the way and won their division. It's 4096.
Control Z.
Their alliance partners, some of the more cool kids at the competition. It's 9998.
Theraburmus.
And I might have said just a moment ago, it is match 27, but I think we really want to know, what time is it? 9:30.
Maquanago Bears.
We have a thumbs up from the FTA. Drivers back behind those lines. We're going to kick this thing off in 3, 2, 1. Crescendo!
Ratchet Rockers right away, 2 notes. They move to that center tape. They're looking for their third. Third falls shy, going for 4 for the Red Alliance. And that Teams from Wentzville puts up their third note successfully. Control Z 4096 on an intake. Right as time expires in autonomous drivers step forward, Maquanago races out of the Blue Alliance wing over to Red, being very careful with where they're hanging out near that Red Alliance amp zone as Ratchet Rockers get to work for the Red Alliance. They do have a bit of a mishap early here. Note gets stuck on part of their manipulator, and they are not able to lose it. That's an opening here for the Blue Alliance. They trail 39-24. 1706, they are still spinning, trying to lose that note. Their alliance partner, Metal Cow Robotics, solid robot signal light. They've been out of commission for a few moments here. Could just be the radio or Rio on board. Hopefully they'll be back in action soon enough here. Minute and a half remaining in the match. Red Alliance still hanging on to the lead, but Blue does have a bit of an opening here. Maquanago, Control Z, and Theraburmus, all 3 of those Blue Alliance robots with notes available to them, all by themselves in that blue wing. No notes in the amp for either alliance at the moment. Approaching the final minute of this match, teams finishing out their qualification matches here, trying to get their last positions prior to alliance selection. Ratchet Rockers, they are up. Metal Cow Robotics, they are back in motion for the Red Alliance. They do have a note in their possession. Still no focus on the amp on either side of the field. Maquanago Bears lining up in front of the subwoofer. They launch that falls off the surface of the speaker. Their alliance partner, Control Z, they're going to pick it up and take aim. Control Z sinks 2 points for the Blue Alliance. They have scored 8 notes so far this match. Red has scored 13. They still lead 58-34, 30 seconds remaining.
The ones that cause us harm. You assume
Mukwonago gives a pass on over. Control Z's got two options in front of them, but as we hear those final 20 seconds start, it looks like Control Z is going to inch up one of their climbing mechanisms. Farah Burmis, they've got some options on the playing field floor in front of them. First to make contact with the chain is Control Z from Champaign. They are up 3 points for the Blue Alliance. As long as those modules clear the carpet, they are awfully close. But their partner Mukwonago certainly on stage for the Blue Alliance at the conclusion of qualification match number 27. Final results are here. Taking the match, the Red Alliance 72-39. 3 ranking points going home with that Red Alliance alliance. They earned the Melody ranking point.
The way we've paved it forward and made ourselves confused. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Sending us before we try. Caught up and trying to find a problem. Why do we lose our minds? Sending us before we try. Fed up with trying to fix our problems. Why do we lose our minds? Sending us before we try.
Match number 28, let's meet our teams. Starting it off, this team, they're looking for the golden crown, going to try and touch their way through everything they need to do. It's 99-91.
Midas B.
Their alliance partners, let me hear you roar! It's 27-04.
Roaring Robotics.
And rounding out, making HGG Wells proud with their War of the Worlds. It's 44-23.
That's Bravo Bots.
This team looking a way to innovate their way to the top. Actually, we might say they be innovation. It's 9999.
Innovation Disruptive.
Next up, this team's looking to get a little dirty. It's 2040.
Dirt Dunlap Eagles Robotics Team.
And finally, one of the great wonders. It's 111.
Wild Stang.
We have a thumbs up from our FTA drivers behind the lines. Let's kick.
Think it over. It's a little bit hard to breathe. To breathe. To breathe. This kinda seems like it's a common theme. You don't think I understand what you said to me. To me. To me. Yeah, every time that we have this talk, it's a little bit hard to admit our faults. But I'm not so perfect. Is all of this worth it? Is all of this worth it? This feeling is fading, and I can't look back and can't catch my breath. It's too hard to let go. It's too hard to let go. Good, 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 Just look at me, breathing deep. After all the things we've been through, yeah, don't forget the reasons not to let this slip through our heads. Yeah, every time that we have this talk, it's a little bit hard to admit our faults. But I'm not so perfect. Is all of this worth it? Is all of this worth it? This feeling is fading, and I can't look back and can't catch my breath. It's too hard to let go. It's too hard to let go. Good. Too hard to let go. Too hard to let go. Too hard to let go. This feeling is fading, and I can't look back and can't catch my breath. It's too hard to let go. It's too hard to let go.
Let's try that again. We have a thumbs up from our FTA drivers back behind those lines. Let's kick this thing off in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo.
111 gets 2 notes right away, coming back to the center tape to look for their third. Let's follow them back to the subwoofer. Their robot looking for the opening, and they'll pick it up. They try to get a fourth even of those near notes. They'll end autonomous right in front of them, but interestingly in autonomous, we did get some amp action by the Red Alliance. You don't typically see it in Crescendo, but the Red Alliance is ready to amplify here or spend one of their notes on the co-opetition. 9991 Midas B, they take aim at the speaker for the Red Alliance. That note does fall back down to the playing field floor, giving an opening for their alliance partner Bravo Bots. Note falls on in. Human player has excellent timing as that note lands. That's going to pick them up 5 points. And Roaring Robotics has already scored 2 more notes in the amp for the Red Alliance. 4423 Bravo bots, unfortunately a broken note inside of their robot. They are trying their best to lose it, but it looks like it is dangerously close to getting hooked around one of the motors on their intake. 2 notes at the ready for the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, back down on blue, they trail, but only by 4 points, and 111 approaches the Blue Alliance amp. A timely amplification cycle could get the Blue Alliance right back in this match. One more note is needed. Unfortunately, Dirt 2040, no action from that solid robot signal light robot. 111 approaching the amp once again with a note in their possession. Dirt back alive on their wheels. 111 readjusts and deploys that note, and now amp on standby for the Blue Alliance while Red ticks their amplification on down here with 45 seconds remaining. 10-point lead for the Red Alliance. 99.99 Innovation Disruptive for Blue. We do see their battery cable actually unclipped from their robot, so no power on disruption. But coming down to 30 seconds remaining, Dirt 2040 approaches the stage zone. It looks like they're going to prioritize getting 3 points on stage while 111 continues to lead the scoring offense on the speaker. Dirt gets up on stage immediately. 3 points guaranteed for the Blue Alliance here. All 3 red robots in their stage. And 111's going to kick off amplification one last time, giving a nudge to their alliance partner into that stage zone. And with 2 seconds left, it does look like we've got a lot of contact over in that Red Alliance stage zone. We'll get a close look at which, if any, of those robots made their way on stage at the conclusion of qualification match number 28. We've got scores for that match. The winner is the Red Alliance, 42-33 in that match.
Okay. Let's introduce our teams for the penultimate match of official qualifications. Starting up, they're gonna drink it up a little bit backwards. It's 99.88.
Gear it backward.
This team is out of this world. It's 41-43.
Mars Wars.
And their alliance partners, coated in iron, looking to iron out their opponents. It's 58-47.
Ironclad.
Let's take out over to the other side of the field. These dogs looking to get down and dirty. It's 17-56.
Argos.
Their alliance partners, most cats have 9 lives, but these dogs only need 6. It's 99-97.
Extra Hounds.
And rounding out, let's hear it, make it nice and loud for these Robo Lions. It's 33-97.
Robo Lions.
We have a thumbs up from our FTA drivers behind the lines. Let's kick this thing off in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
Keeping our eye on Argos as we start autonomous here. They beat Mars Wars to that note. They started off way far away from the subwoofer to give themselves a chance, but Mars did beat them to the second note. Argos gets the third. Back and forth on those center notes as drivers step forward. We are all tied up. Extremely well coordinated autonomouses, just milliseconds separating the performance of red and blue. And Argos gets to work right away trying to grab notes out of their source zone. We see Garrett backward playing super clean defense for now, staying well away from the Blue Alliance source, making sure not to contact a robot that is in their own source zone while playing defensively. Robo Lions for the Blue Alliance, 33-97, trying to get their notes off the playing field floor up into the body of their robot. Human player behind the glass getting a close look, communicating with their drive team all the way across the field to indicate whether that note has made its way into the intake mechanism for Lions. Argos goes up amplified, 5 points for the Blue Alliance. They've established a bit of a lead here, about a 1-note lead for the Blue Alliance, and a drop from Robo Lions while amplification gets closed out. Extra Hounds in blue, they have a note now as well. No notes in the amp though. A note is just barely on the lip of the Blue Alliance amp. That note now finds its home inside. 1 note has been loaded into amp for the Blue Alliance. 2 notes ready for red, so amplification on standby with Mars Wars taking aim. Mars Wars gets 5 points amped for the Red Alliance. They trail by just 1 point now, but Blue has amplified. Argos has put up a note. Extra Hounds looking for one for themselves. Argos with a second now. Lead here for the Blue Alliance in the final 40 seconds of the match. If they can hang on to it, they also are going to earn the ranking point for the Melody. 16 notes scored out of the required 15. Red, though, also achieving the Melody. Just 20 seconds remaining now in qualification match number 29. Argos for the Blue Alliance, they are already on stage and trap for blue. And as long as we keep Hextra Hounds on stage as well, that will be a ranking point for the Blue Alliance. Unfortunately, Mars War is awfully close to the Blue Alliance stage zone as time expires in match number 29.
I was all alone. And you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here?
Final results coming up. The winner of the match is the Blue Alliance, 83-51 in that match. 4 ranking points, going home with those 3 Blue Alliance teams.
I saw you all alone. Your eyes match the weather, raining under pressure. Oh, you say you wanna go, yeah. So let's get away from here. Let's get away from here. Let's get away from here.
Coming up is the last match of qualification rounds. After this match, we will be replaying Quals match number 6. Again, we will be replaying Quals match number 6. 5 minutes after Quals 6 finishes, we will have our Alliance picking. Again, we will have Alliance picking. We ask Alliance members to please line up underneath the lovely Jumbotron we have in our main stadium area. For picking, we're picking 4 teams apiece for each alliance, and we will be making sure that there's auto accepts after the first round of picks. With that, let's take a moment to introduce our teams for Quals match number 30. And it's starting off, this team looking to roar with the might of the Dragons. It's 71-17.
Robotic Dragons.
Their alliance partners, they might be a hot key, but this team has been looking hot all day long. It's 40-96.
Control Z.
And rounding out this alliance, this team looking to hound on the rest of the competition. Want to take home that wonderful win. It's 31-97.
Hex Hounds.
Over on the Blue Alliance, this team looking to create a little bit of a disruption in the field. It's 63-17.
Disruptive Innovation.
This team a little crazy, a little out there, and maybe, darn I say, a little bit wild. It's 111.
Wild Stang.
And rounding out this royalty, looking to take it all the way top and take home the crown today. It's 54-42.
Mechanical Monarchy.
We have a thumbs up from our refs. Drivers behind the lines. Let's kick this thing off in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
Autonomous begins, and we see Disruptive Innovation and Wild Sing simultaneously score their preloaded notes. Control Z for the Red Alliance. They go to the center, pick up a note off that tape. They do collide with their alliance partner Hexhounds and lose a belt out of their robot. It is a small one. It looks like they're still in action though here. Control Z from Champaign, Illinois make their way into the Blue Alliance wing. Note goes up for the Blue Alliance. We see Mechanical Monarchy intaking up off the playing field floor while Wild Stang focuses on the amp for the Blue Alliance. One note in the amp on either side of the field. Human players take a look at each other and both hit the co-op button. So 15 notes required for the Melody ranking point bonus in this final qualification match. Red Alliance leads 29-23. Blue Alliance has all 3 of their robots over in the Red Alliance wing. Wild Sang is the first to exit, but they do return. It looks like they are looking for a note. Wild Sang picks that note on up. We see Robotic Dragon 7117 for the Red Alliance. They are hanging out center field, doing a lot of moving back and forth. It looks like their focus is on defense on behalf of this Red Alliance. Dragons chase down Monarchy 54-42. Monarchy with a note though have made their way back into their wing. Their alliance partner Wild Sang right next to them. Wild Sang loads up the amp, gets it on standby. Mechanical Monarchy takes aim at the speaker, and with 1 minute remaining, human player on Wild Sang does make sure they hang on to that amplification. They let Mechanical Monarchy pick up once again. Mechanical takes aim for the second time with this note. This time it sticks the landing, and amplification initiated by the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance with a 10-point lead, but Blue just picked up another amplified note. Unfortunately, Disruptive Innovation, no lights inside their robot, possibly losing power for the Blue Alliance. And as we approach the final 20 seconds of this match, all 3 robots in their own wing, 2 of the Blue Alliance robots already in theirs. Notes come on in from the human players looking to score a high note. Wild Sang in their stage zone, trying to get up off the ground and harmonize is Control Z and their alliance partner Hexhounds. 2 robots up off the playing field floor as time expires in match number 30. While number 30 matches are here, the winner is the Red Alliance, 66-43 in that match. All 3 of those teams moving up in our rankings prior to alliance selection, thanks to the 3 ranking points earned during the match. Despite the 8 points on stage, the Red Alliance did earn the ensemble due to a G424 collision inside their wing zone, stage zone, in the final 20 seconds of the match. Robot fans, we are about to do our replay of qualification match number 6. 5 minutes following the posted score of qualification match number 6, we would like to begin our alliance selection. So again, alliance selection will proceed 5 minutes after the conclusion and match post for qualification match number 6. So teams, start sending your representatives for alliance selection on over underneath our big screen. Again, you may send up to 3 representatives for alliance selection.
Walls match number 6 replay. This match will solidify the rankings for the final picking for our playoff round. Let's introduce our team. Starting off, is it getting a little chilly in here? It's 30-61.
Husky Robotics.
Their alliance partners, the pride of the herd, it's 27-04.
Roaring Robotics.
And rounding it out, what time is it? 9:30.
Maquanago Bears.
Over here on the Blue Alliance side with the Frog Hats of freaking awesomeness. It is 64-21.
Warrior Bots.
Next up, they're looking to bloom up and grow to the top of the ranks. It's 17-81.
Lindblom Electric Eagles.
And rounding out the team's a little bit backwards, but they're still waiting to drink from the cup of victory. It's 99-88.
Gear it backward.
We have a thumbs up from our FTA drivers behind the lines. Counted down for the last qualification match. 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
Autonomous kicks off. We've got 1 for 3 so far, but we know Roaring Robotics on the Red Alliance, they have such a special autonomous here at Roboteer. They are going to be able to score both of those notes in the amp autonomously. Meanwhile, back over on Blue, though, we do have a lead, 34-25 for the Blue Alliance. Gear it backward. Extremely careful around Husky Robotics while Husky tries to get into the Red Alliance source zone. Husky and Maquanago, both of those robots on offense. Husky is doing the assist, Maquanago taking the long journey all the way back to the Red Alliance wing and their subwoofer. No up and in for Maquanago, and amplification lands first for the Red Alliance. With that, they might be able to catch up to that Blue Alliance lead. Blue has 1 note in their amp. Warrior Bots from Muskego, Wisconsin, they're lined up dropping off the 2nd amp on standby for the first time for the Blue Alliance. But 2 Blue robots making their way home from the Red Alliance wing zone. Lindblom scores up and in, 1 note amplified for the Blue Alliance. Warrior Bots make it 2, 10 points amplified for the Blue Alliance. Back over on Red, they are also amplified. Maquanago, Roaring, and Husky, those 3 robots working seamlessly together, getting as many notes scored as possible. They're at 60 points with over a minute remaining in our replay of qualification match number 6. Gear it backward for the Blue Alliance. A little bit of trouble on their intake. It does look like they've lost 1 of their rollers. They're going to change their focus here. They're going to hang out right in front of Husky Robotics. Husky is an offensive leader for the Red Alliance, and Gear it backwards going to be able to slow down their progress, keeping that robot from Naperville from making their way all the way back. While Roaring for the Red Alliance loads up the amp once again. Lindblom lines up amplified for the Blue Alliance. 5 more points on the board, and we are coming down to the final 30 seconds of this last qualification match. Warrior Bots up with 2 points. Lindblom cycle by. Gear it backwards, still playing defense center field. With 20 seconds left, Roaring Robotics make contact with the chain, and they are on stage for the Red Alliance. Maquanago Bears also on stage, and all 3 Red Alliance robots working together in the stage zone. They've got a harmony as well. Blue Alliance, meanwhile, we do have a spot-lit Limbloom Electric Eagles picking up 4 points for the Blue Alliance. We've got our scores for that last match. The winner is the Red Alliance, 95-73. Congratulations to the 4 ranking points going home with those Red Alliance robots. We are now getting our final rankings solidified here at Roboteer Rumble 2024, and we plan to begin our Alliance selection in 5 minutes. So teams, please send your Alliance selection representatives on over underneath that big screen so that we can get started shortly. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check.
So in order to start alliance selection, we need teams 1706 and 2704 to join the bullpen. Please come over here, and then we can get started. Thank you. We are looking for team 1706. We're needing alliance representatives in the bullpen under the big screen by the stage. If you could come over here, you send your alliance representatives, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Team 1706, please come to the alliance selection bullpen under the screen by the stage. Thank you. We need alliance representatives. All right, we're starting alliance selection. For those who haven't been to Roboteer Rumble before, how this works is this is like the championship alliance selection, where you've got a serpentine draft where each alliance will have 4 teams each. We will do auto picks for the second and third rounds for time. So just for awareness here, how that's going to work, it'll seem a little bit faster than it typically does at a typical event. So with that, let's go ahead and bring up the number 1 alliance, Team 2338, the number 1 seed.
Team 2338, gear it forward from Oswego, Illinois.
You'll go over there after this. Here, you can. Who would you like to select?
Team 2338 would like to invite Team 3061.
Team 3061, Husky Robotics.
Team 3061 gratefully accepts.
All right, next we will bring up the number 2 seed captain, Team 1756.
Team 1756, Argos from Peoria, Illinois.
On behalf of Team 1756, we would like to select Team 2481.
Team 2481, Roboteers from Tremont, Illinois.
On behalf of Team 2481, absolutely.
All right, next we will have the 3rd seed alliance captain, Team 3397.
Robolions from St. Louis, Missouri.
Team 3397, Robolines would like to invite Team 1706, Ratchet Rockers.
1706, Ratchet Rockers.
You guys can go. Number 3, you're good.
1706 respectively declines.
All right.
So I think you're going to Team 3397 would like to invite Team 9401, Midas Mayhem.
Team 9401, Midas's Mayhem.
Can I have a minute? Yeah.
We respectfully decline.
We would like to invite Team 6574.
6574, Ferrodermis from Whitewater, Wisconsin.
We gratefully accept.
All right. Next, we are bringing up the number 4 seed alliance captain, Team 6317.
Disruptive Innovation from Davenport, Iowa.
Team 6317 would like to invite Team 3197 Hex Hounds.
Team 3197 from Cedarburg, Wisconsin, Hex Hounds.
Team 3197 accepts.
All right. Next, we are bringing up our 5th seed alliance captain, Team 9401.
Midas's Mayhem from Troy, Missouri.
We would like to invite Team 9996.
Team 9996, Ratchet Rockers B.
Team 9996 graciously accepts.
Okay, we'd like to bring up our 6th seed alliance captain, Team 1706.
Ratchet Rockers from Wentzville, Missouri.
Team 1706 would like to invite Team 2704 to join our alliance.
2704, Roaring Robotics from Naperville, Illinois.
Team 2704 graciously accepts.
All right, next up, we are bringing up our 7th seed alliance captain, Team 7657.
Thunderbots from Evansville, Indiana.
We'd like to invite Team 111.
Wild Stang from Arlington Heights, Illinois.
Team 111 graciously accepts.
All right, and now we'll bring up our 8th seed alliance captain, Team 9995.
Argos B from Peoria.
Team 9995 would like to invite 930.
930, McQuanago Bears.
On behalf of the McQuanago Bears, Team 930 graciously accepts.
We'll now give them as much time as they need to make their next selection.
Team Argos B 9995
And Team 930.
would like to invite 9991 to our alliance.
9991, Midas B from Troy, Missouri.
Now we'll move back to our 7th seed alliance.
We'd like to invite Team 5487. Wait, is 84 8 here.
Team 5847.
Team 5847, Ironclad from Bradley, Illinois.
Next, we'll move to our 6th seed alliance. They need a minute.
Team 1706 would like to invite, I forgot the number, 4143 to join our alliance.
4143, Mars Wars from Metamora, Illinois.
Now we're moving to our 5th seed alliance. Yep.
Team 9401, Midas is Mayhem, and
Team 1706, Ratchet Rockers. Wait, no, 9996. Sorry, brain.
You're good. No problem.
would like to invite 6421 to join the alliance.
6421, Warrior Bots from Muskego, Wisconsin.
Now moving to the 4th seed alliance.
Team 6317.
Team 3197.
No, you. Oh, so 9997. Would like to invite Team 9997.
Team 9997, Hextra Hounds from Cedarburg, Wisconsin.
Now moving to the 3rd seed alliance.
Team 3397.
Team 6574.
Would like to invite Team 112.
Team 112 plus 1 from Arlington Heights, Illinois.
Now moving to the 2nd seed alliance.
Team 1756
And 2481.
would like to select Team 1781.
Team 1781, Lindblom Electric Eagles from Chicago.
Team 2338.
And Team 3061.
I'd like to invite Team 9999 to our alliance.
Innovation Disruptive from Davenport, Iowa.
They get another selection, so they're going to have a minute to talk about it. Yeah, just do one person, it's faster.
Team 2338 would like to invite Team 9082 to our alliance.
9082, No Limit from Pleasant Valley, Iowa.
Team 1756 would like to select Team 3596.
Team 3596, Rocket Robotics from South Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Team 3397 would like to select Team 4096.
Team 4096, Control Z from Champaign.
Team 6317 would like to invite Team 5442.
Team 5442, Mechanical Monarchy from Washington, Illinois.
Team 9401 would like to invite 4213 to join the alliance.
4213, Metal Cow Robotics from Bloomington.
Team 1706 would like to invite Team 2040 to our alliance.
Team 2040, Dirt, Dunlap Eagles Robotics Team from Dunlap.
We'd like to invite Team 9988 to our alliance.
9998, Farrah Burmis from Whitewater.
9988 to be clear.
9988, thank you. Gear it backward from Oswego.
$9995 would like to invite 7117.
7117, Robotic Dragons from DeSoto, Missouri.
All right, and with that, that concludes our alliance selection process. We will reconvene here for match 1. That's 1 versus 8, and that will be, we'll do that at 2:30. So 2:30 is when we're going to start the playoff tournament. Thanks, everyone. Could all alliance captains, a representative from all alliance captains, come to the center of the field so we can discuss playoff procedure? Thank you. So we need 8 people.
feel it in your soul. A leap from head to toe. I'll go just alone. Scratching my mind. I gotta keep asking why. Stop telling me all the time everything will be fine. I can't stop scratching my mind. I don't know. I can't see through your skin. I'm not your guardian. I can't see through your skin. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my voice, to see you. And I'll go. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my voice, to see you. And I'll go. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul.
Your vision, one look and my jaw just dropped. Can't catch my breath. There's sand in the hourglass that stopped. You light up my world in ways I can't explain. Your electricity's running through my veins. Ooh, baby, I can't help it. I've never felt like this. Only you can do what you do.
Hey, hey, check 1, 2, 3, 4. Finding me up here. Feeling down the 1, 2. Am I cutting? Good afternoon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Talk more about Red Alliance, Blue Alliance, 3.
My shadows, they follow you like an accomplice. Lost all of your dreams, the night is heartless. My shadows, they follow you. My shadows, they follow you in the darkness.
Hey, hey, 1, 3, 4.
My shadows, they follow you like an accomplice. Lost all of your dreams, the night is heartless. My shadows, they follow you. My shadows, they follow you in the darkness.
Hey, Robot fans, as we're getting ready for playoffs down here, I just got a very important message from our event staff. It is buy one, get one pizza at the concessions. Buy one, get one slice. to be very clear. It is BOGO Slices at the moment. Maybe we'll follow up in a little bit later, but for the time being, BOGO Slices for pizza at concessions.
Hey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Red Alliance, Blue Alliance, 3, 4, 5.
We have to get away.
Closer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm eating it a bit though. And 3, 4, 5. Blue Alliance, 5, 6, 7. 5 versus 8. 3 versus 2. Let me try the other one.
We have to get away.
Test. 1, 2, 3. Test. 1, 2, 3. Red Alliance, Blue Alliance. 8 seed versus 7 number seed. Robot. 4. Hello?
Red Alliance Robot. Red Alliance Robot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That sounds a bit better. All right.
Alliance. Blue Alliance. One, 2, 3. 2, 3. Red, blue. Four 81, 1756, 143.
Check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How we sounding there? Okay.
Let me hear you, robot fans. It's playoff time. Fantastic. That is exactly the energy we need for the rest of our afternoon as we enter our playoffs. Every year, Roboteer Rumble gives us some of the most competitive playoff matches of any off-season event coast to coast. And I think this year's going to be no exception. So with that in mind, with that stage set, let's go ahead and meet our teams in match 1 of round 1. As always, we've got Alliance 1 in red up against Alliance 2 in blue. We'll get our intro started with Illinois' representative on Einstein, Team 3061.
Representing Naperville, Illinois, Husky Robotics.
They're joined by their friends across the border, Team 9999.
They're from Davenport, Iowa, Innovation Disruptive.
And rounded out with the legendary 2338.
That's Gear It Forward from Oswego, Illinois. Also a member of the #1 Alliance is Team 9082 No Limit from Pleasant Valley, Iowa.
Over on our Blue Alliance, we're getting things started with 9995.
Out of Peoria, Illinois, Argos B.
In the center station, what time is it? That's Team 930.
From Mukwonago, Wisconsin, Mukwonago Bears.
And now, if you come at the king, you best not miss. It's 9991.
They're from Troy, Missouri, Midas B. Also representing the #8 Alliance at Roboteer Rumble 2024 is Team 7117 Robotic Dragons from DeSoto, Missouri.
And we've got the all-clear round 1, match 1 of our playoffs. Well, hang on one moment. And we've got the all-clear once again. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
Autonomous kicks off in playoff match #1. First robot to center carpet is 3061 Husky Robotics from Naperville. Their alliance partner, Gear It Forward 2338, also going for those notes down the middle of the field. Mukwonago comes back representing the #8 Blue Alliance, but that note not quite there as drivers step forward here in our first playoff match this afternoon. The red #1 Alliance leading it so far 29-16. Toss notes coming on over on behalf of Mukwonago Bears, their alliance partner Midas B hanging out in that Blue Alliance source zone. Midas gets the note they need big collision between them and Husky Robotics, but 99-91, they get the toss on over, and the Blue Alliance is amplified just as red winds down their first amplification. Argos B works on the amp, and then Mukwonago and Argos on the speaker for the Blue Alliance. Just over a minute and a half of match play remaining in this first playoff match. Argos B swerving in alongside Mukwonago. Argos B drops off the first note into the amp. Mukwonago makes the decision to drop their note right behind their alliance partner. Argos now picks it up, human player on the move, clearing out the notes out of the amp and also amplifying for the #8 Alliance. They are still in this match. Just over 1 minute of match play remaining. 63 for the Red Alliance, 50 for the Blue Alliance. Gear It Forward 2338. Their amp is ready to amplify. Husky Robotics toss on over. Innovation Disruptive. They are hanging out on that path between the Blue Alliance wing and source. Innovation Disruptive, rather, they are playing extremely tight defense, keeping Midas B from crossing their way on over back to the Blue Alliance wing. Coming down to the final 40 seconds of this match, Blue now trailing by about 30 points, but they do have amplification on standby, and Midas B has made their way into the Blue Alliance wing for what might be their last note scoring cycle. The Blue Alliance is amplified. Midas gets 5 points. Mukwonago with 5 points. Argos B, they are cleaning cleaning up notes out of the Blue Alliance source zone with 15 seconds remaining in our first playoff match. High notes getting tossed on in by the human players as robots approach the stage. We know that Gear It Forward on the #1 Alliance can score in the trap, and they'll get 8 points for the #1 Alliance as we count down the final moments of playoff match number 1. We've got our scores for that first playoff match. It's the #1 Alliance, 111-67. Congratulations to the #1 Alliance. They'll be advancing to the next round in the upper bracket. We'll see them in match number 7. That does mean the #8 Alliance has fallen to the lower bracket. We'll see them real soon, round 2 in match number 5. And with that, we're going to toss it on over to Fun with some post-match analysis.
Hey, thanks a lot, Corey. Coming in from Fun Robotics Network, my name is Tyler Olds here with Jack Spangler on Argos as well, too. Jack, thanks so much for joining us. We're so excited to talk about Roboteer Rumble and the incredible match that we just saw here in upper bracket round 1, match number 1, Alliance 1 versus Alliance 8. We got a couple of robots, I think, in the wrong place here, but we'll get that fixed with some technical difficulties. Jack, let's jump right into the replay here. A lot of great stuff to talk about. Talk to you more about what went down in this match and some key moments.
What we saw here was really more of 3v2 offense, but the last robot was able to play defense for the Red Alliance and really caused a bunch of congestion. So the name of the game is get as many notes as you can downfield and then clean up as much as you can. Gear It Forward is a very strong team who can clean up fast, and Husky can get in pieces even faster. That allows the third robot to really play defense and stop the other robots from being able to keep up. And I think that's just what it was, is Argos B right there is just not cleaning up as fast and not as efficient as Gear It Forward, and they just had a lot more notes just downfield that they're able to keep going at it to get those 20-point bonuses.
I did think this match was pretty close, especially as we got a little bit further in the match here. You look at the scores, you got it like 48-39 with about a minute 24 remaining in this match. Blue Alliance put up a heck of a fight. I think, something like this going up against the #1 seed, I thought overall performed quite well. Obviously, they're going to go to the lower bracket here. They'll still get a chance to stay live and keep on playing. If you're Blue Alliance, what do you want to see out of them in future matches in order to keep playing?
What they really just need to do is figure out how to not have a star field downfield and how to have those extra game pieces ready for them so they can go in and clean up. But you could really see the defense right here. Getting 3 robots coming in, trying to spread that field out and trying to space it out is really what you need to do.
Absolutely. And how about Red Alliance? Overall, I think a solid performance by them. Any areas of improvement you're looking for out of that alliance?
Red Alliance leaves themselves a little vulnerable where they put the pieces kind of in the corner. Depending on who's finishing or where those pieces are, they can kind of bunch up. So making sure that they stay easy to be finished right out there and passing them downfield, because you can see right now we're getting a concentration of 3 pieces there. That allows other defenders to play on them. That they got to make sure they keep that clean.
Well, we're going to have more match analysis coming up here. Let's send it back down the field. We got upper bracket round 1, match number 2 coming up here in just a moment. Back to you.
Thank you, Tyler, and thank you, Jack. And thanks again to First Updates Now for providing our commentary between playoff matches. Let's hear it for them. All right, we are now, like we heard in round 1, match 2, Alliance 4 in red up against Alliance number 5 in blue. Let's meet our competitors getting started with our representatives from north of the border. It's Team 3197.
Out of Cedarburg, Wisconsin, Hex Hounds.
Joining them, it's 6317.
Disruptive Innovation from Davenport, Iowa.
And the final representative on the field for the Alliance, it's 9997.
That's Hextra Hounds from Cedarburg, Wisconsin. Also representing the number 4 Alliance is Team 5442, Mechanical Monarchy from Washington, Illinois.
And now over to our number 5 Alliance. We get it started with Skelly and 9401.
Midas's Mayhem from Troy, Missouri.
They're joined this match by their partner, Team 6421.
Warrior Bots from Muskego, Wisconsin.
And finally on the third driver station, it's 9996.
They're out of Wentzville, Missouri, Ratchet Rockers B. Also a member of the number 5 Alliance is Team 4213, Metal Cow Robotics from Bloomington, Illinois.
And we've got the all clear round 1, match 2 in 3, 2, 1, go!
Autonomous kicks off here. Alliance 4 wearing red, Alliance 5 wearing blue. We've got 4 robots coming to the center of the field during Autonomous. 9401, Midas's Mayhem on Alliance 5, and Warrior Bots going back for bonus notes as Autonomous counts on down. The red number 4 Alliance takes the lead nice and early here in playoff match 2. Muskego's Warrior Bots, those glittery blue bumpers underneath the red Alliance stage, now the blue Alliance stage. Despite the impact with the truss, they take aim up at the speaker, and they'll score a quick 2 points for the blue Alliance. Muskego's swerve is effortless, avoiding defense and collisions around the field. They line up alongside their Alliance partner, Ratchet Rockers B, who are in the blue Alliance source zone with Midas at the moment. Rockers B, they do have a solid robot signal light. We'll see if they'll be able to get back in action. Meanwhile, 9401 putting a note into the amp, if they can, for the blue number 5 Alliance. Alliance 4 at work, 6317, Disruptive Innovation from Davenport. They try 2 notes, both of them just inches to the left of the speaker opening. They do now stick the landing with their 3rd attempt. No notes in their amp. They are still hanging on to the lead, but the blue Alliance will amplify just as a note from Muskego gets scored up into that speaker. Midas tries to get a 2nd amplified note scored, and they'll make it a 10-point amp cycle. Muskego tries to get a 3rd note, but that one does make its way off into the crowd. 1 minute of match play remaining in playoff match number 2. The Red Alliance leads 60-48. Ratchet Rockers B is back in action here for the Blue Alliance. They do have a bit of a collision with their partner, but we have had Ratchet Rockers B down for the count for just a little bit of this match. So now with Blue back at full strength, they do have a chance to catch up to the Red Alliance. And we have another amp cycle underway. 2 notes scored, amplified for the Blue Alliance so far. A 3rd from Midas and a 4th from Ratchet Rockers. A 20-point amp cycle for the Blue Alliance puts them right back in it, trailing by 2 points with 20 seconds remaining in playoff match number 2. No robots in the stage zones quite yet. A lot of focus on last-second scoring. Blue just barely trailing here as we enter the final 10 seconds of the match. 63-17, the first to make contact. They get on stage. Disruptive Innovation up off the ground, and so is Midas at the conclusion of playoff match number 2. We've got a very close score in that playoff match, but taking the win by 3 points. is going to be the Red Alliance. Alliance 4, 77 to Alliance 5 with 74. Alliance 4 stays in the upper bracket. We will see them face off in match number 7 up against Alliance 1. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance, they will fall to the lower bracket. We'll see them in match 5.
Wow, Jack, what an absolutely incredible match that we saw here. 3 points separating these two alliances. I really thought Blue was going to be making a comeback here near the end of it so far. How do you break this one down?
Red started off in front, and they were able to keep the lead from there. You could see right around, I think, coming over here, right a little earlier in the match, they're starting up, but they're able just to keep it and hold it from there. Right around 150, you're starting to see that they were Red was having some struggles with some drivetrain down here that kept consisting on throughout the match. So they weren't able to get the actual amp cycles and bonus those amp cycles. So what they did is their entire team kept running full-blown cycles, and then they were just doing what they could over here just to try to keep up when they could.
I did like Red Alliance. You did see some passing, though, as once the Alliance got the full strength, then you saw the passing come over. You'll see some of that shuttling going over, and when we look at like what was successful at the World Championships, that's what the key was for that. You know, off-season events, different drive teams, different things happening on there, but overall, great to see that shuttle strategy taking place for the Red Alliance.
Yeah, and on top of that, you had Blue Alliance doing more of their full cycles and trying to keep up that way, and they really put up a fight of slow, consistent, and then fought their way all the way back to really get back up there.
Yeah, I want to give a big shout out. Midas Mayhem has been an absolutely phenomenal team so far. Rookie team coming in, and you know, I had an opportunity to see them at IRI as well too, and was absolutely blown away by the prowess that this team brings. No way you would think they're a rookie. Definitely in contention for Rookie of the Year team in FRC this year. So an incredible performance by them, and a big key to bringing Blue Alliance almost back to victory.
Yeah.
So a lot of great things. As we wrap up the match here, looking at endgame as well too, you notice that both alliances, it's 10 seconds left. Really nobody's climbed yet, and I actually really like that. You know, as you're looking at getting deeper and deeper in the playoffs, you got to go late. That's how you win matches.
Well, with it being as close as they were trying to see, do we get the extra amp cycles or do we go for the climb? And it looked like they've got the amp on the Blue Alliance side, and they're about to bonus, but just never were able to get those last few cycles in.
Yeah, meanwhile, Red Alliance able to get the climb as well, too, which when you have a 3-point difference, I think that was kind of the big game changer for something like that as well. So very exciting as we go through. So coming up next is going to be match number 3 of round number 1, Alliance 2 versus Alliance 7. Some phenomenal teams. Let's send it back down the field and learn more about these competitors.
Back on our Roboteer Rumble competition field, you heard it. We're in round 1, match 3, where now we find Alliance number 2 wearing red up against Alliance number 7 wearing blue. Let's meet our competitors, starting with our number 2 Alliance, where we have got team 2481.
They're out of Tremont, Illinois, Roboteers.
Swooping in the center station, it's 1781.
From Chicago, Illinois, Lindblom Electric Eagles.
And finally, in their Caterpillar yellow, it's 1756.
They're out of Peoria, Illinois, Argos.
Right across the way in their trademark tie-dye, it's 111.
Wild Saying from Arlington Heights, Illinois.
And now, skin of iron, tough as metal, it's 5847.
That's Ironclad from Bradley, Illinois.
And finally, cleared for takeoff, it's 7657.
They're from Evansville, Indiana, Thunderbots. Also a member of the number 7 Alliance, Team 9988, Gear It Backward from Oswego. And on the number 2 Alliance, Team 3596, Rocket Robotics from South Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
And with the all clear, round 1, match 3 in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
All three members of the Blue Alliance score their preload note. An unfortunate collision over on red, but we are catching back up between the work of Argos and Roboteers. Wild Staying also coming to the center looking for bonus notes. We see them go up with Wild Staying and Ironclad. Tons of notes being scored in those first few moments of the match. We've got a Blue Alliance lead though, 29-24 so far in playoff match number 3 between Alliance 2 wearing red and Alliance 7 wearing blue. Argos over on the Red Alliance. They've put up a note and then score. Note goes in, drops off 2 points for Red. Lots of notes hanging out in front of Argos. We do see two members of the Blue Alliance, 111 and 7657. They pull notes out of the Blue Alliance source zone. Red Alliance is amplified and so is Blue. Ironclad and Wild Staying scoring some notes. They're hanging on to a slight lead here. 8 points for the number 7 Alliance, hanging on against Alliance 2. Argo 1756, they drop off a second note into the amp while their alliance partner Limbloom lines up, scores amplified for the Red Alliance. Argos now a second amplified note. They are looking for a third if they can. 15 notes, 15 points rather, amplified with 3 notes for the number 2 Alliance. 5847 Ironclad for Blue. They've got their amp on standby now. 111 making their way on back, and so is their alliance partner 7657 Thunderbots. 111 lines up, launches, and scores amplified. Their alliance partner coming in behind them, trying to get a second note amplified this cycle. Ironclad hits one, Wild Staying hits one, and we've got a Red Alliance lead, 68-65, with 40 seconds remaining in playoff match number 3 in the upper bracket. Argos for the Red Alliance trying to get one more amp cycle underway, but so is Wild Staying in blue. Note goes up top from Argos. Lindblooms bounces out. We've got some options over on the Red Alliance side of the field. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance amplifies. We are note for note, back and forth on the board. Red Alliance clings to a 1-point lead, heading into the final 10 seconds of playoff match number 3 here at Roboteer Rumble. Argos is up. They've got to get the trap score for Alliance 2 here. 8 points for Argos and the Red Alliance as time expires in playoff match 3. We've got another remarkably close match, but give it up for the number 2 Alliance. 96-92 in playoff match number 3. Alliance 2 will advance in the upper bracket. We will see them again in match number 8. That does mean Alliance 7 will see them in the lower bracket next time in match number 6 here in our playoffs. Let's take a moment now to throw it over to the booth with fun.
Thanks a lot, Corey. What an incredible match we saw there, back and forth the entire time. Blue Alliance looking like they were going to be taking it all the way through, but some late stage points by Red Alliance, able to secure that victory. Big kudos to both alliances here. Jack, let's jump right in autonomous mode, and Blue takes it. A little bit of a surprise, I think.
Well, you had it. Not only was it seemed like Argos there had a lot of issues of picking up some game pieces. You could see a little bit over here. They get a third one that gets jammed into them, and so they kick the next 3 instead of keeping that push. So not only did they not score those pieces, they actually gave easier cycles for Blue Alliance to start with, and that's what was a big start to what it was. Coming down 5 points with those extra 2 game pieces down there, that was a big difference to start off.
Yeah, and you saw, once again, strategies. Looked like Blue Alliance kind of running 3 robots, all shuttling back and forth. Red Alliance taking a shuttler, Roboteers, passing that ring back and forth. But I think a key moment later on, Jack, you notice you're going to start to see a lot of rings accumulate here on the Red Alliance side. Wondering if Red Alliance maybe needs to have a little bit more cleanup there too.
So that's what you're going to get with an off-season too, where you're just not as efficient. You have new drivers, you have everything else coming in, and you got to work together, and this is the first playoffs they're all dealing with. You could see Lindblom came in and helped score during those AMP cycles. And if they're going to shuttle those pieces, having that third robot or the second robot come in to help make sure you get all 4 of the AMP cycles will really make the difference.
And on Blue Alliance here, I think everybody's heard of 111, Hall of Fame team, legendary. I want to talk a little bit about their alliance partners as well. Ironclad, I think, is a hugely underrated team. It's been in this. They are a team that you always see them in the playoffs all the time. Thunderbots as well, too, is really starting to rise a lot as well. So a great match by Blue Alliance here. I think they have a lot of opportunity to push forward in the lower bracket as well, too. So I can't wait to see how they do. Any other key moments you want to talk about here?
I just really like how they're doing the full team cycling in, cycling out. It allows to clear up the field, and then also keep that all the game pieces are always in your control.
Yeah, watch this last cycle. Let's go back a little bit here. You're going to see one here, and then one up at the amp as well, too, in just a little bit. And that's a great cycle. And watch this as this robot comes here, this robot swats back. That's great coordination that we want to see, especially if you're going to be running 3 robots on offense like that. You got to make sure you don't have multiple robots in the same space at the same time. So match number 4 is going to be coming up here. It's going to be Alliance 3 versus Alliance 6. A lot of great robot action still to come here on Fun Robotics Network. We'll send it back down to the field and talk about the teams coming up here for our next match.
Back on the field we are for round number 1, match number 4, our final round 1 match. And like we heard from Tyler, we've got Alliance number 3 in red up against Alliance number 6 in blue. Let's meet the representatives of each alliance as they make their final preparations for their first playoff match. We're going to get things started with Team 3397.
From St. Louis, Missouri, Robo Lions.
Representing the great University of Illinois, it's 4096.
They're from Champaign, Illinois, Control Z.
And a team that never rusts, it's Team 6574.
That's Ferrodermis from Whitewater, Wisconsin. Also a member of the Red Number 3 Alliance is Team 112+1 from Arlington Heights, Illinois.
Now as we move over to Alliance number 6, we get it started with a team that knows how to rock and has been on a playoff field just a few times this season. It's 1706.
Ratchet Rockers from Wentzville, Missouri.
Right next door, ready to flex their stuff on the field, it's 4143.
Mars Wars out of Metamora, Illinois.
And finally, ready to light this thing on fire with a roar, it's 2704.
From Naperville, Illinois, Roaring Robotics. Also a member of the number 6 Alliance is Team 2040 Dirt Dunlap Eagles Robotics Team from Dunlap, Illinois.
We've got the all clear alliance. Oh, well, hang on one moment. Alliance 3, Alliance 6. Round 1, match 4 in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo.
Final match here of the upper bracket this round. Let's take a look at the autonomous Roaring Robotics. They have got an incredible autonomous to contribute to their alliance. They're able to score 2 notes in the amp during autonomous while their partners focus on picking up and scoring in the speaker. So despite being down in points, they are ahead in terms of amp status. They'll be able to amplify right away here, and Human Player behind the amp does that for Ratchet Rockers. 2 notes up amplified for the Blue Alliance so far. Mars Wars giving a loft on over to their alliance partner Ratchet. Unfortunately, 3397. That's Robo Lions on the Red Alliance. Currently, no lights coming out of their robot. Looks like they might have lost power for the Red Alliance. We'll take a look at the status of that robot throughout the match. It does look like their battery has been disconnected, though, unfortunately, for the Red Alliance. Mars Wars getting into a little bit of a pushing match up against their opponent in Control Z. Mars does get the note, and then they launch it back to the Blue Alliance wing. 1706 Ratchet underneath the Red Alliance stage, making their way back to the Blue Alliance wing. Another amp cycle underway for the Blue Alliance, but Red is also ready to amplify. Theradermis hanging out right in front of the subwoofer, looking for the easy shot. Unfortunately, that note does bounce out of the speaker, and that amp button does get hit in the meantime. So they lost a few seconds, but they'll definitely try to pick up another score in the speaker here with 1 minute remaining in playoff match number 4. Blue Alliance leads 52-27. Mars Wars in blue working on assisting their alliance partner Ratchet Rockers from Wentzville. They go ahead, put up an amplified note for the Blue Alliance. 2 notes amplified so far, possibly a third, 15 points during that amplified cycle for the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, Red still trying to score as many points as they can here through the end of this playoff match. They've got 2 notes in the amp. Control Z looking for an opportunity. They go all the way down to join Theradermis, who's hanging out in the Blue Alliance wing. Both of those red robots, they exit that wing as those 20 seconds sound. Blue Alliance focusing on getting on stage. That's Mars Wars, 41-43 in the trap. 8 points for the Blue Alliance. As we count down the final 10 seconds, Red Alliance gets a last amplification running, and Theradermis on stage as well. 3 more points for Red at the conclusion of the match. Final results of playoff match 4 hitting the screen. It's a Blue Alliance victory, 92-38. That means Alliance 6 is moving on in the upper bracket. Their next match will be round 2, match number 8. It is not yet the end of the day, though, for the Red Alliance. We'll see Alliance 3 again real soon. They'll take the field next time in our lower bracket, match number 6. With that, we have wrapped up our first 4 matches in that upper bracket, so let's take a moment to toss it over to Fun for some match analysis.
Thanks a lot, Corey. Well, an unfortunate match, I think, for the Red Alliance there. 33-97, pretty much dead in the water the entire match for that. But Blue Alliance, I thought, showed a lot of great prowess for that match overall, so a lot of great stuff coming out of them. Let's hop in the replay and talk about a few key moments that we saw of this match as well.
Coming out of auto, they were pretty even. 1706 was quick to the line, but just missed it. You're going to see later on in the competition, maybe that's going to help them, but they're able to still course correct halfway through. A little bit of friendly contact still, I think, is why Blue hasn't hit their max score. But really what we saw is a lot of potential coming out of Blue and auto, and just a good, strong start.
Yeah, a little over the line there, I think, by 41-43. Unfortunately, may have to work on that just a little bit on there as well, too. But, if you go just a little bit further in the match here, you're going to see, unfortunately, right here, 33-97, not moving pretty much the entire duration of the match. Really hard to win when your alliance captain's down the entire time.
And that was mostly what it was. And on top of it, when you got 1706 as one of the strongest finishers in the game, you can go looking forward on near the end of the game. In the last 40 seconds, you can see right here, they put all 4 amp cycles all by themselves. with the 2v3 and the scoring power of 1706, I think that was just an unfortunate situation.
Yeah, so I mean, you got to still hold your head up. You got one of the great things about the double elimination tournament, is you're still in it for the next one as well too. So we can't wait to see how the Alliance continues to play on here as well too. So a lot of great stuff. Round number 2, we're going to be going into match number 5. Once again, some great alliances going on here. Alliance 8 versus Alliance 5 on this. Predictions. I'd love to hear predictions on this. Who are you taking in this one?
I think I'm going 5. I think it's just more established. Teams going on a little longer. I'm just going to go there.
Yeah, I really like 930 on Alliance 8, a robot that has just been so much on the cycle end of things. There's a lot of great stuff coming out of that. But once again, I'm a huge fan of Midas. I think them and Alliance are going to take it, but let's send it back down the field and see what's going to happen.
Awesome. Thank you, Tyler and Jack, for a wonderful analysis. But after the first 4 matches, we have seen all our Alliance partners. It is time to venture in to the lower bracket. These teams need either win or be done for the end of it. And for some of these robots, it might be the last time that they see the playing field. So let's introduce our teams for lower bracket round 2, match number 1, or match 5 overall. Starting it off with just a touch of gold, it's 9991
from Troy, Missouri, Midas B.
Their Alliance partners, what time is it? 9:30.
Out of Mukwonago, Wisconsin, it's the Mukwonago Bears.
And rounding it out, this team has not 1, not 2, but 8 consecutive World Championship appearances. It's 9995.
Out of Peoria, Argos B.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, facing off against some of their other teammates on the opposite side of the field, we have 9401.
Out of Troy, Missouri, Midas Mayhem.
Their Alliance partners with the Frogbot, it's 6421.
Out of Muskego, Wisconsin, Warrior Bots.
Finally, when it rocked away all the way through the lower bracket, back to those finals rounds, it's 9996.
Out of Wentzville, Missouri, Ratchet Rockers B. Also not on the field for blue is Metal Cow Robotics out of Bloomington. For red, not on the field is 7117 Robotic Dragons.
We have a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind those lines. We're going to kick this thing off in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
Start of the lower bracket has now arrived here at Roboteer Rumble. Both of these alliances need the win to stay alive. We've seen flurries of notes on both sides going into those speakers. Blue appearing to take a lead as Autonomous ends. Your score at the end of auto, 36-16. We already see the Blue Alliance working to keep building up that score, but the Red Alliance is not going to be caught behind. Argos B already working to build up the amp load so they can start amplifying immediately in this match. We see Mukwonago Bears and Midas Mayhem 2 working to send notes over so that Argos can score in the now amplified red speaker. Blue Alliance doing their own amplification. Midas Mayhem lining up to score. Aiming up and firing alongside their partners, Warrior Bots. Possibly a bit of trouble for Ratchet Rockers B as they aim to go up and score, but have a note stuck on their robot. They have freed it, however, and are back to shuttling. Argos B doing more of their work, building up the amp to then cycle the speaker. This is a key strategy, as those amplified speaker notes can be worth far more than unamplified notes. We see more work from both alliances. Blue Alliance, both Midas Mayhem and Ratchet Rockers B over to score notes, Warrior Bots aiming up to an amplified speaker, making it for 5 points. With 1 minute to go, your score is 82-46. Another red amplification period just ended, bumping them up to 51 points total. Blue Alliance all three down in the source zone, but Midas Mayhem headed back over to their side of the field. Warrior Bots and Ratchet Rockers B looking to join them as they go up into the speaker for some more points. We are coming down under 30 seconds to go. Endgame is approaching, and we may begin to see climbs as the time ends. Red has a full amp and is ready to amplify when they feel fit. Blue is amplified, 2 notes up, one from Warrior Bots and one from Midas Mayhem. Now one from Ratchet Rockers B as time expires. Already over 100 points for the Blue Alliance. We'll see if they can take that higher as Red Alliance continues to work up over 70 points. We have one robot in the air for the Red Alliance. That's Midas Mayhem. That's Midas B in the air for Red. We have Midas trying to get in the air for Blue, but not quite able to do it. Your final score coming up in just a moment. We have a final score of this match with a combined score of 208. The Blue Alliance is moving on. However, that does mean it is the end of the day for the Red Alliance number 8, consisting of 9991, 930 McQuanago Bears, 9995, and 7117 Robotic Dragons. Let's hear it for them one last time. Now we're going over to Fun to discuss that match.
Thanks a lot, Nick. Yeah, match number 5, very interesting as we went through a lot of back and forth with this match here. Alliance 5 obviously victorious, Jack, as we look through this. We're just going to talk a little about some match strategy of this as well, too. Talking about some of the key match strategies you saw implemented in this one.
Some of the key strategies here is just the gelling coming out of auto. They all have very decisive places that they wanted to go to. They did a mix of passing and just a mix of shuttling, whatever it made sense. When the lanes were open, they'd have 2 robots go. When the lanes were closed, they would pass it. And just the whole idea of just having the teams work together, cycle in, cycle out, is what really got the speaker points there.
Yeah, and Blue Alliance obviously took a pretty commanding lead all the way through on here. Red Alliance, meanwhile, on this, you saw at some point resorting to 2 robots actually passing up and over for that as well, too, trying to make a comeback. And then one thing I want to point out, you and I were talking during the match, something for Blue Alliance to really clean up, and some great heads up by the Red Alliance there, was that end game where one of the robots on Blue got trapped underneath the stage. You saw the Red robots close in like prey. Blue Alliance really got to clean that up.
Yeah, if they clean that up, I think they can honestly take on any alliance here.
So we do say goodbye to the number 8 Alliance, as we said as well, too. The Alliance number 5 is going to be moving on. We're going to send it back down to the field for our next match coming up here. Match number 6, round number 2. Let's send it back to the field.
awesome. Thank you, Tyler, so much for that wonderful recap that we have. We're about to dive into match number 6. Again, still back down here in the lower bracket, meaning that one of these teams is going to continue on, and one of the teams will be going home after this match. Let's take a moment to introduce our teams. Coming over here on the Red Alliance side, we have the Pride and Joy, the only team here representing Indiana strong. It is 76-57.
Out of Evansville, Indiana, Thunderbots.
Their Alliance partners looking to hammer down the competition. It's 58-47.
Out of Bradley, Illinois, Ironclad.
Rounding off, this one team has a wonderful day and is about to become the one team to take it all the way to the top. They are 111.
Out of Arlington Heights, Illinois, Wild Stang.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, this team I've seen keeping their cool all day long, and they're looking to continue on in this lower bracket. It's 65-74.
Out of Whitewater, Wisconsin, Ferrodermis.
They may not have taken their first match, but they're looking to undo that and continue all the way on to finals. They are 40-96.
It's Champagne's own Control Z.
And you heard me talk a lot about 111 Wild Stang earlier. Well, I'm going to introduce you to a team that is one better. It's 112.
Arlington Heights' other team, +1. Also not on the field for the Blue Alliance, 33-97 Robo Lions. For the Red Alliance, 99-88 Gear It Backward.
Asking why. Stop telling me all the time.
have a thumbs up for our FDA. Drivers back behind those lines. We're going to kick this thing off in 3, 2, 1. Crescendo!
We are now approaching the end of our first round in the lower bracket. Red Alliance and Blue Alliance both need this to stay alive, and both are quickly working to score those notes. Red Alliance, we see Wild Stang and Ironclad both working to score many notes as at the end of auto, our score 34-12, advantage Red. We see Thunderbots lining up to try and get a note off of their robot that appears to be stuck, and they free it. So they will be able to collect notes and score in this match. Ironclad and Wildstang making quick work of the Red Alliance amp, stacking up 2 to then make them ready to amplify when their time is right. Ironclad takes a shot and the Alliance amplifies. Thunderbots lining up to do the same for Red. Back over on Blue, we also see a full amplifier as Ferrodermis lines up to take a shot at the speaker. They take it and the Alliance amplifies. +1 possibly trying to do the same, but opting to play defense and slow down this Red Alliance. Robo Alliance over in the Blue Alliance source zone, looking to try and pick up a note, but having a teensy bit of trouble. They now move to the midfield, possibly to play some defense and slow down the Red Alliance. 75 seconds to go, 57-19, advantage Red, as we see more action with the Red Alliance, and specifically Ironclad lining up to try and take a shot. The note is in their shooter, they fire, and the Red Alliance is now amplified. We see Wildstang coming in to take a shot, lined up, and they do it. 10 total points to the Red Alliance for that work. Back over on the blue side of the field, Ferrodermis lines up to take a shot up in. Robo Lions looking to slow down Ironclad, as is their alliance partner, +1. Ironclad ultimately able to get through after a bit of time. Wildstang doing the same to make it through, as does Thunderbots. The Thunderbots still working to get a note into their mechanism. We are now approaching the end game, 26 seconds to go. We will soon be able to see the end game mechanisms deployed. 77-22 is your score at the moment. No high notes up yet at the moment, but that looks to change as the Blue Alliance human player starts taking shots at the microphones. None have made it on quite yet, and none ultimately will, as Ferrodermis becomes our first team in the air. Ironclad looking to do the same as they line up in the final second of the match. Ferrodermis is the only team up in the air at this point. Your final score is coming up in just a moment. We have your final score. It's going to the Red Alliance with a score of 85-29. The Red Alliance is moving on. This does, however, mean that it is the end of the day for our Blue Alliance, consisting of 65-74 Ferrodermis, 112 +1, 33-97 Robo Alliance, and 40-96 Control Z. Let's hear it for him one last time. Another note is that we will be doing awards after match 13. Now, let's take it over to the desk with Fun to hear more about this match.
Thanks a lot, Nick. Another fantastic match here at Roboteer Rumble. Red Alliance number 7, moving on there. One of the things we were talking earlier is that with this, when you look at a team like 111 on here, they were absolutely locked in this match. And you can't even believe that a team like that falls to the number 7 pick, I think, in many times as well, too. So, Jack, let's hop into the instant replay here, talk more about what happened in this match and some definitely key moments that we got to talk about.
Well, 111 started off really strong with cleaning up the far side auto, which is one of the hardest autos. You can see right here, they get the first and the second right away. After auto, they just came out ahead and they stayed ahead. But right after auto, you're going to see a bunch of congestion where they have a third game piece and they're all trying to put it in the amp. After that, it was just very unfortunate. There was a robot breakdown. So you can see right here, they had multiple robots that came in where they had a little bit of a cluster. Outside of that, they figured out, regrouped, and were able to get their flow going again.
Yeah, and Blue Alliance here, I mean, definitely fought very hard through it, but you saw later on during the match almost playing 3 robots on defense, and, you know, while this game has definitely shown that defense is extremely viable, right, wins world championships this year as well, too, unfortunately 3 robots on defense isn't going to quite cut it.
Yeah. It's just one of those. It's the end of the season. Robots are going down. You got to go with the punches, and you got to stay alive.
Yeah, absolutely. More about Red Alliance on here is, as you mentioned here, Cycle's getting a little bit better, but you do see, you know, if we go back again, you know, 2 robots here at the same time going back through. When you got 1 robot playing defense there, that's something you're going to see a lot more, I think, as we go through this tournament. So you're going to really have to send pretty much 1 robot down this lane, another robot either through the stage or back over, because when you have a robot that's kind of playing this defense, posting up there, you can't send 2 robots through it. It's just going to cause a lot of delays for your alliance.
And I think you're going to see that more coming up in the upper bracket where
Yeah.
those teams are utilizing those passing strategies and trying to get congestion because you got to stop the flow or get the flow.
And I absolutely love defense in this game. It was so incredible to see at championships, and of course during the off-season events, we're seeing a lot of that implemented as well too. So really cool to see. I think we're going to see more and more of it. So, you know, unfortunately Blue Alliance is getting sent home with that. Red Alliance moving on. Any big words of wisdom for Red Alliance before we move on here?
Just keep doing what they're doing. I looked at the end that they didn't climb on the stage, but they prepped for a harmony.
Yeah.
And you just got to keep doing what they have. 3 defenses you're not going to get again, so that was just something they had to overcome there. But I think they'll get it better in the future.
Yeah, if you watch about the last 10 seconds here on the red stage, you see the robots lining up, and I almost wonder, like, you know, look, they're so far ahead on it. Let's just make sure we can get in position at the right time. I definitely think that was a strategy implemented by them to not actually go for the climb. Why risk breaking something or anything like that as well, too, right?
Yep.
So, once again, we're going to be going into match number 7. Some phenomenal alliances coming up, 1 versus 4. We can't wait to dive more into it. Let's set it back down the field, learn more about these competitors.
The robots and drive teams are ready. Round 2, match 7. We are back in our upper bracket, meaning both of these alliances won their first match of the playoffs. Another win, they're moving on in the upper bracket. However, a loss, and they're moving down to that lower bracket. We've got Alliance 1 in red, Alliance 4 in blue. Let's reintroduce ourselves, starting with Team 3061.
That's Husky Robotics from Naperville.
They're joined by the Iowans. It's 9082.
No Limit from Pleasant Valley, Iowa.
And the final member of our Red Alliance this match, let's give it up for Team 2338.
Gear It Forward from Oswego, Illinois.
We're in blue, it's 3197.
That's Hex Hounds from Cedarburg, Wisconsin.
We've got another Iowa team in this match. It's 6317.
Disruptive Innovation from Davenport.
And we got double the bow ties on our number 4 alliance. It's 9997.
Extra Hounds from Cedarburg, Wisconsin.
We've got the all clear round 2 match 7 1v4 in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
Robot fans, we are back in the upper bracket here at Roboteer Rumble 2024. 3197 from Cedarburg. The Hex Hounds, they put up a note into their speaker during Autonomous. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance still at work. Another launch from 2338. Gear It Forward as drivers step forward in control. No Limit on the Red Alliance. They are up against the Alliance station wall. They get into action and then find themselves on that wing tape line in a collision with Hex Hounds. Meanwhile, Hextra Hounds, alliance partner for the Blue Alliance in this match, they are hanging out in the Blue Alliance amp zone. It looks like Notes might be trying to make their way into that amp for the Blue Alliance. Red is in the lead here, 46-33 so far in this match. Gear It Forward from Oswego. They've got 2 notes ready to go in the amp for the Red Alliance. They now take aim at the speaker. The first note gets amplified. Husky hits the second. No Limit, they're going to focus on defense on behalf of their alliance this match, and they are doing it well, slowing down the offensive strategy for the Blue Alliance. 63-17 though, disruptive innovation for the Blue Alliance. They do break free. It looks like they're trying to join their alliance partner Hex Hounds to pick up some notes out of that Blue Alliance source zone. Blue has just 2 notes on the carpet in their wing. Red also with 2. Gear it forward, able to move in and get another note in that amp. So amp on standby for the Red Alliance here with 1 minute remaining in this playoff match. Note goes up for the Red Alliance, 1 note amplified. Husky looking to make the second, a 3rd amplified note for the Red Alliance. That's 15 points so far. Entering the final 45 seconds of the match, Hextra Hounds and Hex Hounds on the Blue Alliance, trying to get more notes into that speaker. Hextra gets 1, Disruptive with another. Hextra Hounds still hanging out in that amp zone. They've got a note right in front of them. It looks like they're trying to get an amplified cycle started for the Blue Alliance if they can, as we come up on the final 20 seconds of playoff match number 7 in our upper bracket. 20 seconds remain in the match. Amplification period over for the Red Alliance. High notes getting tossed on in. It looks like a little more focus on scoring at the speaker for the Blue Alliance, trying to get some last notes scored. Red Alliance, they've got 2 robots on stage as time expires. Blue Alliance, all 3 robots on stage, and 2 of them harmonizing.
Asking why. Stop telling me all the time. Everything will be fine. I can't stop scratching my mind. I don't know.
All right, Robot fans, this is an upper bracket match. Moving on, in the upper bracket is the Red number 1 Alliance, a score of 101 to the Blue number 4 Alliance with 61. That means we'll see Red again real soon in match number 11 in the upper bracket. Meanwhile, their opponent, the Blue Alliance, they have dropped to the lower bracket. They get at least 1 more try. We'll see them in match number 9. With that being said, let's take a look at some match analysis with fun.
Thanks a lot, Corey. Match number 7 now in the books. The Red Alliance looking really strong. They are a number 1 seed, of course, on there, but really started to gel quite well. A lot of stuff coming together for them.
They're one of the few teams that are actually executing an only 2-bot offense and putting their 3rd robot on defense, and you can see it really takes a toll on the other teams.
Let's jump into the replay here, talk more about this match. Starting out from auto right away, what'd you see here, Jack?
Right here, I was really surprised with Blue. They were able to keep up. Red missed a couple at the beginning. We're able to get them back at the line, but Blue just executed and cleaned up the ones on their side, so they come out even in the beginning of auto.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see that even auto coming out in there. So kudos to the Blue Alliance for that. They'll still be playing another match as well, too, so some stuff for them to work on as well. As we get into tele-op here, what kind of strategies did each alliance implement here?
Red was doing the keep it open, keep it easy. They're putting a lot in the corner. They had to check that, but their driver right there is in the corner, able to see those and clean those up. Last time they had them over on the other side, so I think that's some improvement that they created over first match to the second match.
I want to point out something really smart here about the Red Alliance. You're going to see over in this corner here, so great defense being played. It's Blues trying to shuttle here. Red Alliance kind of posting up, doing that. And that's something I love is kind of this bump and run defense sometimes where you're going to play a little bit of D. When you go past, go do something else, kind of keep moving forward. Some great strategy by Red.
Especially when you saw that second robot come in. They were able to figure it out, but it still had congestion in the middle by having that robot cut it out. cut it off.
And that's kind of the name of the game. It's essentially first traffic jam a lot of times here, right? So very interesting to see what that. You're going to see Red really starting to break into a lead here with about a minute 20 remaining for that. And they keep it pretty consistent all the way through. As we move a little bit more forward on here, Red continuing that shuttle strategy, going back over. A lot of great cleanup happening as well, too. And then you see a second Red robot starting to come back as well. So changing it up a little bit for Red. Blue Alliance, meanwhile, a little bit of congestion going on here. They're down a bit, so I get you want to change stuff up, but still, you got to clean that up a little bit, too.
They also looked like the robot was struggling, had a little bit of issues that
Sure.
hopefully they can fix that up and come back up in the loser bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's still alive in the lower bracket as well, too, so very exciting for that. So best of luck to both our alliances, and we'll see them just a little bit. Match number 8 coming up here. This is going to be the conclusion of round number 2, so we can't wait to learn more about these competitors. Let's send it back down to the field to learn who's competing, and let's see how it works out.
Thank you so much, Tyler. Thank you, Jack. That is right. We are back with our upper bracket matches. This time around, we've got Alliance 2 in red, Alliance number 6 in blue. Let's reintroduce ourselves to these two alliances, one of whom will be moving on in the upper bracket, one of whom will be moving on down to our lower bracket. Getting things started on Alliance 2, our hosts, Team 2481.
From right here in Tremont, Illinois, Roboteers.
They're joined by Team 1781.
That's Lindblom Electric Eagles from Chicago.
And rounding it out, let out a howl for 1756.
They're from Peoria, Argos.
Ready to rock and roll this match, it's 1706.
Ratchet Rockers from Wentzville, Missouri.
In the center station from right on down the road, it's 4143.
They're from Metamora, Mars Wars.
If we've got Argos howling over here, this is a team that can do battle with their roar. It's 2704.
Roaring Robotics from Naperville, Illinois.
We've got the all clear round 2 match number 8 in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
Let's take a look at the coordination of Autonomous on the Red Alliance this match. 2481 Roboteers, they are going far while Argos stays near. Tons of notes go up for the Red number 2 Alliance. Alliance 6, meanwhile, in blue. 2704 Roaring Robotics, a little bit of trouble on their signature Autonomous, unfortunately. They've still got one note, but they didn't manage to get one into the amp during that Autonomous period. Right away, the Red Alliance has set Lindblom downfield. They're hanging out right against 2704. While their two alliance partners, Argos and Roboteers, are working on scoring down on the Red Wing side. One note loaded up in the amp, now 2 from Argos. A collision between Ratchet and Lindblom knocks a note free off of their frame, freeing up Lindblom for some offense if they need it. But it looks like for the time being, they are hanging out near that Blue Alliance amp zone. They grab a note from that Blue Alliance corner, avoiding a collision in that amp zone, which is a protected zone here in Crescendo. But they're trying to move those notes from that Blue Alliance back over to be used by Red. Taking a look at the blue offense, we see Mars Wars 4143 on the amp for the Blue Alliance. They've got a note, so they can get that amp ready to go. It does look like their alliance partners, they're going to score wherever they can. They trail the Red number 2 Alliance 43-69 with just over 1 minute of match play remaining. Roboteers, they are working on passing notes on over to their alliance partner Argos, and now with amp on standby, Argos and Roboteers, 2 notes go up, 10 points amplified for the Red number 2 Alliance. Roboteers make it 15, no notes remain in the Red Alliance wing, so those robots head on back to the Red source zone. Mars Wars for the Blue Alliance, they are in that amp zone. Lindblom still playing defense, getting awfully close to that Blue Alliance protected amp zone as Mars Wars tries to get the amp ready to go for the Blue Alliance. Ratchet Rockers in blue, they are lined on up. 2704 is trying to make their way toward that amplified speaker for the Blue Alliance. 20 seconds remaining in this match. Blue amp period winds on down. All three blue robots in the Blue Alliance wing. Mars is able to score in the trap. That could be huge for the blue number 6 Alliance in this match. With 10 seconds left, Mars Wars is up and trap. We have a spotlight on Limbloom on the Red Alliance, a spotlight on Mars Wars on the Blue Alliance. 2 notes in the trap, 3 robots off the ground. On both sides of the field, 1706 tipping toward the carpet in the final moments. We'll take a look at that exciting match real soon. Let's take a look at those results. Give it up for the Red Alliance. 111-74. Alliance 2 moves on in our upper bracket. We will see them in match number 11. Meanwhile, Alliance 6, they get another chance. They are moving to the lower bracket. We will see them in match number 10. That wraps up these upper bracket matches, so let's send it on over to fun.
Thanks a lot, Corey. Wow, what an incredible match there, Jack, that we saw. 2 very powerful alliances, had great performance during the season, and we got to see some new strategies implemented in this one, too.
They're going back to early weeks in robotics where they were using the blocker bot strategy. You could see the auto was great execution on both sides coming out at the beginning. The center line was cleared. 1706 elects to go straight center line at the beginning and then execute a lot of those. But just to have it, a full center line cleared is great. Coming out 36-34. At the end of autos.
Yeah, you got to love seeing that. I mean, that's championship-like play right there, right, to get that sort of auto going on there. So definitely back in form and great to see for the Red Alliance. But quickly, Blue is able to tie it up. You see 36-36 right there. So some great back and forth that we saw.
Yep. Coming down the way that Limbloom was able to come down and play defense and really get in the way from the beginning, not having fouls as they were going through. They only had 2 foul points, which is great defense. And on top of that, you see they had a part stuck on them, but they were able to get that off and dislodge and then go back over. So they play the block defense.
Thank you, Blue Alliance, yeah.
They play the block defense, pick up when it's not needed, and then also block people's vision from camera. So because they can get taller, they aren't actually blocking the shot, but they're blocking the camera vision point from being able to make it. And when robots are close, they're pinning it up closer, making them actually execute the fender shot.
This is where you see about 130 here. Now they start kind of perma-camping down in the zone here, really kind of taking on 2 robots a lot. But you're going to see as we skip ahead just a little bit, a couple of robots down here, and look at that right there. Now, like you said, they do draw a couple of fouls for it, but you got to do a time cost analysis here, right, where the time spent that they are delaying the other alliance from scoring is worth a couple fouls.
And if the robot's not on your side of the field, this entire lane is open for Argos and Tremont to go back and forth the entire time.
And you did say Blue playing some defense as well here, but once again, you know, in this case, what do? You just go right through the stage, just like you saw Argos do there. Really great driving, and, you know, Roboteers there have always been known for great drives as well, so you just see them slip right through like butter.
Yep.
So coming down to the end of this match here, we still see Limbloom playing that defense over and over. And, you know, that's got to be frustrating. You know, I think about, you know, well, when I was driver, square drives didn't exist. But, you know, thinking about something like that, like how do you get out of that? Even being pushed up here, you notice that occasionally. Even hitting that corner, delaying as well, too. You got to think about how you're going to get out of that in future matches.
And on top of that, they didn't actually invoke the pin. They actually had a delay for the pin and had them in position, but they're able to move. But were able to then draw the full 3 seconds and before they got out.
Stage points coming on here. Once again, you got to love some trap scores coming in as well, to release attempts on that. So Red Alliance, I think, carries a great advantage. Limbloom, what a great value pick coming in all the way through. Kudos to them for some incredible match play with this as well, too. That's going to conclude round number 2. We're going to be going into round number 3, Alliance 4 versus Alliance 7, I believe, coming up here. Let's send it back down to the field and learn more about our competitors.
We are back to the lower bracket once again, and these team matches have been absolutely phenomenal. But as you know, with the lower bracket, the winners go on, the losers go home. And so with that, let's introduce our teams for match number 9. Starting off, these Hounds are looking to take down the competition. It's 31-97.
Out of Cedarburg, Wisconsin, it's Hex Hounds.
Next up, looking to disrupt the competition, it's 63-17.
That's disruptive innovation.
And finally rounding out, they're a little bit of extra overall. It's 99-97.
It's Hextra Hounds.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, this team is looking to get a little bit of wild. It's 111.
It's Wild Stang.
Their alliance partners looking to take a hammer at the competition. It's 58-47.
It's Ironclad.
And finally, one of the pride and joys of Indiana, coming all the way here to show Illinois what the Corn County is all about. It's 76-57.
That's Thunderbots.
Can't see through your skin. I'm not your guardian.
We have a thumbs up from our FTA drivers behind the lines. We'll kick this thing off in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
We are moving along in the lower bracket with a quick interaction at the midline between Hexhounds and Wild Stang. Wild Stang is able to just swipe away a note and go and score it for their alliance. Ending off autonomous, Blue Alliance leads 24-16. We already see the Red Alliance working. Disruptive innovation down by their subwoofer, lining up to take a shot, just barely missing as Hextra Hounds goes for the amp, but also just barely misses it. Blue Alliance working as Wild Stang works to build up some amp progress, lining up to possibly drop off a note, but opting to turn for the speaker. Blue Alliance is now amplified, one note up from Ironclad. Wild Stang lining up to try and shoot, but not having luck at this moment. Ironclad gets a second note up as that amplification expires. 10 points to the Blue Alliance. We see the Red Alliance with Hextra Hounds going to drop off a note in the amp, but not quite getting it yet. They will line up and try again. as their partner, Disruptive Innovation, down at the subwoofer, works to collect notes off the floor and score them into the speaker at 2 points apiece. 70 seconds to go. Blue leads 40-28. Red Alliance now amplified. 1 note up so far as Disruptive Innovation lines up to take a second, successfully a third from Hextrahounds. 15 points, and we are virtually tied up with just a 2-point gap to go and 50 seconds down. Blue Alliance working to build their own score. Their amp is currently empty, but they may be working to build that. Some trouble for Ironclad as a note gets stuck around their climbing arm. They will definitely need to work on that as they try to hit Disruptive Innovation out of alignment, but they still make the shot. Wildstang working to shuttle a note down the field to go score it, and we are approaching the end game, and we may begin to see climbs as we are with Ironclad, who is now going up. Hexhound seems to be having some communications issues as they are stuck in the midfield, but 2 robots up for blue. Wildstang possibly having some power issues as they race back to their park zone, which they do successfully. Almost making one final shot, but not quite. 2 robots up for red as time expires. Your final score coming in just a moment.
You know how you make me feel. Your touch is the power to make it real. Never have I felt this way before. It's hard to put it into words, 'cause he makes my mind a blur. But every time you're near, I'm set a line deep down me right. Burning up so high, you're the fuel to my life. Blowing up the sky, illuminating.
We have your final score. It's going to the Blue Alliance with a score of 64-54. As such, they are moving on. This does, however, mean it is the end of the day for our Red Alliance of 31-97 Hexhounds, 63-17 Disruptive Innovation, 99-97, and 54-42 Mechanical Monarchy. Let's hear it for them one last time. And now, let's take it over to Fun at the Desk to break down that last match.
Thanks a lot, Nick. Well, this was a match of, I think, a few mistakes that we saw throughout here in some unfortunate circumstances. But, close match overall, 64-54. Blue Alliance takes the lead. We saw robots break down. We saw rings stuck on robots. A lot of stuff with it. But let's talk about autonomous here and some of the stuff that went well. We saw some great autonomous moves come through. Break it down a bit more for me.
Well, Wildstang's autonomous was doing great starting off the back, coming through the backside, early to the line. You could see they tried to disrupt the line, but it didn't disrupt a lot of Wildstang's until they actually did come in the second time and they hit a stage. After that, I don't know if there was a mix of a camera, anything got hit or anything off of there, but it was just a regroup and settle from there. But they had the lead and they had to play like it.
Yeah, and pretty much keeping a pretty consistent about 10-point lead all the way through in this match. Match strategy-wise, you see Red Alliance here shuttling all the way through. Blue Alliance, we talked about this in a different match with them, grouping up a lot in that beginning. Go back just a few seconds here. You see pretty much all 3 robots right there over on the blue side.
That's something they really need to clean up because when they're all so congested, you can see right there, as Wildstang was putting the piece in, they got bumped by their partner. You got to clean that up, make sure you're in, I'm in, because they shouldn't have even been close to the amp. They should have just been starting their bonus cycle right away.
But I think last time, too, you saw both alliances really, or the Blue Alliance in particular, figure it out and kind of go from there, right? Now they start to get a good cycle down, back, and forth through. Blue Alliance playing a little bit of bumper run there, defense-wise. Red Alliance pretty much going 3 robots straight up on offense.
And what saved the Red Alliance coming back, or at least kept them competitive, was the pass. You had the Blue Alliance that was doing full cycling, but the Red was able to actually keep up with that despite a slower start with the pass.
As we continue on here, let's jump ahead a little bit in this match. You see, once again, about a 12-point lead for the Blue Alliance. Dead robot there in 31-97, unfortunately. And then you also see on Blue Alliance here, a ring on that robot as well, too. So essentially, 2 robots knocked out from an offensive capability standpoint.
Yeah. From there, it's just figure out what you got to do to get done. The name of the game from now on is make sure your robot keeps working as light as it is in the air.
So once again, number 7 Alliance moving on, so congratulations to them as they go through. We do say goodbye, unfortunately, to our number 4 Alliance, so a battle hard fought through that. Match number 10 coming up here in a little bit. Another great one here. We had Alliance 5 versus Alliance 6. You and I were talking about this match a little bit earlier and some predictions for this. So what are your thoughts, and I'll give mine then.
Well, you got 1706 against 1706B on top of like one of their fellow friend teams in the area of Midas Mayhem. So really you got a very well-known area teams with each other, used to each other. I think that the little brothers are going to try to beat up on their big brother on this one, and I would actually go with Midas and 1706B taking away this.
I think auto is going to be a really big determining factor here in this match. If Blue Alliance can get locked in with their auto, Red Alliance gets locked in with their auto, I see them taking it. If they mess up with that, they've had a couple times where they've missed a couple rings. Blue Alliance really has the opportunity to come in and capitalize for it. I agree. I think I'm going to pick the number 5 Alliance this one, but it's going to be a really close one. Let's find out what's going to happen and send it back down to the field.
Amazing analysis there, Jack and Tyler. It's time to introduce our teams for this next match. Now, one thing I do want to point out is the fact that this last match, the Blue Alliance had a score of 112, one of the highest in playoff rounds that we have seen so far. So this will be a match to watch as these teams are very equally powerful. Let's start off by introducing our Red Alliance, and I'd be lying if I wouldn't say this team has some of the best beginning cheers of the whole competition. It's 2704
from Naperville, Roaring Robotics.
Their goal to rock their way all the way to that finals and then take it back. It's 1706
from Wentzville, Missouri. It's Ratchet Rockers.
Finally, this team looking to blast off and take it away. It's 4143.
Just from north of here, Mars Wars.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, looking for a touch of gold or maybe a touch of that blue by the end of this competition. It's 9401.
From Troy, Missouri, Midas Mayhem.
Their alliance partners looking to leap into the competition. It's 6421.
From Muskego, Wisconsin, it's Warrior Bots.
And finally, rocking all their way, looking to take down some of their teammates on the opposite side of the field. It's 9996.
Also out of Wentzville, Missouri, Ratchet Rockers B.
We have a thumbs up for our FTA. Drivers back behind those lines. We're kicking this thing off in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo.
We continue moving along in the lower bracket. Whoever wins this moves along, but whoever loses will be eliminated. We see both alliances expressing incredibly strong autos to ultimately score and boost themselves up. At the end of autonomous, Blue Alliance leads 31-21. We see movement towards both speakers to try and score. Roaring Robotics going to the Red Alliance amplifier to drop off a note, scoring 1 point and building towards the amplification option. Ratchet Rockers taking on a feeding role, picking up notes from the Red Alliance source and shooting them over to Roaring Robotics, who can then score them for the Alliance. Mars Wars of the Red Alliance also taking on a similar role. We may be seeing some trouble for Ratchet Rockers B, who appear to be having communications issues in the middle of the field. As the Blue Alliance amplifies for the first time, both Midas Mayhem and Warrior Bots go up with notes into that amplified speaker at 5 points apiece, 10 points to the Blue Alliance. As we had 85 seconds to go, 52-27 for the Blue Alliance. Mars Wars lines up to take a shot as their partners Ratchet Rockers just did. 10 total points on this amplification so far. They're trying to make it 15 or even 20. Ratchet Rockers makes it 15, but Mars Wars lines up to build towards the next amplification. Roaring Robotics looking to play a crucial defensive role in slowing down the Blue Alliance, chasing after Warrior Bots into their blue zone, as Midas Mayhem 9401 works a shuttling role. 50 seconds to go, less than 10 points separate these alliances, 59 to 50 for the Blue Alliance as they work on an amplified volley of notes, bringing themselves up to 74 total points. Red Alliance ekes out a lead, now 80 to 74, advantage Red. It is a tight match and could come down to the end game as we have just 30 seconds to go. We see Mars Wars lining up to possibly boost towards one less amplification. Blue Alliance trying to do the same as Midas Mayhem puts notes in. Endgame begins and we see Roaring Robotics reaching for that chain to get on stage. Roaring Robotics heading, Ratchet Rockers heading over to do it. Roaring Robotics is in the air, first in the match to do so. Midas Mayhem's hooks are up and they appear to be trying to do the same, but time expires before they can do so. Your final score coming up in just a moment. We have your final score. It combined was 193 points, an incredibly strong showing for both alliances, but only one can move on, and that alliance is the Red Alliance, winning by a score of 101 to 92. However, that does mean it's the end of the day for the Blue Alliance, consisting of 9401 Midas Mayhem, 6421 Warrior Bots, 9996 Ratchet Rockers B, and 4213 Metal Cow Robotics. Let's hear it for them one more time. With that, let's hand it off to Fun to break down what we just watched.
Thanks a lot, Nick. Tyler Rolls here with Jack Spanger. And Jack, I got to talk to you about this one. This was a sloppy match, I think, by both alliances. Holy fouls, 47 points in fouls in this one. But Red Alliance does prevail. We were wrong. And they move on to the lower bracket finals.
I think it was a lot of when things go wrong, people have been playing this game a little longer, a little more used to that. You just got to be able to handle the chaos and see what the game is given. To start off, you did have 1706 had early contact, and after that, they struggled to find the goal. They're able to still acquire pieces, but their shot was just off a little bit, and you don't know if that played a little bit part of the role. So Blue came ahead to start the match, but coming out of it, that's when it seems like it all started to fall apart.
We saw some interesting things happen here where something I got to point out, unfortunately, Mars Wars had a little bit of circumstance in the middle of the field, but later on, you're going to really see them turn on, I think. Like, they switch more into that offensive role, and I really like that offer. And, we were talking earlier, they're the third robot in the Alliance. When you can get Mars Wars as your third robot, that's a great pick all day.
Yeah. And they especially when chaos happens, will show up. You could see right here they started having a difference where they were switching roles of shuttling, going back and forth. So there's an issue down here. So what happens is Mars Wars and and you have 1706B go down at the same time. But later on, the versatility of going from the passing game to later on, when the circumstances made sense, Mars Wars picked up and was scoring downfield and collaborating on both sides.
Yeah, overall, like I said, here's the interesting thing. If you look at this, we're at a minute 23, and Blue Alliance has a 20-point lead going in. But you're going to start to see those fouls really rack up. Let's move forward a little bit more. And right as about the 50-second mark, this is where you're going to see it get a little bit closer. You see more fouls being called as you go through and some interesting strategies being played.
And that's something to think about. Like, if your robot's not doing as well as what you want, you can't die in the load zone. You're giving penalty after penalty after penalty. If you're playing defense and you're having communication issues, you got to kind of come up here or make sure you can stop the flow of the game while not ending a penalty situation.
Well, I mean, you can just say, please, robot, don't die. But, who knows, how effective that can be for something. I mean, there's not much you can do, right? Maybe you get an alliance partner that push you out of the way, but then you're causing more fouls that way. It's just an unfortunate circumstance as you go through on here. Look at about 10 seconds left with this. You see a little bit more fouls happening by the stage as well, too. But Red Alliance really pulling ahead here with this. And overall, I thought played the better match for that. Blue Alliance fought very valiantly, but Red Alliance overall just a little better match play for them.
Yep.
So with that said, we're going to continue on. I did misspeak. The winner of this is going into the lower bracket semifinals, so I do apologize about that. Meanwhile, let's go back into the upper bracket here for match number 11, Alliance 1 versus Alliance 2. Could be a preview of what we might see in finals. We'll see. You never know what's going to happen. Predictions from you.
Well, I think a lot of people were waiting on this. You had from Central Illinois Regional that Roboteers and Argos were together, and they played against Gear It Forward. So I think what's going to be really interesting is both of these teams were playing a two offense, one defense, but none of them had defense played against them yet.
Yeah.
So we're going to see really what the execution is there or how the game's going to really play.
Well, it'll be an interesting match to see in here. Let's send it back down the field. Who's going to advance to the finals? Is it going to be Alliance 1 or Alliance 2?
Well, Robot fans, we have made it through to the end of our upper brackets. What that means is one of these alliances is about to punch their ticket to our Roboteer Rumble finals. Our losing alliance will be moving down to our lower bracket. It will not be the end of their day, and who knows, we could even see a rematch between these two alliances in our finals, depending on how it all shakes out. Well, as always, let's introduce ourselves to these 6 teams vying for that trip to the finals, starting with our number 1 alliance in red. The first member of our number 1 alliance we're introducing ourselves to is Team 3061!
Representing Naperville, Illinois, Husky Robotics.
In the center station, we got 99.
That's Innovation Disruptive from Davenport, Iowa.
And the final member of our number 1 alliance representing their 4 teams is 2338.
Gear It Forward from Oswego.
We're moving over to our number 2 alliance. We got some hometown teams in the house right here. Starting things out with 1756.
From Peoria, that's Argos.
We saw them swoop into defense mode last time. Let's see what they're up to this time. It's 1781.
Lindblom Electric Eagles from Chicago.
And finally, our hosts from right here in Tremont, it's 2481.
Roboteers from Tremont, Illinois.
All right, the stage is set. We are 3 minutes away from knowing who's moving on to finals. Let's get our final checks on the field out of the way. We've got the all-clear match 11 in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
Final match of the upper bracket underway. Roboteers and Husky collide, but Husky gets the note for the number 1 alliance. Roboteers on behalf of number 2, they go back, they launch on up. Another launch from Argos bounces off the front of the speaker, and the Blue Alliance has a 5-point lead heading into teleop. Once again, this is our number 1 alliance wearing red, our number 2 alliance wearing blue, looking for who is going to take a trip to the finals here at Roboteer Rumble. Right away for the Red Alliance, gear it forward, working on the amp. They've got 2 notes loaded up, ready to go. Innovation disruptive for the Red Alliance, playing tons of defense, trying to slow down Roboteers. Roboteers leading the charge out of the source zone for blue. Meanwhile, red is amplified. Gear it forward goes up with a note. Limbloom returns to defense on behalf of the blue at number 2 alliance. Argos and Roboteers continuing to work on offense. We've got a minute and a half remaining in the match. We've got a tight score, 51 points for the Blue Alliance, 43 points for the Red Alliance. 2 notes on the carpet over in the Blue Alliance wing, but no notes in the amp. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance is amplified. Limbloom goes to pick up a note off the playing field carpet away from the Red Alliance offense. Gear it forward, though, they still have plenty of options remaining, so 23-38. They get the first note in the amp. Now looking for their second. Gear it forward drops off that note, goes for an easier option, avoiding defense from Limbloom Electric Eagles. Limbloom picks on up, and it looks like they're going to bring that note all the way down and pass it off to their alliance partner. They drop it in front of Argos, but Gear It Forward picks it on up, and the Red Alliance is still amplified here. A nudge from Limbloom makes that note go up and over the speaker. 40 seconds remaining in the match. The Blue Alliance now is trailing 61-66. Husky Robotics working out of the source zone for the red number 1 alliance, giving an assist on over to that Red Alliance amp zone. No robot there at the moment. Red Alliance ready to amplify. Blue Alliance 1 note in their amp. Argos hitting the second. Here comes the last amp cycles for both alliances. Gear it forward, they've got 1 wrapping up right now. Over on the Blue Alliance, Argos gets a last 5-point note if they can. Limbloom is up on stage. Argos is up on stage. They need the trap score here for the Blue Alliance, but Gear It Forward has already got theirs. And as time expires, the red number 1 alliance has Gear It Forward on stage in the trap for 8 total points. Their 2 alliance partners parked for a point apiece.
Can't see through your skin. I'm not your guardian. I can't see through your skin.
All right, Robot fans, we're going to check out who is moving on to our finals. Give it up for the number 1 Alliance. 96-74, Alliance 1 takes the win. We'll be seeing them in the Roboteer Rumble event finals. It is not yet the end of the day, though, for Alliance 2. We're going to see them again real soon. They drop down to the lower bracket. We will see them in match number 13. With that, let's toss it on up for some match analysis from Fun.
Thanks a lot, Corey. What an incredible match we just saw there. Alliance 1 versus Alliance 2. Some great match play all the way through for that. By the way, I just want to give a big shout out to 3061 Husky Robotics. I thought played absolutely lights out in this last match here. Great shuttles all the way through. A lot of great stuff. Johnson division champions this year as well, too. I don't think this team gets enough credit for all they've been doing so far. So, Jack, let's hop right in. We had a really fast-paced autonomous mode we got to talk about here.
Otto was really impressive coming out of the gate. You see right here, one of the big things is that Argos was actually able to go to the center line. 2481 won that center line contention. But on the backside, Argos was able to beat Garrett forward to the center line. While they don't make the shot, they're still able to secure not 1 but 2 extra pieces to start off stronger. So they gave them a very good lead, or at least a lead of game pieces at the beginning. Really right here at the beginning is they just really struggle with the amp. The struggling with the amp, not having those double cycles is what it was.
Yeah, I see that pretty consistent here from Argos throughout the time, missing a couple speaker shots as well, too. Blue Alliance in the beginning, I thought, looked like they were going to take a pretty commanding lead all the way through, but then, about that 130 marker, so Red Alliance starts to make that comeback on there. You mentioned with Argos struggling on that, it's a lot of time lost that gives the other alliance opportunity. We were just talking about Husky Robotics, and I thought they were really able to just proceed freely as Geared Forward is having defense played against them.
Yeah. And actually down here, you have so much congestion over here, even when Husky comes over, that it's even harder for the cycles to go in and out.
Yeah, and looking at this once again, we mentioned, let's move forward just a little bit here. This is about where it gets tied up here, just a little bit shy of a minute on this, where Red Alliance now starts to take a little bit more of a lead. Notice Argos once again trying to pick up, trying to shoot in. Took them a couple times to get it for that. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Roboteers trying to do what they do, but getting a little bit hung up there by some good defense.
A lot of credit needs to go to 9999 about holding them off and able to keep that close, because there becomes starvation of pieces. Even though they don't have, even though they struggled to clean them up earlier, it didn't matter. They wouldn't have had game pieces to score afterwards. So that's great credit to 9999 about keeping up with the 2481 with their small robot.
I do want to point out some good awareness here from Lindblom earlier as well. We saw them playing defense down here against the Red Alliance in their amp zone as well too. But notice right there, a ring drops from that, and they just come in and swoop it up right away because there's no other robot there. Good, smart play. That definitely, while they lost this match, they're going to get another chance in just a little bit to hopefully advance back into the finals.
Yeah.
So end game here as we go into it. Final 15 seconds or so. What'd you see in this?
Well, what I saw is Argos had an opportunity. Yes, they could have trapped, but there's still 5 seconds left on the amp. They could have shot it, just taken an easier climb, but instead they go for the trap, which has been working well for them all day, but just didn't pan out right there.
I'm going to disagree with you. I think you do go for the trap here. When you look at the point differential, in something like this, I think you have to go for the max points. That's something you're not currently amplified at the time for that. So I know they missed it, and that's unfortunate for them, but I still think that's the right play that they did.
You did have 2481, maybe getting the last one in, but yes.
So as we look at that, once again, we're going to be going into match number 12 in just a little bit. There's a bit of a field break here on the field. So let's talk about match number 12, which is going to feature, I believe it's Alliance 6 and Alliance 7. It is. So this is going to be a very interesting match as we go through here. Looking at both of these alliances on there, Alliance 7 drops right away. It's been going all the way through, fighting so hard through the lower bracket. Alliance 6 recently dropped down here. It's going to be a great matchup. How do you break this one down?
I think it comes down to, for this one, auto. I mean, 111 has been doing great in auto, and then you have 1706 has been doing great in auto. I think a lot of this will maybe get a good whoever stays alive and whoever comes out of auto, I think, has the best chance.
Yeah, and you look at some of the other robots on this, both alliances as well too. Both alliances are pretty complete. You got once again Mars Wars on the number 6 alliance has been looking really good, especially the last match after they had their breakdown issues. Really able to pick it back up and do quite well. They had a regional win earlier this year, and then you have 58, 47's Ironclad, I believe, as well too. They've been doing really great things, and their alliance captain as well too, 7657. I've been very impressed with them so far. That's Thunderbots as they go through. So both alliances, I think, pretty evenly matched for it. Let's get a prediction from you.
I got to give it to number 6, Blue. Red. Sorry, is who I think is going to take it just from the start. I think they're a little bit more deeper with veteran teams that at this point of the game, I think it matters a little more.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing will be, when you look at Thread Robots 41-43 versus Ironclad, I do give a little bit of edge to Mars Wars on that. However, I'm going to think Blue in this one personally. I've been really impressed by Wallsting's play in the last few matches here, so really looking forward to see if they can take it and themselves then advance a little bit more into that lower bracket final. So the winner of this goes in the lower bracket finals. They'll play the number 2 seed. The loser of it is going to be eliminated. It's going to be exciting. So we do have a few more minutes till the next match starts, but we're going to send it back down the field for some competition, maybe even some intros coming up.
Thank you, Tyler. Back here on the field, our number 6 seed versus our number 7th seed, looking to move on to match 13 and then win that in order to become one of the 2 teams playing off at the Roboteer Rumbles finals. Let's introduce our teams. Over on the red side, this full alliance with 3 total wins for the season among them. We're going to start off with the team that likes to roar the loudest. It's 2704.
Out of Naperville, Roaring Robotics.
Their alliance partners a little bit out of this world. It's 41-43.
From Metamora, Mars Wars.
And rounding out this team, currently winning both the in-season events and the number 1 seed at their division in Worlds. It's 1706.
From Wentzville, Missouri, Ratchet Rockers.
Now, over here on the blue side, I've been told this team has a secret weapon, the power of ring pop. It's 111.
From Arlington Heights, Illinois, Wild Stang.
Their alliance partners with the biggest hammer here at the Rumble. It's 58-47.
From Bradley, Illinois, Ironclad.
And just like Thor, first comes the lightning and then the thunder. It's 76-57.
From Evansville, Indiana, Thunderbots.
We have a thumbs up from our FTA. Let's start this thing off in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
We are back in the lower bracket. Everyone here needs this to stay alive. Red Alliance starting us off with a flurry of notes, continuing that coming out of 41-43 Mars Wars. Their partner 1706 Ratchet Rockers working to continue that. Our alliances are virtually tied, 24-23, marginal advantage to the Blue Alliance as we enter teleop. We see Roaring Robotics with a note stuck on their mechanism, but it falls off and they will be able to keep going. But another note sticks itself onto their climber pole, which could create issues going on into this match. Ratchet Rockers lines up to take a shot at the speaker for the Red Alliance, just barely missing and hitting a bar. Blue Alliance already amplified for the first time. Ironclad taking a shot up into that speaker to boost it. Now a 9-point down to 4-point advantage for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance working. Roaring Robotics switched over to a defensive mode, working to slow down 111 Wild Stang, but Wild Stang slips right on by. They go in to slow down Ironclad and have a good bit of more success, successfully stalling Ironclad's collection of another note, as they do to 111 Wildstang and 7657 Thunderbots, effectively slowing down the entire Blue Alliance. We are still tight, 65 seconds to go, only a 4-point separation between these teams. Make that 3. But Blue Alliance using its amplification period to widen that gap out to 13, now going up to 18-point gap. Red Alliance amplified, Ratchet Rockers working to build on it, taking a shot up into the speaker, but just barely missing. Blue Alliance still running triple offense, but a camera appears to have fallen off of Thunderbots. This may impact their vision system, but hopefully their drivers can adapt. Roaring Robotics still playing some good defense on the Blue Alliance, slowing down their scoring and keeping this match as tight as it is. Only a 7-point advantage to the Blue Alliance at this time. Endgame has begun. It could come down to this. High notes going up towards the microphones. All 3 up for Blue, and 1 is up on a microphone. If someone climbs on that side of the stage, they will be spotlit. We see Mars Wars try to go up for the trap, but unfortunately tips sideways, not making it off the ground. Everyone is on the ground at the end of this match. Your final score and who is moving on coming up in just a moment. We have the results for this match. Just 6 points separated these two alliances, but only one can move on. And the alliance moving on is the Blue Alliance with a score of 81-75. The Red Alliance still posting an incredibly impressive showing, but it is their time to go home. So the Red Alliance of 2704 Roaring Robotics, 4143 Mars Wars, 1706 Ratchet Rockers, and 2040 Dirt are done for the day. Let's hear it for them one last time. And with that, let's send it over to Fun to break down that exciting match.
Thanks a lot, Nick. Exciting, definitely, with this round 4, match number 12 in the lower bracket. Congratulations to the number 7 Alliance. Now moving into the lower bracket finals. This was just a slog all the way through. It did feel like Blue Alliance, felt like had control of most of the match, Jack, but Red Alliance was really battling back and forth. Let's hop in the replay here. Talk to me about what happened in this one, starting with Autonomous.
So Red Alliance, even though they came down in starting the match with the pieces, you could starting the match like lower on Autonomous. I think it was 24-23. We'll see in a second. But what you had here was Mars Wars was still able to secure those last pieces, and what they did is instead of going back, they hit on the way there, but instead of going back, they made sure that they shot it over to their teammate to get congestion out. So they came up on pieces, down on points, but it was more of a wash coming out of auto.
Yeah, that is a really great heads-up play by Mars Wars for that. And you see them continue to do that shuttle back and forth as they go into there. And overall, pretty good job. Now, you do see 2704 here gets a little hung up for a little bit. And then later on, actually right there, you also see they get a ring stuck. So very unfortunate for the Red Alliance.
Well, that right there almost changed the game because of the penalty points you acquired from holding 2 game pieces. That took them out of the whole offense capability that put them playing defense here. But I don't think they played defense by strategy there. I think it was just more of, where do we go? How do we move? Stay out of the way. Keep the cycle going.
Yeah, I mean, at least they have the heads up to go and do that right away, right? So many teams, it takes 5-10 seconds sometimes to do that. It seems like the second they realize that they were right over the right away, got to give some good kudos to that.
But that also did change things where you saw over here that 1706 had to swing in, but they also wanted just to shuttle pieces. That Mars Wars now is going in to be more of an amp specialist that 2704 started off being. So the whole game change strategy changed midway through, and I think they did a very good job adapting, but just wasn't all the way there with the execution, because you can see right now they had a big pile up that 1706 is going to go in later on and clear those up without getting the extra bonus points, but it's such a clutter that they just needed to clear them up too.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at blue lines here, you see about 45 seconds. They start to take a little bit more of a lead as they go through. Good defense being played overall back and forth here by 76-57 as they go. And kind of, once again, that bump and run defense. You see that here, 2 pick up, and then you see a little bit of defense happening there. I actually kind of like that. They kind of, when you look at, you have all these robots going here, a bit of clutter, but watch this cycle here. We see defense played here, and then you're going to see this robot come back over and hit the bump over here as well too, and just kind of follow along with the flow of the match, and I really do like that.
And then also later going on at the very end, now that it's open, you'll have a team like Wild Sing that takes full advantage of it, where they're going to go back when the opportunity is allowed, since they passed it, to go down, steal a game piece, and actually score that and still get the bonus points for it all in one cycle. They saw the congestion over here, so they stole the open piece, scored it there. That actually was almost the difference maker right there.
Watch these last 15 seconds, by the way. You have almost 2 blue robots hitting and contacting the stage with a robot there is very, very close. We'll go ahead just a little bit more. Watch this right here at the final 20 seconds. You got one right there, and then watch a second one comes over right here, very, very close to potential foul points for that as well. And it looks like that one was called for that as well. But, those are things, once again, you got to be heads up on that as you start to get ready to go into that lower bracket finals. Make sure you're heads up and everything there. So with that said, we do actually have an award to give out. So we're going to send it back down the field to Ben Martin to learn more about the award and who's taking it home.
Thanks, Tyler. All right. So the teams over the past few weeks have been submitting exceptional student and exceptional mentor awards. So always like to see where we can give out a little bit more individual recognition for folks. So now I'm going to go ahead and hand those out. So first, the Exceptional Student Award. So the first student that we've got here has really taken the bull by the horns on her team since joining last year. She's been leading multiple projects across a number of different areas with tremendous initiative. So we want to recognize Tamia Hubbard from Team 5125. You can come down here and get your trophy. All right, we'll get her a trophy separately. Anyway, congrats to Tamia. All right, next. This student's really a technical leader on his team. He's clearly put significant effort toward multiple projects and even running some of his team's events. Congrats to Franklin Austin from Team 3061. Someone from 3061 could let him know and we can get him his trophy here. Clearly all these students are in the pits working on things, very involved. All right, we'll work on getting this one to him. All right, now to recognize a couple exceptional robotics mentors. So this first mentor, she's very involved with both her team and other FIRST events, like numerous things. Also one of the primary organizers of the Twist off-season event. So congrats to Allison Conrad. And we've got one more to give out. So this mentor, he's had significant contributions to the mechanical side of his team and really a lot on the technical side, numerous examples given. And clearly he's taught many students extremely well across all these various areas. So congrats to Mark Zimmerman from team 6574. So congrats to these exceptional students and mentors. And thank you to everyone who submitted. There were many great submissions, and unfortunately we could only pick a couple. Thank you so much.
can't see through your skin.
We are almost ready for match 13. The winner of this match moves on to our finals here at Roboteer Rumble. The last time these two alliances saw each other, there was a 4-point difference in the match outcome. That is equivalent to 2 goals in the speaker or 1 single goal from amplified speaker shots. It is still anyone's game going in to see who will take on the first seed robot. So let's introduce our teams. First off, I want you to remember this number, 4,094. This is the number of Oreos this robot team weighs. They are 2481.
From right here in Tremont, it's Roboteer.
Next up, they're looking to bloom their way all the way up to finals. It's 1781.
From Chicago, Lindblom Electric Eagles.
And rounding out this alliance, looking to take it home, it's 1756.
From Peoria, it's Argos.
Over here, again, it worked once. They're coming back again with the power of ring pop. It's 111.
Out of Arlington Heights, it's Wild Stang.
It is time to bring down the hammer. 5847.
From Bradley, Ironclad.
And round out the competition, looking to fly to the top, our alliance captains for seed number 7. It's 7657.
Out of Evansville, Indiana, Thunderbots.
We have a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the lines. Let's kick this off in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
Match 13 is underway. Our winner in this will go to the finals. As Carl mentioned, these teams were separated by just 4 points when they faced off back in round 1. After a flurry of notes from the Blue Alliance and more going up now, the gap is small, 24-19, advantage Red. Argos lines up to drop off a note in the Red Alliance amplifier, going to drop off a second. As Lindblom Electric Eagles having some trouble getting out of the autonomous period and making the robot move for teleop. The FTA is going over to help them. Hopefully they can get the issue resolved soon. Their alliance partners, Argos and Roboteers, making quick work of the amplified speaker, building up a gap of 16 points with the Blue Alliance. But Blue is looking to maintain this themselves by amplifying while staying down by the Blue speaker to score and build up. More Blue Alliance robots, now Thunderbots going in to play defense by the Red Alliance source, working to slow down the Roboteers machine. Argos working to try and score in the amplified speaker, but missing. Roboteers now up with 2 successfully, Argos with 1. That will be 15 points to the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance with Ironclad now working to fill up the amplifier. It is now full. Blue Alliance can amplify for those 5-point bonuses whenever they are ready. 2 notes up in the speaker, and the Blue Alliance amplifies, going for a 3rd from Ironclad and possibly a 4th from Wild Stang. This would be 20 total points added to the Blue Alliance score. 45 seconds to go. Blue Alliance still working hard on scoring. Red Alliance lining up to go for another round of amplification. Argos up with 2 notes now. Roboteers coming in with a 3rd. Lindblom still struggling to come online, but Argos and Roboteers are keeping the game going. Red Alliance up to 85 points. We are approaching endgame as Blue Alliance does another amplification. This may be their last of this match. High notes going up from the Blue Alliance. Argos reaching up to try and trap, which they will. With that trap alone is 5 points, plus the climbing value. Thunderbots going up for the Blue Alliance. Ironclad looking to do the same. Roboteers going up for the Red Alliance with their after-time climber as time expires. Your match result and your second finalist will be announced very shortly.
Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up as beautiful as this
We have your final score. Your next finalist is the Red Alliance with a score of 100 to 73. This does, however, mean that it is the end of the day for our Blue Alliance 7 of 111 Wild Staying, 58-47 Ironclad, 76-57 Thunderbots, and 99-88. Let's hear it for them one more time. The lower bracket finals is an incredibly impressive finish. With that, let's take it over to Fun at the Desk to hear more about how this match went down.
Holy cow, 2v3 and the Red Alliance prevails in this one, moving into the finals for a rematch against the number 1 seed. This was a spectacular masterclass by the Red Alliance here. Blue Alliance had some good things going for it too, but overall, what a great match. Let's hop in the replay, Jack, and talk to me more about what happened, starting with Autonomous.
So both teams came a little lower than they usually have been in Autonomous. Argos was missing a few at the beginning, but at the end, Red was able to still acquire more game pieces. So even though the points were a lot closer and not as high as they wanted, they still had control of the most of the game pieces. You'll see right here at the start, Argos and Roboteers are able to get those game pieces. And really the biggest thing right here is Argos is really stepping up their amp game, and they really got a lot clearer and concise, overscoring those.
Over on the blue side, let's go back just a little bit here. You see Ironclad with the way that they deliver rings into the amp, no problem at all. Wild Stings seem to struggle a bit, and we have seen some struggles happen on that blue amp before as well too. So, you see, I think smartly by the Blue Alliance, they switch back out and have Ironclad scoring it because the way they score, much more efficient. That was the right play by Blue.
Yeah. And so I think it just became one of those, got bunched up at the beginning, playing a little behind down. They had to make sure they got the game pieces, but Roboteers and Argos just did their thing and just did it well.
Yeah, overall, like I said, good cycles by, honestly, both alliances. See some good defense happening as well down here on the blue side of the field. Kind of this follow the leader aspect happening a little bit here. But both alliances, like I said, scoring as well as they should be, but Red Alliance just a little bit more offensive power, which just really allowed them to cut it wide open right here at about 1:10 left in the match, really getting a good commanding lead.
Yep.
So let's go more towards later on towards the end of the match here. We see once again final cycles happening. A early climb over here by the Red Alliance. I think this is the right call here. When you got a 20-point lead, take your time, get it right, and I think that makes sense.
Yeah, here it was definitely a good situation, especially when there was a failed trap last time. They want to make sure they have that in their back pocket for the finals.
So speaking of which, we do now have our 2 finalists going in. Let's talk more about what these 2 alliances are going to be. Alliance 1 versus Alliance 2. Alliance 1 took the match earlier in the upper bracket as well, too. It sent the number 2 Blue Lions down to the lower bracket. They had to battle it all the way through. How do you gauge this rematch here? What's going to happen?
I think a lot of this rematch is going to come on if Argos and Roboteers were executing the way they did and Lindblom comes back. I think they're a very strong team, but at the end of the day, you have all 3 robots on the teams that have to play, and I think that's going to dictate who wins or loses.
Yeah, and the only thing to me is like I feel like when the matchup was here that all 6 robots were competing with it as well, and Red Alliance still took it with something like that. I know a couple, I think every match we've seen a little bit of hiccups happen at some point in time with this as well too. This is going to be really close. I'm very excited for what's going to be. By the way, if you're watching live on our stream under Fun Robotics Network, let us know in chat who you're rooting for as well too. We'd love to hear from you as well. And by the way, make sure you do tune in to Fun Robotics Network throughout the season as we go through with the next Reefscape season coming up. We have lots of great content starting out with Robot in 3 days, going all the way through our behind the bumpers, match analysis, and event predictions as well too. So make sure you click that subscribe button, the Fun Robotics Network. Stick with us as we go through. So looking at this predictions-wise for you, who are you going to give it to? That's tough.
Yeah, this is really tough. It honestly can go either way. I guess I'm going with Blue Alliance.
To me, I really like what I saw to Red Alliance the first time. You had Garrett Forward who beat, once again, Argos and Roboteers early on the season. Now, that's a long time ago, right?
Yes.
So I think that doesn't matter as much. But once again, I really like what Husky Robotics has been bringing for it. You have a team that, even though they won a division, I feel like has really, compared to the other 3 teams we're talking about, completely flown under the radar. But they were the first pick in the number 1 alliance. We talked to some other teams who had them on the top of their list as well, too. So even though they didn't rank great, obviously making big waves with their great scoring prowess as they go through. So it's going to be really exciting. That's going to be coming up in a little bit. We have a bit of a match break here. So we're going to send it back down to the field. We have another award to give away as well, too. And then we'll be coming up with our finals here in just a few minutes.
Okay, we've got one final award to give out. So this one's Volunteer of the Year. And I think many of you have noticed, we have an FMS system that literally no one around here has used before. And one person put a tremendous amount of effort to put that together, get it working, and at least for me, I think it provides a much better team experience than the existing FMS in many ways. So really want to recognize, for his tremendous effort here getting this working for everybody, Kyle Warrenberg.
can't see through your skin. I'm not your guardian. I can't see through your skin. Can't see through my skin. You know how you make me feel. Your touch is the power to make it real. Never have I felt this way before. It's hard to put it into words. This heat makes my mind a blur. But every time you're near, I'm settling deep down me right. Burning up so high, you're the fuel to my life. Blowing up the sky, illuminating like fire.
Well, all right, robot fans, we made it to the moment you've all been waiting for. It's the 2024 Roboteer Rumble Finals! Two incredible alliances, 8 amazing teams, all coming together now in a best-of-3 series. And boy, oh boy, do we have some incredible teams for you here. Every single team on the field here today, well, we're counting 99.99 as disruptive innovation, has been to the playoffs in every event they've been to this season. That includes Worlds. We have got teams here that know the playoff field better than they know the qualification field. We've got a team who made it to Einstein this season. And we've got some legendary teams when it comes to Roboteer Rumble. Argos and Roboteers, they were together in the finals last year. Argos has been in every single Roboteer Rumble finals. Gear It Forward has won twice. So we've got quite a matchup for you all now. Let's introduce ourselves to our teams. Starting with our #1 alliance, let's hear it for 3061.
They represent Naperville, Illinois. Give it up for Husky Robotics.
They're joined right next door by 9999.
Out of Davenport, Iowa, Innovation Disruptive.
And finally, get that soup ready. It's 2338.
Gear It Forward from Oswego, Illinois. Also a member of the #1 alliance, we have 9082 No Limits from Pleasant Valley, Iowa.
And on our #2 alliance, let's hear it for 1756.
That's Argos from Peoria.
In the middle station, coming to us from Sweet Home Chicago, it's 1781.
Lindblom Electric Eagles.
And finally, our host team, the legendary 2481.
Roboteers from Tremont, Illinois. Also a member of the #2 alliance is Team 3596 Rocket Robotics from South Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
And now, teams, before this match begins, we're going to ask, in the spirit of gracious professionalism, you take a peek across the field, look at your opponents this match. Let's give them a wave, give them an air high five, shoot some deuces. And there we go. We have got the all clear, folks. Roboteer Rumble 2024 Finals Match 1 in 3, 2, 1. Crescendo!
Auton gets started. Gear It Forward immediately with their first. Coming now for their third. Their alliance partner Husky has cleaned up 2 from the center so far. Argos and Gear It Forward, they collide, working on a note. It looks like Gear It Forward gets the win, and they are able to score it for 5 points for the red #1 alliance. They're going to take a 10-point lead nice and early. Lindblom Electric Eagles back on defense for the blue alliance. They end up in that source zone, though, protected for the red alliance. Meanwhile, over on red, we do see Innovation Disruptive. They are Solid Robot Signal Light, taking a close look at their driver station, trying to get back in action here in Finals Match 1. Gear It Forward for the Red Alliance, 1 note in the amp so far. A second now gets counted. Gear It Forward takes aim, amplifies for the Red Alliance. A second note comes from Husky Robotics. 10 points so far, but they have got a long journey all the way back to the Red Alliance wing zone. Gear It Forward, they know they don't have time on the amplification, so they get their next cycle started. 2 notes already scored, but take a look at Roboteers, 2481 for the Blue Alliance. Seamless pickups coming out of that source zone for Blue, putting them on up, amplified for Blue. They lead 65-63 with just over 1 minute remaining in Finals Match 1. Currently, the defensive strategy for the Blue Alliance has shifted. Before, we saw Lindblom playing down on the Red Alliance wing, but right now, Lindblom Electric Eagles, they stay home. They are protecting that lane between the Red Alliance source zone and the Red Alliance wing, slowing down the offensive cycle from Husky Robotics 3061, who's been passing over to their offensive leader, Gear It Forward. Meanwhile, Innovation Disruptive is back in action for the red #1 alliance, while Argos and Roboteers continue to work together seamlessly out of that source zone. Collision between Argos and Gear It Forward in the Blue Alliance amp zone while notes are getting put on in. Argos gets the second note. We're down to 30 seconds remaining. 4 points separate these teams. One more amp cycle is ready to cook for the Blue Alliance. They've got 2 notes loaded up. Argos scores it. They get 5 points amplified. Gear It Forward and Argos can both score in the trap. High notes coming in, 10 seconds left. Lindblom Electric Eagles, they are on stage. Roboteers look to join them. Argos has just 3 seconds, so does Gear It Forward, and as time expires, Gear It Forward is on stage, no trap. Lindblom is on stage. Roboteers extremely close, 2 robots parked for the Red Alliance as time expires in finals match 1 here at Roboteer Rumble. All right, Robot fans, we do have our score for finals match 1. It is going to Alliance 2. 103-88 in favor of the blue number 2 Alliance in finals match 1 here at Roboteer Rumble. We'll take a closer look at that match, then we'll be back with finals match 2 momentarily. But for now, let's toss it on over to the booth and check in with our friends from Fun.
Finals match number 1 in the books here. A great match. That was so close back and forth that we saw both alliances performed, I thought, very admirably. So congratulations to the Blue Alliance for taking this one. If they win another one, they will become our champion. Red Alliance will need to try to get a comeback here. Lots of great stuff to talk about in this match here. Autonomous was awesome for the Red Alliance, too. Let's dive into it, Jack. Tell me more.
So we look at it, and Red Alliance actually came out with a good, strong lead in Autonomous. You see Argos was pushing a few pieces around here. And that really was a lot of it, that they came down with a 10-point hole. And not only a 10-point hole, they pushed the part into Gear It Forward. They were able to acquire the last piece, but Gear It Forward, I think, did a very good job right here at the very beginning, coming down and sniping the easy piece to make sure that Argos wasn't able just to have full free cleanup. But they put 2 right away, and that got them back rolling and got them back into the game.
Yeah, and you see, unfortunately, here, a dead robot right away for the Red Alliance. You know, such a huge impact in the finals to have something like that. And it does take them quite a while to get back up. They almost like get bumped by their own alliance partner. So I don't know if they were stuck, if something was down to them, or what was going on with that. Very unfortunate.
Another aspect is that you have the Blue Alliance changed up their strategy, and it was the first time they played the starving strategy at the feeder station to stop Huskies from getting that quick cycles that they were able to quickly evacuate those pieces out.
Yeah, you saw Lindblom typically is going to be playing down in the amp zone in prior ones as well, too. So I like the switch up on there as well, too. I think that's a great card that they played with that. I don't know if Red Alliance was expecting that at all.
And you also look at it, Lindblom did a great job of getting close, but not allowing the penalties to actually come in. And then when the switch came in, they activated that real well. So a lot of credit has to go to Lindblom, because that is when the shift started actually being able to apply.
And a couple of great amplification cycles by Argos as well, too. You know, Argos had some struggles in the amp in prior ones as well. Looked like they were able to score pretty efficiently. And then you see a couple amplification cycles where they're going to get one of them. I know they got 3 notes on their own. Another one they missed near the end, but still overall a great set of cycles by Argos.
So I guess we'll go to the end where it was still really close but what it was is like the trap that really came in at the end, and having all teams climb was what the difference maker was.
Yeah, but overall, like I said, I mean, both alliances I thought played quite well. I do wonder if we'd be talking a different tune if there wasn't a dead red robot for close to half the match as well, too. You know, the win by the margin that they did, I think Red Alliance could definitely make that back up should they have a full force alliance as well, too. So, you know, very interesting to see with that. So let's talk about finals match number 2. coming up. Let's start out with the Red Alliance, who lost the first match. Other than obviously not having a dead robot, anything else that Red Alliance can improve upon?
I think they just need to figure out how to handle that defense from Limboom, how to cycle in, how to cycle out, and really get the flow going again.
And I think for Blue Alliance, will be interested to see what Limboom does with the 1781. Are they going to play defense, towards the feeder station? Are they going to play towards the amp, or are they going to do something else all entirely as well too? And I think if you're Red Alliance, you really got to pay attention to what they're going to do. So Blue Alliance, are you doing anything different at this point?
If I'm doing Blue Alliance, I don't think I'm changing too much because you have Limboom, who is a veteran team, that if they do need to make that audible through the move, do what was working. If you got to make the change, adjust from there.
I think one of the things you might see, not necessarily a change, but an improvement from the Blue Alliance, is that you might see a little bit better autonomous out of them, I think, in the next match. And if they're able to secure that as well, too, that's what's definitely going to push them over top. Red Alliance definitely won the autonomous in finals match number 1, but finals match number 2, once again, could be a different thing with that. So with that said, congratulations, Blue Alliance, winning the first match. If they do win, they'll become our champion as well, too. But we're going to send it back down on the field, a little bit more on the awards side. Let's send it back down and see what it's going to be.
All right, since this may or may not be the last match, I wanted to do closing announcements, thank yous. Thanks for all the volunteers who came out here this weekend. Really huge support from over 100 people to get this event running, operating, giving you the best experience we can. So thank you so much to the volunteers. Thanks to the sponsors for the event. Thanks to Automation Direct, especially getting all the stuff for Chesney Arena for us here. Thanks to Refire Solutions for a lot of our AV equipment and getting the great AV that we see here. Thanks as well to Avantis, to Casey's, and to the Fun Robotics Network for coming out and having this great commentary. So thanks as well to the 2481 sponsors. Couldn't do it without you. Highest levels, we got Caterpillar, Precision Planning, 360 Rain, and S-Hanging 7. So thank you so much. So with that, hopefully we'll see you all next year. We have 1 or 2 more matches to go.
Are we playing this game?
can't see through your skin. I'm not your guardian. I can't see through your skin. Can't see through my skin. You know how you make me feel. Your touch is the power to make it real. Never have I felt this way before. It's hard to put it into words. This heat makes my mind a blur. But every time you're near, I'm satellite deep down me right. Burning up so high, you're the fuel to my life. Blowing up the sky, illuminating like fire. Dance to the night, you make everything right. This time will you ignite it one more time? I got moves like domination. Hands that make your own decisions. Speak up, let the whole world listen. My heart is pumping, pumping. You got me jumping, jumping. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hop, 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 ignite.
Right. Welcome back, folks, to finals number 2 of Roboteer Rumble. Can I hear you guys make some noise? I know this event is one that some of you have been to many robotics competitions before, some of you have been to none before. For the people who have been to lots of comps before, realize and think about all the amazing hard work you put in to get to this point. And for those of you who this is your first competition, let me be the first to say, welcome to the first day of the rest of your lives. Let's introduce our teams. Starting off on the Red Alliance, we have 3061.
Out of Naperville, it's your Einstein attendees from Illinois, Husky Robotics.
Their alliance partner, one of the top teams here number-wise, it's 9999.
They're the second team of one of your Central Illinois regional champions. It's Innovation Disruptive.
And finally, this team is in only a soup of W's. It's 2338.
They made it to the finals at both of their regionals. It's Gear It Forward.
Over on the Blue Alliance, this team has had 8 consecutive runs to the World Championships, and now they're looking to become the next champions here at Roboteer Rumble. Give it up for 1756.
Yet another Central Illinois regional champion. It's Argos.
And next in the alliance in the center drive station, all the way from the south side of Chicago, it's 1781.
Out of Lindblom Math and Science Academy, it's Lindblom Electric Eagles.
And rounding it out, one of the teams that is not only our host, but one of the fastest robots I haven't seen at this competition. I haven't seen in Illinois. I have one of the fastest robots I've seen in the entire world. It's 2481.
Your host team and your last winning team of the Central Illinois Regional, it's Roboteers.
For this match, the Red Alliance looking to take it home. Blue Alliance looking to stay alive and take this to a third match. Everyone, count it down with me. 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
We could know our 2024 Roboteer Rumble champions at the end of this day. We already see both alliances making quick work, tied up at 19 at the moment, but both alliances working up their point counts. Coming out of Autonomous, Red Alliance leads 29-24. Already a hard hit against Roboteers, but they appear unfazed, continuing to fly across the field, working to shuttle notes to their alliance partners. Argos working to fill up the amp, which they have already done, as Lindblom Electric Eagles play some defense. Over on the Red Alliance side of the field, we have an amplification. Husky Robotics started it off. Gear It Forward joined them, now with 2 separate scores. That is 15 points to the Red Alliance. We see Argos lined up to take advantage of that amplification. Blue Alliance now at a 5-point lead with 1:35 to go. Red Alliance working to build up their amplifier once again. Gear It Forward fills it up. Now they work to score more. Lindblom Electric Eagles still working to slow down that Red Alliance, playing some defense on Gear It Forward and disrupting their flow to the score. Now they are giving the same treatment to Husky. We see an Innovation Disruptive playing some defense over in the blue source zone, slowing down the Roboteers, but there is now an amplification active. Argos goes up with a score, Roboteers follows him up. Blue Alliance now pulling out a stable lead, but the Red Alliance could still make it up. We see Gear It Forward working to build up amplification for one last volley as we enter the final 45 seconds of the match. Second note up from Husky Robotics, quickly building up the Red Alliance score to 70 total points. We see Roboteers continuing their shuttling work, grabbing notes and throwing them down to the Blue Alliance side so that they can be used, but Geared Forward swipes that note away to use it for their own scoring. Argos lines up, dropping off a note in the Blue Alliance amp, lining up to possibly shoot for the amplification as the end game begins, and we can see robots go to the air. Already Geared Forward headed for the trap for red. Argos going up for blue. Lindblom Electric Eagles looking to do the same. Argos in the air and Spotlit. Geared Forward got the trap. Huskies in the air as time expires. Your final score coming up in just a moment. We have your final score. Before we reveal who won this match, let's hear it for red. And let's hear it for blue. Your final winner, your winner of this match is the Blue Alliance, who are your 2024 Roboteer Rumble champions, consisting of 1756 Argos, 1781 Lindblom Electric Eagles, 2481 Roboteers, and 3596 Rocket Robotics. Still with an impressive finals finish is your finalist Alliance 1, 3061 Husky Robotics, 9999 Innovation Disruptive, 2338 Geared Forward, and 9082 No Limit. Let's hear it for them.
Wow, Jack, what an incredible finals match we had here. Blue is our champion. Congratulations to them. We saw some great match play. Let's take a little bit of time to break down this match, and then we'll send it back home. Let's drop right into autonomous mode. Tell me what happened.
Well, in autonomous mode, I think we had a very similar situation. The first one, Blue didn't score all the pieces on their side, but they kept the pieces on their side. But then you still had, they came out pretty even still with red being ahead. But you had Geared Forward come in at the end and still steal one of the pieces early on when Teleop did start.
Yeah, looking at this overall, I want to give a big shout out. You pointed out last match, so once again, watch Geared Forward just come back in and swoop those rings up. I counted, I think, 3 or 4 rings during this match that they were able to steal away from the Blue Alliance zone. So really smart play there by Geared Forward.
Yeah, because it also stops them from having to deal with Lindblom's defense, who you have to give Lindblom a lot of credit, holding off that defense and no penalties throughout the time. Now, this is where I think it gets a little unfortunate, where I think they have a drive motor go down, and then from there, they just were not the same defense that they were. They were one of the best defensive teams. 99999 was one of the best defensive teams the entire time, but I think at the end, that was the difference maker, that Lindblom didn't draw any fouls, and they just went down.
Yeah, overall, I think Blue just brought a little bit more offensive power than what Red was able to do in these finals matches here. So overall, a great match that we saw, but you really see at about 45 seconds, this break here. Blue Alliance starts to take a pretty good lead. There were 15 foul points against the Red Alliance, so I think that made a little bit of difference as well too. How about the end of this match? How does this wrap up?
At the end of the match, I think it was just that they climbed early, they climbed often. You'll have most of the climbs over here, but you just do what you do to control the game at the last few seconds.
Well, congratulations once again to the Blue Alliance. They are our champion here at Roboteer Rumble. Thanks so much for joining us here on the Fun Robotics Network. We hope you do tune in to future content, both live and a lot of stuff we have coming out on YouTube as well, too. I'm Tyler. This is Jack. We hope to see you at different off-season events, and good luck to all teams going into the rescape season. We'll see you next time on Fun. Talk to you then.